Hello and welcome back to the 2025 GT Pulpí live broadcast for the first time ever in the English language, as the event has grown from strength to strength and position now as the biggest esports LAN event for Gran Turismo outside of the GT World Series. I'm your host Flash Dagger and joined again by Finley Williams, where we will share presentation and commentary duties on day two, where we have another packed schedule from top to bottom, featuring the very best Gran Turismo drivers and teams in the world across a number of various competitions, tracks and cars, again with a mix of seasoned world champions and world tour veterans combined with rookie up-and-comers at the very elite level. This really is a chance for those drivers to prove themselves amongst the best of the best and get a share of a very generous prize pool of thousands of euros. We crowned an individual champion last night, but today the focus is on the grand finals of our teams and elite competitions, which got underway yesterday. With that said, I'd like to hand you over to my commentary partner, Finley Williams, who will take us through today's schedule. Finley.
Thank you, Flash. Welcome back all, and it's a pleasure to be with you here on Cup Collection Sunday with the two main Pulpy prizes to be dished up and plenty to play for as the day progresses. Today's action should just get about underway in the next 15 minutes as our top 10 seeded teams, as well as the top 4 teams to come through yesterday's repechage, begin their assault to dethrone Avalon Motorsport and pick up the team's title, the Duel in the Mac 25 Gaming Crown. Hillside is the setting for our first race of the day as the teams wheel the Mazda RX Vision Group 3 car around the Red Bull Ring in what is sure to be an enthralling, action-packed opener as the race for the title starts to heat up. With all 3 dry tyre compounds to be used up, expect strategy deliberation with both fast thinking and fast driving on show in what will be one of the quickest races of the weekend. We then turn our attention to crowning our elite champion with 14 of the quickest drivers in Gran Turismo, World Series drivers past, present and surely future, duking it out around 2 tracks we don't even know yet as they look to stake their claim as Europe's premier Gran Turismo 7 driver. Following our first 2 races yesterday, Valerio Gallo is currently in pole position for the championship, with Manuel Hernandez and Antonio Santos just 1 point behind. Still, it's all to play for with all 14 drivers mathematically in with a shout of the crown. Can anyone dethrone Jose Serrano at the top of the tree? We'll find out as we go back-to-back with our last 2 elite races, starting at, if we stick to schedule, which is a big if at the moment, 3 p.m. and 3:45 p.m. respectively. Our final race of the team's championship and of GT Pulpí 4 as a whole gets underway at 4:45 p.m. and it's an absolute humdinger. Where else better to crown our team's champions than the legendary Circuit de la Sarthe, home of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and in a car that knows this track well, the 5-time World Endurance Championship race-winning Toyota TS030. This race has it all. A combination of strategies, a legendary car, some of the fastest drivers in the world, and in one of the most revered tracks in racing. Hairpins, bus stops, long straights, weaving curves, Le Mans is really a driving purist track. This race promises to be one for the legends, and what's more, our resident weather forecaster has told us that the weather will be similar to that of Pulpy this weekend, mixed. Make sure you stay tuned for this, because it truly promises to be the final showdown an event like Pulpy deserves. What an action-packed few hours we have for you today. I'm delighted to be in the comms box for this one, and I'm even more delighted you're with us too. Let's head back over to Flash now for a look at yesterday's action, starting with our individual championship title.
Thanks very much for that, Finley. So as you can see, there's a lot to go on today. It is Grand Finals day. The air is palpable. Everyone is excited with anticipation. But yesterday, things got underway to a roaring start. The individual championships, we didn't, unfortunately, due to a few time constraints, get to give it the attention it deserved. But I think a few points worth noting that didn't really get to touch on yesterday were our winners and qualifiers through the online series. That was KRK Anthony and winning the DAS Series Championship, and also to Fran Munoz Sigma, who was runner-up in the Drive to Pulpy through the Sim GT Challenge. Both of them, I think it was worth noting, are pad drivers throughout the year and had to adapt to the wheel for this event specifically. But it was Max Kroll who came home in first place, taking the title. We can just have a little look at those final standings as confirmed after the DAS adjudicators had a little look at things. There was nothing to review. It was Max Krohn first, Carrillo second, Coque Lopez, the multiple-time world champion. He had a flutter at this and had a little go in the TT challenge in the morning, made it through, and actually snapped himself up a podium finish, followed by Max Kroh's teammate, Flores, both of whom will be in action today in the teams. Charles in 5th, by Jim Oils, driver in 6th. Rounding out the event. A fantastic event for all, and we will see more of them at the awards ceremony later on today. We will talk about the Elite Championship later, but for now, our focus is purely on the teams. And with that said, what I'm going to do at this stage to just tighten things up is bring it over to the teams and do a little bit of build up and hand back over to Finlay, who will talk us through the points. But first, looking at the teams race, my goodness, did we have some fantastic races yesterday. 2 races, if you were tuned in. These, just for reference, were firstly, to open the stream, Dragon Trail Seaside in the Ferrari Testarossa. We then followed that up with a fantastic race, a fantastic race for all concerned in the back mono at Trial Mountain to round out the stream. What that has meant for today will be here. These are the points classifications as they currently stand, but a little bit more on that in a moment as we look through to the final. Firstly, what I want to do is look at today's race. Today's race in the teams event is going to be the Mazda RX Vision at the Red Bull Ring. The Mazda RX Vision is based on the real-world Mazda RX Vision concept car, which was revealed at the 2015 Tokyo Motor Show. The GT3 version features a more aggressive, racing-focused body. It follows the FIA GT3 regulations in the game's Group 3 category and is powered by a reimagined 4-motor rotary engine, a nod to the Mazda's legendary 787B race car. A car that many of you will in fact be familiar with. You will have probably seen in the past, Polura, Spain's own Polura, has taken this car to its absolute limits. A world champion in his own right, a TGR champion. He has been one of the forefront drivers in the Manufacturers' Cup in this car, and we'll be racing this at the Red Bull Ring. Red Bull Ring, set in the picturesque Styrian mountains of Spielberg, the Austrian circuit. It's famed for its incredible high speeds, long straights, fast sweeping corners, and unforgivable track limit penalties. We see that both in the simulation, we see it in the real world with F1 qualifying. It often can shape the figure of the race. It's an almost constant in GT World Series and FIA events, creating many memorable moments and impacting championships. In recent memory, you will have seen this feature very heavily in the 2024 Manufacturers World Tour, where debutant Mohamed Boudaima secured his maiden victory in Ferrari, taking the win from Hungarian Ben Hanksai in the Porsche, or more recently, only a matter of weeks ago in Berlin, Spain's very own Jose Serrano taking a dominant win in the rain to lead the World Championship as things stand. It's a track that brings action, it's drama, heartache and excitement, and this track has it all. What a way to kick off day 2 of our grand finals at GT Pulpí. A little bit in the race specification, on the tyres, the fuels, maybe a little bit in the strategy. We know it's the RX Vision. We know it's the Red Bull Ring. Tyres are at a ×8 multiplier, okay? Keep an eye on that. Fuel ×5. Strategy involved. Racing on the softs, mediums, and hards, but all 3 are mandatory. 29 laps of this incredibly fast track at Red Bull Ring. Strategy options, there isn't as much strategy availability in regards to creativity, as the number of stops on all 3 compounds must be used. More so, it's going to be the number of laps on each tyre that are used and the order in which they're used. Softs are fastest, but do wear out very, very quickly, particularly on a ×8 multiplier. Mediums also wear, but 7 to 8 laps in these, and then you can lose pace. Hards being the most consistent, never drop off, but are obviously the slowest, as would figure, and very tricky in that Mazda RX Vision to handle. So there's a lot of options, a lot of things to consider when making your strategy. Pit loss is 24 seconds, so not really worth it to consider an extra pit stop. You just need to make the 2-stop work. Possible strategies could involve starting on the mediums or hards, doing 11 laps in the mediums, 11 laps in the hards, and maybe finishing 7 laps on the softs if that's the type of strategy you want to go for. Let us know in the chat, what would your strategy be? How would you attack this with the options available to you? We will see some variations of that. We will see some people adapt to pressure. We will see some individuals on the team comms discussing what options are available to them to deal with the adversity. Have they been involved in an incident? Do they need to change things up? Have they had penalties? Will there be traffic? All these things are to be considered as we move forward into the race. But with that said, I'll let Finley Williams, who spent a lot of time over the last few weeks preparing for this, getting to know the teams and the drivers a little bit better, who will be involved in this event, who qualified from yesterday's 2 repechage events, and who are our 10 teams finalists. What are the points? And set ourselves up for this very first race of GT Pulpí 4 on day 2 of the Grand Finals. Finley, over to you.
Thank you, Flash. And well, this promises to be an exciting event. We're into the final sessions of the teams event. We had our 4 teams come through the repechage yesterday. Team Monza Racing winning outright with 39 points, a race win in the final race at Trail Mountain, and second place at Dragon Trail Seaside. And it was the opposite for Annexion. They won at Dragon Trail, but finished second behind Team Monza Racing. So were team as well, 5th and 3rd in their 2 races, and Reds Gaming pulling an absolute blind by the 4th and last spot from the repechage. So there are 4 qualifier teams from yesterday, and they'll come through and they'll race alongside the top 10 seeded teams from the MAC 25 Gaming regular season rankings throughout the season, and they're led off by Vanquish Esports, the first ever team not from Spain to top the MAC 25 Gaming rankings. They have 3 Gran Turismo World Series drivers amongst their ranks today, as well as Max Kroll, who won the individual championship title yesterday. So they'll be the heavy favourites to take home the title. And we had our qualifying yesterday, our Red Bull Ring qualifying, whilst the teams are also doing qualifying for the repechage. So that happened yesterday morning, and Vanquish Esports have qualified on pole position for the first race of the day. So they'll get the best seats in the house heading down towards turn 1, and they'll be favourites to come out on top here today. Alien Motorsports start today's race in second. They're the number 10 seed, and they amongst their ranks, they boast former world champion in the Manufacturers' Cup, Mehdi Hafidi. The Frenchman was snapped up after Euromaster Esports disbanded at the start of this year. So he'll be leading their team, and he'll be hoping for a good run. They start second today. Outplayed starting third. They're led by another former world champion, living legend of Gran Turismo, and current elite championship leader heading into the final events today, Valerio Gallo. He'll start in third with Outplayed, alongside a whole plethora of up-and-coming young Italian drivers such as Francesco Cervi as well. So they'll be ones to look out for. GT Spain 92 go from 4th. They've had a rough and tumble year thanks to the Renault Gran Turismo World Series scandal, which has swept the world of Gran Turismo in the past few months. But they've rebounded well, and led by the 17-year-old Nicolas Fontana from Italy, who also qualified for the elite competition yesterday. They managed to get their way up to 4th on the grid, and they'll be looking at a good start for today. Krakensteins are seeded second for this event, but they will start today's race in 5th. It's their highest ever finish in the MAC 25 Gaming Series rankings. They're a fairly not well-known team outside of Spain, but they've had a fantastic season. They won their first major title in MAC 25 Gaming, and they've had a spectacular year, well performed above expectations. They'll go from 5th today. Owls Esports probably have one of the most well-balanced teams in the MAC 25 gaming ecosystem. They might not have any Gran Turismo World Series drivers to boast, although Jaime Marti has run it close in the past few years. But 7 of their 9 drivers have won multiple MAC 25 races. What I'm essentially trying to say is, even if they fielded their B team, they'd be competitive. But they're here today. They start in 6th for this race, and alongside them will be Customs GT, who've been the absolute model of consistency in the MAC 25 ecosystem the past few years. They go from 7th today, having finished 7th, 6th, and 7th again in the last 3 years in the MAC 25 gaming ecosystem. So they'll be looking for slightly more improvement this year as they push for a first ever Pulpy title. Azteca Racing Motorsport will go from 8th today. They have had one of the biggest improvements in MAC 25 gaming over the past few years. put it like this. They barely qualified for Pulpy last year. They finished 31st in the main rankings, but they managed to bring it up to 4th seeded at the start of this year with a range of consistent performances, a first ever MAC 25 major title, and they're well within contention for today. They'll be confident that they can go forward and push for the title. They'll go from 8th in the first race of the day. 9th race is the Polish team Elite Racing Squad, and rounding out the top 10 are the reigning champions Avalon Motorsport. However, they're not quite the same team that they were last year. They're without Jose Serrano. He's now moved on to Falcons, the Saudi Arabian team. And they're also without Alex Lopez Morelos. So their 2 World Series drivers that helped them qualify to the title last season are no longer with them. They've got a slightly weaker team, but they were able to push it into a 9th seed and automatically qualify for the team's finals today. They will go from 10th. And then spots 11 to 14 are taken up by our 4 repechage teams that qualified from yesterday in order of how they finished in the repechage. So Team Monza Racing will start this race from 11th, and Axion will start from 12th. Jokers will start from 13th, and 14th place will be Reds Gaming. In terms of how the points work, we have 2 races today. Our first race is worth 15 points for the race winner, so similar to how the repechage worked yesterday, slightly lesser points for the win than you would in race 2. And then the second race of the day, the last one, the absolute barnstormer at Le Mans, is worth 25 points for the race win. So even if you don't have as great a race one here at the Red Bull Ring as you might expect, you're still well within contention of the title if you get a good result at Le Mans. And that race is going to be very difficult and unpredictable to call. So anyone's championship heading into the second race, but these teams will want to set themselves up for success early, set their stalls out here at the Red Bull Ring, and prove to us why they should be the new GT Pulpí champions. I'll hand back over to Flash to take us to the green flag as we start any minute now.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Finlay. And for all of you, just as a reference, who are joined us yesterday, thank you so much. Remember, we're here to support these drivers. We're here to support this event. This is a community-first event. It's been going for years. It's all about the community. It's all about supporting the drivers of all levels. And you, who are also a big part of that community in supporting these drivers, we want to reward that. And we have been given, at our discretion, the ability to give out some more prizes. So a little bit different today. We do have a prize that we can give out at any stage. It just really regards your participation. All you have to do is be here in the chat and answer a question when it occurs. And there's a fabulous prize on offer. I'm not going to tell you what that is just yet, but I will make you fully aware of what you will win when we have the visual images to represent that and support what we are given. But I can tell you it's absolutely fabulous. But all you have to do is stay tuned, like the stream, share it if you can, and when you're here, when the question is asked, the first person to give the correct answer, so you have to be in the stream at the time, first person to give the correct answer in the stream will win that prize. We'll collect your details at MAC 25 and we will send it out to you wherever that may be. So your participation today and support is greatly appreciated, and that's just a little bit of thanks from the organisers. On that note,
Can we take part, Flash?
I know what the prize is, and so do you. So I would very much like to take part, but I think that might be, I might be against the T's and C's. Speaking of which, we do have a little bit of an update on yesterday's. We have a little bit of time. I know that Team Monza Racing are just hearing a earpiece, are struggling to get into the lobby, so there's a little delay there on setting them up. But it gives us an opportunity to have a look at just a brief overview. We'll go into a little bit more depth before the races, but we saw some amazing racing yesterday in the Elite Championship. We had 2 races, Monza and Fuji. Fuji was just, if you haven't watched that race, even if you know the results, it's worthwhile going back and watching again. But ultimately, as we end up entering day 2, we've got Valerio Gallo, P1, an absolutely outstanding comeback from 14th place. He was last on lap 1 or 2. He made his way up to 6th, scoring himself some points, but more points on offer in the second race, which he duly won. Manu has been a real standout. He has come through the qualifications yesterday morning in the TT event at Goodwood in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Nürburgring Meister car. Followed by Antonio taking the checkered flag in race 1 at Monza. A dominant performance. He was looking very strong early on in the race, in race 2, having secured himself the lead for multiple laps. However, ultimately it was not to be, as the race order changed and the intermediates came on stronger towards the wets later on in the race. A couple of penalties handed out post-race, unfortunately. We know there was some lag, so we're not pointing fingers at any drivers for their actions, but ultimately penalties were given out to Mumu and to Deck. So that's Mikolaj Sedzjak and Jay Murphy have received penalties post-race, and this has led, unfortunately, to them dropping some positions. With that said, let's have a little look. I think they are opening the lobby for us now, so I'm just going to have a look to see. I think they're getting ready, is what I'm hearing. So Team Monza Racing have joined the lobby. You can see the lobby is set up as we get ready for our first race. Finley, what do you see happening here? I mean, we know that Vanquish Esports have been the favourites. We know they've brought a lineup that would terrify any esports competition, not just in EMEA, but globally. You've got 3 World Tour drivers there. You've got Constantino and Consta. You got Mumu, and you have Flores. We have our individual champion, Max Kroll. That is a force to be reckoned with. They've been dominant all season. They've qualified in P1. Do you think anyone can take it to them, and who do you think that could be?
Well, I mean, you rightfully point out Vanquish will be the runaway favourites for the title today, and they've got off to a fantastic start, qualifying on pole position in yesterday's qualifier. So you can't really fault their start, and you also can't really fault their team. But the thing is, these 10 teams, these 14 teams, all have a story to tell. The main thing with this event, they've all qualified off their own merit. They're not just here to make up the numbers, they're here to actually compete. And I especially want to point out a couple of teams, particularly Outplayed Racing, who I didn't think would qualify this far up. Yes, they have Valerio Gallo. He's obviously one of the greatest Gran Turismo drivers of all time. But it's been noted recently that a few of their drivers have left the team recently. There have been a few mix-ups in the hierarchy. Savit Alou has come in and done a fantastic job. He qualified for the individual event yesterday. Francesco Cervi qualified for the elite event. He's done a fantastic job here at Pulpí so far. So this event is really, for Outplayed, basically been where boys have become men. They've really come along recently, and they're really wanting to show their Alien Motorsport are this 10th seeded team, so the 10 teams in the top 10 from qualifying yesterday, they would have been the bottom favourites, have gone on pole. Well, they've stuck it in second, which is a fantastic result for them. Mehdi Hafidi amongst their ranks, but again, similar to what we thought with Outplayed, perhaps a slightly weaker back catalogue of drivers, but they've done really well to put it up into second. The repechage teams we watched yesterday, that's kind of given us an idea of how the bottom 4 teams might fare. Team Monza Racing won the repechage with a race win at Trail Mountain and second place at Dragon Trail. Team Monza Racing were the only team with Gran Turismo World Series drivers amongst their ranks yesterday, and they have 2 of them, Giorgio Mangano. And Giorgio Mangano knows this car well. He's drove this car many times in the Gran Turismo World Series, driving for Mazda in the Manufacturers' Cup for plenty of years past, so he'll know this car particularly well, and we'll look for Team Monza Racing to go forward, as well as one of the young phenoms of the World Series in recent years, Marco Busnelli. He's been a real person to watch in the past couple of years, and it'll be interesting to see how he progresses. Team Monza Racing in general have a very thorough team. You don't get anywhere in Pulpy without having a strong back catalogue of drivers, and to be able to win the repechage yesterday in an event where every pit stop you have to change your driver just shows the strength and depth that Monza have, as well as Annexion, who ran them close to the very end. Joker's E-Team and Reds Gaming may be slight outsiders compared to the 2 other repechage teams and the 10 at the front, but especially with that combination at the end at Le Mans, anything can happen. It's going to be an unpredictable weather, unpredictable tyre strategies. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't think you know what's going to happen either, Flash, but I'm hearing in my ear now that the race is starting soon, so I'll hand back to you to take us to the green flag.
Thanks very much, Finley. Yes, exciting times, and like we say, there's points on offer today. The leaderboard is reset with the 14 teams now in the final. 15 points for a race winner today, but 25 in the final, grand final at Le Mans later on this evening. And what that means is, Vanquish, they've won the league, they won the road to Pulpy. They qualified in P1 again and started on P1 on the grid. They could win this race, but if it all goes horribly wrong at Le Mans, which, given what we know about that race and what's due to come with it, it's it's not a guarantee that they're going to run away with this championship. It is wide open, I think. You know, Team Monza Racing last night, you know, they maybe didn't participate, maybe didn't have their lineup set as strongly as they would have liked throughout the whole season, but they came back with a vengeance. You can see them starting in P11, the first of our repechage qualifiers, followed by an excellent, some very close racing with them all day yesterday. And Team Monza Racing just really need to put themselves in amongst the points. Anything in the top 7 or top 6 would be enough for them to have a fighting chance at really stealing this title as a repechage qualifier. But it is the Red Bull Ring. Anything can happen here. We know it's one of the most frustrating tracks to drive. It's enjoyable, but with track limit penalties, anything can happen. Strategies can be changed. Strategies can be altered, and it's going to be all to play for. I'm going to be very, very interested to see what that means for our drivers. Just for those English speakers in the chat, of one of the mods can reference this when you're trying to follow the strategies. D is for hard tires because we're on the Spanish servers. I believe it is B is for soft tires and M for mediums. So if you see it's on B, soft tires, D, the hard tires, M for medium, and that way we'll be able to follow the race as best as we can. Keep an eye on fuel as well, but those multipliers are going to come in and be painful later on in the race. Refueling, remember, it times at 5 litres per second, so there will be an element of fuel saving. Remember, we've got 29 laps here. You're able to save a couple of percent a lap, do a stint for 7 or 8 laps, and all of a sudden you've saved yourself 15% off fuel. That will equate to 3 seconds of a jump in the pits. So these types of decisions can be made in regards to how they're using their gearing. Keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on the short shifting. Keep an eye on the coasting into the corners and how they protect that fuel, how they protect their tires as a tire saver, and what sort of strategies materialize as we work our way through the race. I'm very excited about this one. 29 laps. It always delivers at Red Bull Ring. And yeah, I'm just waiting for them to get underway and get this race started, as I'm sure you are at home. Again, a reminder, prizes on offer. Like and follow the stream if you can. Go over to the Instagram, get yourself followed there, and answer the questions for the Thrustmaster Ferrari headphones. But we have a different prize on offer available today, which we will announce at some point, not telling you when, at some point during the stream. I'm just getting some notes from the producer at this stage to make us aware if the race will in fact be kicking off or if we're having any more challenges with lobbies.
You'll see in the stream there, I think Alejandro is saying give it around 5 minutes to start. Alejandro Garnato, who's kind of running everything during this event. We're kind of being told one thing in our ear and then Alejandro's telling us another. We're being told the race is starting soon. Alejandro, in his usual laid-back fashion, is saying to give us around 5 minutes. So we're none the wiser as to when this race will be starting, but we'll try to bring it to you as soon as possible. But we're in two minds as to what could be happening right now, Flash. I don't have any idea. I'm not sure you do either.
No, I not only did I not have any idea in the strategy, I don't even know when the race will start, and that's part of the joy of the surprise of GT Pulpí. It just happens, and you have to go with it. But looking through the chat, we have a couple of very, very fast drivers have joined us. We have Jack Balding in chat. He will be one to look out for. Have to reference Jack Balding. He's been on the scene for quite some time. Came through the VQS system, progressed to the BS Comp Colts, has gone from strength to strength alongside some incredible teammates in Will Murdoch and Thomas Laboudele, who have progressed from Gran Turismo World Tour into iRacing. Jack Balding really leading the charge throughout multiple competitions, demonstrating his pace in the AMG Championship. Unfortunate technical challenges have led him there, but we really hope to see Jack fulfill his potential as of age of 18 next year, where he can qualify finally for GT World Series and maybe come to Pulpy. We also have VQS Lewis, who is teammates to our champion Max Kroll and our pole sitters Vanquish Esports. He has really progressed. Like a lot of our drivers who've moved from the pad to the wheel, he's made that transition over the last year and demonstrating some exceptional pace. But I can see we've got 2 minutes to lights out. Let us know in the chat, what do you think? Who do you think your money's on? What do you think's going to happen? What strategies do you have in plan? Let us know. Give us some guidance. We need your help because anything can and will happen in this race. And I think if you're a betting man, Finley Williams, who would you put your money on right now for the win?
Oh, it's difficult to call, and thank goodness I'm not a betting man, because otherwise I'd be well down in some of the I made from yesterday that haven't necessarily come true. However, I can't really see past Vanquish, as boring as that prediction is. You know, you look at the strength and depth of their lineup. Three of the best World Tour drivers around at the moment. Constantino making a fantastic return to competitive action the other day at Pulpí in the elite competition. He's still well within a chance of bringing home the overall title if he performs well later today in the two elite races that follow. And then you've got Floris Zimmermann, who Dutch driver, leader of this team, played in the individual competition yesterday, just missed out on a podium finish, but was extremely good given the qualifying situation he found himself in to go through the field and challenge for the podium and the win, eventually just falling short. But we look at Max Kroll as well, the German driver. Germany haven't really had kind of leading light in the Gran Turismo World Series and Gran Turismo in general since Miroslav Kravchenko, who's been around on the scene for quite a while now. So it's really refreshing to see some German influence coming through now. Max Kroll could be, he's so young, he's got tons of time left on his hands. I think if he keeps going in this current trajectory, we will comfortably see him on the World Series at some point in the not too distant future. He just missed out on it last year. I imagine he'll be looking back for a vengeance to take into it. And this year, with BMW or perhaps another manufacturer, but he'll be one to watch absolutely in the coming years as well. So Vanquish, just with the strength and depth of their lineup have, I don't see a way past it for any team if we're going off favourites, but anything can happen in Gran Turismo, as I say, so it'll be extremely interesting to see how the other teams bring them the challenge. But I'll hand over to Flash now because we are finally getting the green light to go racing. So Flash, take us to the grid and take us to the green flag here for race 1 in the team's finals at GT Pulpí 4.
Thanks very much, Finley. Yes, we're getting ready now, and it all comes down to that turn 3. You can see the red dot passing it as they line up on the grid. Hopefully we're going to get some telemetry as they get ready for the first race of the grand finals. The lights are ready, the drivers are ready, the teams are in the grid. They're counting down the lights now, 4, 5, and it is going to be lights out. And they are go. Vanquish Esports holding the outside line. Alien Esports on the left. OP filtering in. Going for an aggressive move on the inside of Alien Motorsport. Are they going to hold it? Vanquish clean through turn 1. But it's turn 3 that we're going to be looking for. This is where all the action happens. This is where all the drama happens. This is where the controversy can occur. But Vanquish seem to be holding enough of a gap. That is 8/10. Have they started on soft tires? Is that an early indication? But it's the chaos and carnage that can happen behind. Keep an eye on what materializes with these drivers as they bring it through turn 3. Cracking stains, get a little bit of contact from Elite Racing Squad as they bring it down through turn 3 into turn 4. The side-by-side action. Will we see anything at all to threaten the dominance of Vanquish Esports? It appears to me they have started on a softer compound of tires. It's telling me that Kraken are on D, which is for durable hard tire starters. Look at the tires as we filter through these different drivers. A lot of these different tire compounds will come into play as the field begins to fragment as we pull through lap 1. But it is Vanquish Esports who's opened up a 1.1 second gap. Alien Esports falling behind. They are on the medium tires, not even a soft compound. So what does that mean? That looks like it's pure pace. I need to see what Alien Motorsport and OP Racing and GT Spain are currently running on to see, is this a speed threat or is this a tactical advantage? We can see Alien are on the hard tires, so that gap will come down later on in the race. Finley, we're just finishing lap 1. What have you seen so far?
Well, fantastic start for Vanquish, and I think it's the ideal for them that Alien are starting on the hard compound. They've pulled away, they've got a gap in front, they've got clean air to work with, and with the strength and depth of their lineup, what they really need to do right now is just set consistent lap times, try and pull away that gap whilst they're on the mediums, try and make up for it, because they are going to have to run the hard tyre compound later on in this race. So for now, they just need to make as most of the mediums as possible, make as much time around them as possible, and pull away on those medium compound tyres whilst Alien are still on the hards. What are you seeing at the moment there?
Well, I've just kept an eye as we move down through Alien, OP and GT Spain. All 3 are running the hard tyres, so I imagine that they will figure that out by their entry and exit speed into the corners, that they're pretty much in the same strategy. It makes sense to have an early level of compliance amongst them. I don't imagine there will be much fighting amongst this group unless they have some justifiable reason to do so, but it doesn't make sense. Vanquish are the threat at this stage. They do not want to fight, they do not want to hand it to them on a platter, they do not want to make it easy for them to run away in clean air and take full advantage of that softer compound. I do not see anyone starting in softs. It appears to me, as we suspected, They're going to keep the soft tires for the later charge in the race, the lighter car. What are you seeing, Finlay? What do we miss?
They were just about in the grass there, Reds Gaming. They were all squiggling the exit of that turn there. They just about kept it out of the wall there. But it's not really a great start for that bottom 4 teams. They're all kind of in about each other. I think Jokers are kind of holding up more than they need to be. But Outplayed are right on the back of Alien. Alien harbouring pace right now. Yes, Vanquish have the mediums on in front, so there will be a pace disparity at the moment. But 2.1 seconds in 3 laps is not the ideal, and having Outplayed right on the back of you as to head up towards turn 3 at the top of the hill is not an ideal sight behind them either. Outplayed a bit further back remove than maybe they could have wanted. GT Spain 92 also 7/10 back on Outplayed themselves, so keep an eye on that as we head down the hill. Have Outplayed got a good exit? They're going to go side by side towards turn 5 there, down the hill. Is there enough gap? No, there's not quite. I think Alien are just going to hold on, but Outplayed really harrowing them for a move right now. Maybe they feel they have the pace to take the fight to Vanquish, try and close that gap, because if they're able to hold these pace on the hard compound tyres, just think how quick they're going to be on the mediums and softs later on down the line. The idea with running the hards now is getting rid of them as early as possible and then using all the raw pace on the softer compounds tyres throughout the race towards the back end, because Vanquish have the mediums. They're going to have to run the hards at some point. There's a penalty for GT Spain 92. Corner cutting penalty is on week for this event, and the penalty line is there, but it was a bit late towards the penalty line, so they'll serve their penalty next lap. But with Krakensteins right behind them, they are probably going to cede that position at current pace, so really not the ideal start for GT Spain 92, and they are starting to pull a bit back from Outplayed Racing as the gaps in the groups start to spread out. But it's Vanquish Esports clear in front as we start lap 4.
Yeah, and to your point, that we mentioned the penalties, they're still going to happen and they can impact. We had this pack of 4 running the hard tyres, working somewhat compliantly with each other. There was an alliance. They were not fighting the positions. We see there GT Spain running a little bit wide into 5th place. However, another penalty being delivered. But what does that mean for your strategy? Are we going to see some of these begin to alter their strategy with people in their ear from their teammates to suggest bringing in a lap or 2 early, let's regain some of that time, we'll make it up on the medium stint, we'll make it up on the softs? What does it mean if you lose the slipstream? Where does your fuel saving strategy go then, because you're going to be in an unprecedented territory where you have to rev it out or you're going to be under threat and lose position? But it seems to me that mediums and hards has been the way to go. Vanquish Esports, to my knowledge, is the only medium. I see Isles have started in the medium, so Isles Esports have started on the medium tyre. They're in 7th place, but they're not really making the progress through the field you would hope to have seen against those hard runners. So that's going to be a challenge for them, and something to keep an eye on as we see GT Spain come round to take their penalty. What impact will that have on their track position? What impact will that have on their strategy going forward? Finlay.
Well, GT Spain falling back, it was a really shoddy lap there from them as well. It was really poor in general. They have managed to just about keep it ahead of Elite Racing Squad and Owls, but they're absolutely harbouring pace to Krakensteins in front. And you make the point, Flash. Owls currently starting on the mediums. They started this race in 6th. They've actually fallen back from the race start, and they're right behind the Elite Racing Squad now in this group of 4. If they can just get past GT Spain 92, who look to kind of be the bottleneck for these 3 teams behind, the Elite Racing Squad, Owls and Customs GT, as we go on board with Owls, they really need to make the most of these medium compound tyres now. They're too far back for a move heading into turn 3 on Elite Racing Squad as they turn in all the way. Very aggressive turn in on the mediums, riding the sausage curb on the exit, but they're really not making the pace they wanted on these mediums. They've harboured a lot of time through that turn 3 sequence there. It didn't look nice, and that's given Elite Racing Squad a bit of space to try and maybe launch a move on GT Spain 92, but has also put Owls right into the clutches of Customs GT behind, so it's still very much all to play for here, but Owls really on the back foot here. They really want to be getting past these hard runners as quickly as possible whilst they're on the mediums, making the most of the softer compound whilst they can, but it's just not working out for them. Meantime, further up the front, Krakensteins have closed the gap between Outplayed and Alien. Alien's still holding up the Italian team a bit more than they would have wanted, and that's allowed Vanquish to pull even further away now. They're 6 seconds ahead of Krakenstein, so they'll be about 5 or 4 seconds ahead of Vanquish. They're cruising right at the front at the moment. The decision to run the mediums early on might be an inspired one. The pit loss is about 20 seconds, so they will need to keep pulling away at that pace for a few more laps to be able to make it up. It would be quite impressive if they could make that pit deficit up this early, but it all seems to be in Vanquish Esports' hands right now. But the telltale sign later on down the line is when they run the hards, how much time are they going to lose? As there's a penalty for Vanquish cutting corners on the exit of turn 1, the other team's too far behind for that to make a significant impact.
But is that going to be enough, Finley? Is that going to be enough? You know, we see there's a gap. We saw it yesterday in the teams event. We saw leadership take charge. We saw Team Monza Racing get this incredible gap, and unfortunately it wasn't enough. Starting on the softer compound performing much better later in the race. They're gaining a second a lap on average. They finished lap 5, going into lap 6, 5 seconds gap. They've got a half-second penalty. That's going to cost them a second. That means an entire lap of gain on the softer compound is gone instantly. So is this enough? Whilst we do see a gap, is it enough? Are they progressing at the rate they were hoping to see with the full fuel load, with the medium tyres on cold, and with giving an element of slipstream for half a lap on lap 1? I'm not too sure. Again, we haven't got these figured out. We haven't run the numbers, but I'm sure Vanquish will, and they'll be looking to track along as that delta comes down. As you can see, they've just served their penalty. They haven't really gained anything on that lap. It's still sitting at low 5 seconds. So Alien Motorsport, I think a point worth noting for yourselves and for our viewers is we don't know exactly which driver is in the car, and that's by design. The rules and regulations state that they do not have to determine exactly which driver in which order. They can choose it at any given moment within the race. However, you can see the likes of Mehdi Hafidi, as you said, recently joined Alien Motorsport, making the charge in the hard tyres. What order do they put their best drivers in? What order? Who's been practicing on which tyre and when? And I think that's going to be it's going to prove very, very pertinent as we come into the pit window stages, which I think is lap 7 or 8 within this race, and see how these gaps begin to close down later on into the second phase of the race.
Austin is moving up 7th there, shuffling an elite race. Of turn 3, are Elite going to start fighting back into turn 4? No, not quite. They can't quite get the gap there. They do go into the grass a bit. Custom seems to be harbouring time, and that's inviting the lights to the forefront of this battle for 7th at the moment, but it's also giving Owls a lot more breathing space. They're kind of in a group of their own at the moment, 1.5 seconds clear of Elite at the front. But the point you make, Flash, is very interesting, and I think what we're really seeing here is, yes, there's a gap. It's not exactly a sizable one for given the tyre disparity. Pit loss is about 24 seconds, so they're going to do very well to make that gap up by the time they come in first stop. They will come in slightly earlier than the other teams, we do expect, but the telltale sign is going to be later on in this race when Van run the hard tyre compound like they're required. How much time is this good pace from Vanquish at the front, or is this 5-second gap a mirage when they start to run the hard tyre compounds? If Alien can run more than a second a lap quicker than Vanquish now when they're running the softer tyre compounds, they'll all of a sudden be in the ascendancy. Whilst they might not be on the track itself, they'll close the gap to Vanquish really quickly. Looking at the back at the moment, Reds Gaming and Azteca having a horrible start to this race. The number 4 seeds, I might remind you, in this competition, they're all the way back in 12th. It's not the ideal start for them at all. But a move at the back of the field, and how ironic is this? We saw these two teams at the very front of the repechage yesterday. Anexion and Team Monza Racing, they're now battling for 13th and 14th at the back as GT Spain 92 pick up another penalty. They're still 1.2 seconds clear of Owls, so they have done a good job of pulling away that gap. But one thing you can't afford to do in this high level of competitive Gran Turismo is to keep picking up the corner cutting penalties, because as you keep accumulating them with the skill that these drivers have, they'll close the gap really quickly. So the penalty line is coming up here for GT Spain 92. They'll serve their penalty. I reckon they'll just about stay ahead, because after the penalty is served, lucky enough it's really close to that sweeping right-hander towards the end of the lap, so they don't harbour too much time before the next turn. So it is quite a lenient penalty zone for a track like this, but GT Spain 92 with a penalty there, and they'll put them right back into the clutches of Owls Esports as we start lap 9.
Yeah, well, we're really beginning to see, you know, the pedigree of Alien Motorsport and the drivers of OP, Outplayed Racing. Krakenstein's a formidable team in their own right across the league all year round. I believe our P2 qualifier throughout the league, our P2 seed, should I say, but just falling off the pace a little bit now. There's a 2-second gap opening, so I mean, the three teams that we have to keep our eyes on right now is Vanquish's pace enough? Is it enough on the medium compound? Is that gap large enough? Which we're seeing is the upper 6 to almost 7 seconds at this stage, but only through 9 laps. Are those medium tires beginning to fall off? We did mention the hard tire is the most predictable. Obviously.
Oh, there's a car around at the back. Sorry to interrupt. There's a car around at the back. Not quite sure who that was, but there is a car that's fallen quite some way back there. I think it might be Joker's actually, because they were pushing for 7th at the front, and now Anexion and Team Monza Racing are right behind them. Anexion pull to the right-hand side. They go all the way around into turn 4. Joker's holding the inside line as tight as they possibly can here. They just about hold on. There's contact. Anexion are off. Jokers and Anexion come to blows at the exit of turn 4, and Jokers, having crashed at the end of turn 3 and spun at the end of turn 3, they've now put Anexion out, and it's gone from bad to worse for the number 2 qualified team from the repechage yesterday. They now have so much ground to make up there, but it's really tight. We see it so often in Formula 1 and other motorsport teams that come here, the likes of DTM, how much of a bottleneck that turn 4 section can be, how many drivers come to blows there, and that's just another example. But it's Anexion who have come off the worst, and what a disaster start to the first race of a team's final for the 2nd qualified team from the repechage.
Well, I can actually see, I've just looked over to our colleagues and I've just got the notification. It is, in fact, Mumu is the Vanquish driver at the moment in the seat. And I do believe it may in fact be Mehdi Hafidi in the seat for Alien. So that is two Trojan horses, two dominant drivers going at it. The 2 drivers for the last 2 years in the Nissan GTR going head to head as Alien chase down Vanquish Esports. How is this going to materialize? We did expect to see a pit. We do know that they have to use all 3 tires. So what does that mean for the likes of Vanquish going 10 laps? It seems to me that, you know, if we have 10 laps in the hards from Alien, OP, Kraken and GT Spain, we've got 10 laps on the mediums from Vanquish, and we're suggesting, what, 5, 6, 7, maybe even 8 laps on the softs. Are they looking for an incredibly short, hard stint to finish off the race? Are they looking to create that clean air gap with all their softer compounds first, bucking the trend of using the softer compounds at the end of the race, and actually just create enough of a gap where no one is a threat to them at the end? All that will be revealed, but we need to see what happens in that first pit window as GT Spain come round to finish off lap number 10 and try and close that gap down to the other hard runners in Krakenstein's OP Racing and Alien Motorsports. It's all to play for as we enter in to the 2nd third of this race.
Yeah, Owls have just come into the pit lane, so first pitters off of the medium tyres at the end of lap 10 for Owls. We did chat to one of their drivers, Alfredo Alonso, MR Alf, one of our good friends who's helped us throughout this event quite a bit, and he was the one that came up with the strategy for perhaps going 11 on the mediums to start. So Owls trying to perhaps make the undercut, what we perhaps might see some of the medium and potentially even hard compound runners coming in at the end of this lap if Alfredo Alonso's strategy guide is to be believed. So 11 laps on the mediums is what he was suggesting. Will be interesting to see how many drivers and how many teams come in at the end of this lap to try and cover off the undercut from Owls, or whether some would like to try and extend as there's a big slide for GT Spain 92. Oh my goodness, turn 4. What an absolute bomb site this has been so far. They just about managed to keep it on the track, but they're now 4.4 seconds back from Krakensteins, and they brought Customs GT right into the clutches there. Krakensteins with a bit more breathing room to try and make the cut back to Alien Motorsport and Outplayed Racing. So we see our first pitters off of the medium tyres. It's our race leaders, Mikolaj Seziak, at the helm of the Vanquish Esports car. He's pulled into the pit lane at the end of lap 11, like we expected. And could this be the start of the teams coming in for their first stops of this race?
Yeah, well, we can see that the 11 mediums, 11 hards is potentially what they're doing. And we can see Vanquish, OP, Elite Racing all in now alongside them, GT Spain, making their first pit stops. And now it's a game of, did Vanquish do enough? Did they create enough of a gap? They're going to go on to a potentially a harder compound now. I can't see them making the move onto the softs at this stage, but they're maybe going to run their hard stint. Or do they run the soft stint now? Do they try and gap further, or is the risk too much of hitting traffic? And they are on the soft tires.
Big call from Vanquish.
Yeah, they've gone for the alternative strategy. So it's what I suggested before. I think they're just trying to create the gap as big as possible. They want the biggest gap as possible, the clean air, no fighting, no battling, no one ahead of them, no one behind them, and to control and dominate this race from start to finish. They will be finishing on the hard tires on a lighter car. Who will take that seat in that final stint? That's going to be a lot of pressure. You're going to have some very, very fast drivers bearing down on them on the soft compound tires, but there's going to be some crossover. That's maybe what they're banking on. Have they been working? We know these drivers and these teams have had access to these individual combinations for weeks and months now. They've planned out their strategy. Have they worked out that the soft tire and its wear and tire wear in the last remaining laps has a crossover effect with the hard tire that makes it negligible in terms of pace? We'll find out as Alien Motorsport and Kraken Stains and Customs now come in to finish off their hard stint. What tire options will they go for?
Yeah, it's really interesting to see here, and also Vanquish running those soft compound tires. You'll see there, they've got so much clean air for their outlap, and they'll come out in front of these other teams in front. I'd imagine if their outlap's been good enough, they come off the exit to start lap 13. But Vanquish Esports with a really bold strategy here. How long are they going to extend the soft stint for? We reckon about 7 laps would be the maximum on the softs. We mentioned in your start of your strategy guide flash that the softs wear off really quickly around this track, and look at that on the tyre deck already. It's just been an outlap for them, and they're already there's a significant chunk out. Kraken Stains GT also opting for the softs as well, and they've come out the pit lane ahead of Alien and Outplayed, so that suggests to me they might have underfueled as well. So it'll be interesting to see strategy options there for Kraken Stains. Owls Esports are yet to pit. They started on the mediums, and Alien and Outplayed just behind, but Kraken Stains perhaps underfueling there to try and get some clean air and close the gap to Vanquish. But Vanquish pulling away on those soft compound tires, trying to make up a gap, trying to extend that soft stint as possible, but the damage will really come later on when the majority of teams put on the softs and Vanquish have to run to the end of the race on mediums, because there's a big slide for Customs on the X.
This race now has the pace has been set from the various different drivers as they've done a driver swap. I think, you know, we're not seeing a lot of that side by side and close racing that we got yesterday in yesterday's race, but what we're seeing is strategy, and we're seeing various different strategies, and what that tells me is that it's all going to come together at the end. Whilst it may look very spread out, very fragmented now, to me that's just the precipice of this thing coming to the boil, and I think it's going to hit a boiling point somewhere around lap 25-26 as the hard and softer compounds begin to do battle, as the deltas are looked at and begin to come down. We can get an indication as to how many laps it will take to close in on those leading drivers. But it's Vanquish Esports with an 11.5 second gap from Kraken Stains and Owls Esports. Owls Esports moving themselves up to third. Owls Esports have actually gone for a similar strategy to Vanquish, taking the medium tire for their first stint, and now on the soft tire. They've picked up a penalty, but they have gone quickest in sector 1. They are the fastest lap holder at the minute. Remember, 2 bonus points for the fastest lap. Hopefully they can mitigate some of the time lost here, but that will certainly impact a very important soft strategy.
Bit too close for a move into turn 4 for Owls Esports, as they're very wide on the exit into the sand, and that potential move there off for now, and they will have to serve their penalty after these next couple of corners, so they will drop a bit further back. That little incident on the exit of 4 has put them a second point 1 back with the penalty still to be served, so that will buy Kraken Stains a bit more time in front. Kraken Stains also running the soft compound, so I think all 3 of the top 3 teams doing this similar strategy to Vanquish, making up all the time now and taking hit at the end of the race if they can hold off from the likes of Alien and Outplayed, if they can hold off from them on the hard compound tires with the gap they've pulled. But Vanquish now about 12 seconds clear at the very front of the field. It's all going very well for them at the moment. The pace looks to be sound, but they're going to pay the price on the hard compound tires towards the end of this race. So it's about how well they can run on those compound, and it's also about how well they can get the elbows out if they need to come the end of this race, because that's what it's going to come down to. As Owls, another big slide on the exit of turn 1. This is a very ropey stint for Owls at the moment. They were right on the back of Kraken Stains, now 1.2 seconds back, and they're making mistakes left, right and centre. Whoever's at the wheel of that Owls machine right now just needs to calm down and get their head head back in the game because they are struggling out there at the moment. Alien Motorsport on the medium compound tyres in no man's land at the moment. They are under the hunt from outplayed. They've pulled a 1.4 second gap from them to their credit. You mentioned Flash that you've heard from producers. There was Mehdi Hafidi running the first stint, so that's their starman having gone. So it's another driver in front of the Alien machine right now. We don't know who it is. You guys at home don't know. The only people that do are the guys out at Pulpí right now. So unfortunately, we can't bring that to you unless we ask the producers very nicely. But GT Spain 92, it's a new stint for them, and yet they're still picking up penalties. It's a new driver at the front, but they're still picking up penalties. So it's just going from bad to worse for them. If they hadn't picked up so many penalties, they could have been up there without playing an Alien and fighting on that main strategy that we expect drivers to be running. But Vanquish 12.7 seconds clear at the front. It's all looking like Vanquish's right now, but still yet to pit onto those hard compound tyres. And when the rest of the teams at the front run those softer compounds, that could be where push comes to shove, and that could be where crunch time occurs.
Yeah, well, we know that Kraken started on the hard tyres. I believe they're on the mediums. They're going to have a soft tyre for 7 laps to the end, but 12 laps, I think maybe Vanquish this is looking very promising for Vanquish, because if they're getting 13 seconds with maybe 7 or 8 laps to hold off a chasing softer tyre, it looks to me like could potentially be enough at this stage, but anything can happen. Penalties can happen. We've seen those can be collected lap after lap, corner after corner almost, and ultimately the whole landscape of the race can change in an instant with any incidents on track. But I'm just having a look now. We can see some of our qualifiers and reportage yesterday. Reds Gaming just making their way up through the field. They're on their medium stint now. Good to see those drivers, Team Monza and Nexion, doing their very best efforts amongst some of the fastest drivers in the world. But it is Vanquish Esports who still lead this race, and if push comes to shove, I think it's looking like Kraken Stains or potentially OP Racing just working away in the background that can bring this fight to them in the later laps of the race.
100%, and I wouldn't discount Alien out either. Alien and Outplayed both running the same strategy on those medium compound tyres as well with their second stint, and they'll have those soft tyres in the back pocket for the last stint of this race. It'll be interesting to see how well they come in. We reckon, given the significant tyre drag from the soft compound tyres, particularly on this combination, 7 laps is about the maximum you could really do to stay competitive. So it'll be interesting to see how close, maybe lap 22, 23, 21 even, drivers start to come in on this strategy, switch to the softs, and then go to the end of the race. Turn 1 has really been an issue for some of these teams today. You're seeing Outplayed having all kinds of issues through the first corner up the hill. It's a very difficult sequence of corners to come through. They're very tight on exit, very easy to pick up penalties if you run out too far wide. And talking of penalties, Kraken Stains, who are on the soft compound tyres, I believe, if you look at that there, so that's very interesting. On the softs, they'll have to run, I believe, mediums at the end of this race.
Mediums, it's an odd mix to take the. Yeah, okay. So again, we've got a third different strategy there. So we've got essentially Alien and Outplayed on the starting on the hards, going on to the mediums, and looking to finish on the softs. We have Kraken starting on the hards, going to the softs to finish on mediums, and Vanquish and P1 starting on the mediums, moving to softs to build up the gap with the softer compounds to finish on the harder tyre. But that gap hasn't moved, the 13.5 seconds, so essentially Kraken have been matching the pace of the Vanquish drivers but not closing in any capacity.
They expect Alves to come in any moment now, and indeed they do. The fuel warning light on those front tyres taking an absolute beating here at the Red Bull Ring as they come in very early for their last stop, lap 17 of 29. I believe they might be going onto the hard compound tyres for the final stint of this race as they started on the medium, so it'll be hard to the end for Owls, and that could be game over for them because quite a few teams ahead of them are going to be running softer compound tyres, so that might be Owls' chance of a race win out given how early they're pitting compared to the rest of the teammates. But that does lead to an omen of expecting maybe Vanquish and Kraken Stains to come in at the end of this lap, or perhaps in a couple of laps time for their final stint. Kraken will have the tyre compound advantage, but they'll have 14.8 seconds to pull back if the fuel rate is similar for both teams for the final stint of this race. It'll be Vanquish on the mediums, Vanquish on the hards, Kraken Stains on the mediums, but then Alien and Outplayed behind. Don't discount them either. because they'll be running the soft compound tyres once they come in for their final stint of this race, but expect them to come in a bit later on. Around about lap 22, we're expecting for the 3rd and 4th place teams to come in, bolt on the softs and set after Krakensteins and Vanquish for the race win here at the Rebel Ring. It's all coming together, but it looks to be those top 14 at the front fighting out for the race win on varying strategies. What an exciting race we have coming up for the climax of this one.
Yeah, we've got Vanquish now coming in the softs. We're going to go on to the hard tyres for those 11 laps, but if you look at the delta, 15 seconds to Kraken, a 5-second gap, that's 20 seconds to the chasing pack on the mediums in Alien Motorsport and Outplayed Racing. They're going to be in the mediums versus the hard tyre. That should be about a second a lap difference for 4 laps. That's going to bring it down to 4 seconds. The softs versus the hards in the last 7 laps. Can we see 20 seconds of a gap being displaced over 11 laps across 2 different tyre compounds? I'm not too sure. If that. I think Vanquish may have done enough here to hold and maintain a lead to at least have a few seconds, but it can change. And we can see Alien and Outplayed are going to go side by side. There's a little bit of battling here. This is not what they want as chasing pack. They're actually fighting for track position this early in the race. Medium tyres for GT Spain. We got OP Racing and Alien Motorsport. This is potentially going to be well, OP have got a penalty. They ran a little bit wide in turn 3 there. They're going for the move again, but this is playing right into the hands of Vanquish Esports. They're loving this now. They're licking their lips and saying, fight away, keep fighting. That's a big send from the GT Spain driver. A huge send, in turn 4. OP Racing are going to be disconnected. Maybe they're going to have to change their strategy a little bit. They will certainly be out of slipstream once Alien Motorsport and GT Spain bring it round to finish off lap 19. But there's a lot of action now. You can see they're certainly not resting on their laurels. They are not willing to give it up. But it is a concern for their positions for the win. But certainly the track position is of the utmost importance right now to dictate the strategy and make their moves going forward. Very, very wide for GT Spain. Very wide. And we can see that's maybe brought OP Racing back into the fray, having served their penalty. These 3 racers now are fighting the bit out, chomping at the bit. I believe they think it's themselves for that podium position. And Vanquish Esports are loving this. These drivers will have to come in for their final pit stop in a matter of maybe 2 or 3 laps time, and that's going to change the entire shape of this race. What do you see going into the final third of this race, Finlay?
Absolute testament, by the way, I must say, to GT Spain 92 getting right back in amongst it from Alien and Outplayed. They were quite some way back from that battle at the start of this stint, but they worked their way back up nicely, and very bold moves from them through that last lap there. As you see Avalon and Azteca going side by side here, heading up the hill towards turn 3. Azteca have the inside line. Can Avalon defend? They'll be side by side into turn 3, into the braking zone, down to first gear, round the outside. Can Avalon hold it? Great effort from Avalon to hold it, but they'll be shuffled out wide and they'll have the outside line for the next braking zone down at turn 5 as well. Avalon tucking into the slipstream, giving the position to Azteca momentarily. Azteca hard defending the inside here, both on the same strategy, I believe, on the mediums in this second stint. It'll be Azteca holding the inside. Avalon will look for the switchback, but it's not there. Neatly defended by Azteca. Very good textbook from them to hold 6th position for now from Avalon, but Avalon looking particularly racy at the moment. What I was going to say is GT Spain 92, would you have really gone for that move on the penultimate corner of the lap if you're GT Spain 92, risking running wide for the position when you could easily hold on and look a move into turn 1 or turn 3? Is really not a great overtaking zone, those final 2 sequences of corners, but perhaps when the pressure gets to you, strange things can happen. You can become a different driver altogether. And similarly, GT Spain 92 right on the back of Alien heading towards turn 1, but this time they perhaps do the sensible thing, back off and look for a move into turn 3, and that's right there because Alien very tetchy on the exit of turn 1. The pressure's getting to them. They're going to go side by side up the hill for the provisional race lead. These 3 teams still yet to bolt soft tyres on, and GT Spain 92 who have the move done before the braking zone. They inherit the preliminary race lead, but they still need to come through the pit lane. But all this racing, as you mentioned, is playing into the hands of Vanquish, but I'm not sure these 3 teams care. I think these 3 teams, GT Spain 92, Alien and Outplayed, think this is the battle for the 3rd and final podium spot.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, I can see that Outplayed have just sat back and watched what's going on. I'm really quite shocked at what I'm seeing here, that they have battled this hard, knowing that this is going into their final stint. I did think there would be certainly a lot more of a gentleman's agreement that we'll start it out at the end. Let's focus on our race lead, but one of them, it only takes one in a chasing pack to make the decision. I might hear for myself, this is the best that we're going to do. We're not catching the driver or team ahead, and this is the battle that we're now having. And once that decision is made by one driver in the pack, that becomes the decision for every driver. As we can see, GT Spain have opened that gap. OP Racing going for the move on Alien Motorsport into the final corner. Do they get it done? They couldn't get it done that time, but again, that's playing the GT Spain's hands. They now have the clean air, and they now have a 1.2 second gap heading into the turn 1 of lap 22 as they will be coming in. It surely must be their in lap at this stage, which puts GT Spain in prime position to go onto those soft tires and race it to the end. Will it be a battle? Will they be able to rein in Vanquish Esports here, sitting in 10th place and just coasting and cruising on that hard tire behind Team Monza and behind the drivers of Reds Gaming? But is, even on the hard tire, the pedigree, the caliber, the quality of the drivers that are on force for Vanquish, it wouldn't be unreasonable to suggest that they could be even faster than these teams on a harder compound. And the two drivers ahead are beginning to fight. This is not ideal for Vanquish. We got some runners here in the same race, sharing the same track, but they're not in the same race as Vanquish. As they go side by side, this is not good for Vanquish Esports. They want to get past and clear this. Their strategy was predicated on getting the early gap, securing that gap to the end and running the hard tires. They were not planning on two also-rans drivers in Team Monza and Reds Gaming, our qualifiers from Repechage, fighting with each other so late in the race. They want to get past, they want to get clear, they want to make sure they have that clean air to take them to the line and maintain that gap so well built up over the first two stints of the race.
Fantastic racing here. As you say, Vanquish really being held up by these two teams here. They may be sharing the same piece of time, but they're not in the same race right now, so we'll see how that develops later on. Keep an eye on that on the leaderboard. Team Monza Racing currently in 8th, battling with Vanquish. We'll see how quickly they can get through. Meanwhile, the fuel warning light is on for the teams in the front running this stint, so expect them to come in. We said lap 22 would be when they would come in, so expect that to happen now. Avalon are in the medium compound tires right to the end of their field, well measured by the team at Avalon to get down to precisely 0 by the time they come in for their pit stop. So Avalon, the early jumpers, to go on to their first stint. Expect GT Spain outplayed and Alien to follow that, perhaps at the start of this lap 23, perhaps going slightly shorter on the soft compound tires to get the full benefit of them. Don't want to see them worn by the end of this race, as Team Monza Racing very wide on the exit of turn 1. That can invite Vanquish on. They need to get this move done as quickly as possible. They need to get some clean air in front. Team Monza Racing 7 seconds behind Azteca. There's so much clean air for them. We'll see how that develops. But Alien Motorsport and Outplayed Racing battling for second right now. All this is playing into the hands of GT Spain 92. Look how clear they are of the two teams behind. Alien all over the straight. There's contact between the two. Alien really harbouring time here. Outplayed getting very impatient. Could we see a move towards the end of this lap here, or will Outplayed look to jump them in the pit lane? But look at the fuel. They must be coming in at the end of this lap. The tyres are begging for mercy as we head through the final two corners of this lap 23 here. Outplayed are going to look for an inside line on Alien up into the
That's a big send.
Alien don't fight it too much. Great move from Outplayed, and they pull into the pit lane at the end of lap 23, as do GT Spain and Alien Motorsport, staying out for one more lap. Flash
staying out for one more lap. I don't know if that's the move. I mean, it looks like they do have the additional, maybe they have saw that, you know, the final lap on the softs is going to be too much. There's too much time lost. All of these teams will have run this scenario multiple times under these conditions. They will know how much time is lost in those final laps of the softs with tire degradation being so aggressive at times 8. They will have worked it out, and maybe this is the move for them to go for an overcut and have the tires later on the race. But it's Vanquish Esports here going to come through. They're going to come through for lap 24, and they should be taking the lead as it is on track when Alien Motorsports come in to make their pit. But I don't know. This is our true gap now. 10, what's that going to be? 10 seconds, 11 seconds, 10.5 seconds with 5 laps remaining. It's going to be a hard runner versus a soft runner. Is there 2 seconds a lap in these tires? Is there 2 seconds a lap in the hards versus the softs? What does that mean, Finlay? What do you think is going to happen? Let us know in chat. Do you think there's going to be enough time, enough laps to make up that delta? Because it's GT Spain now with no threat behind them, taking the racing line on soft tires with a race to the end with Vanquish Esports in the lead on the hard tires, a 10-second gap. It's all to play for at this stage of the race.
This is all going to come to a fantastic crescendo in the closing laps of this one. Vanquish Esports do have that clean air in front of them behind Alien, who are still yet to come into the pit lane. Alien and fuel save quite a bit. They do come in at the end of this lap though, so Vanquish Esports with the 24-second pit loss here at the Bullring will cycle through to take the lead of this race. Alien will be involved in the battle as well, don't forget them either. But for GT Spain 92 with a 10-second gap with 5 laps left, you're right, 2 seconds a lap. I reckon it can be done. 2 seconds a lap doesn't seem like an unreasonable amount given. It's hard to soft. It's not hard to medium. It's not medium to soft. It's a whole 2 compound of tyres difference between Vanquish and the rest of the runners. So Vanquish really going to be coming under some pressure in the final stint now as GT Spain 92 a bit wide on the exit of that final turn there. Remember, penalties are on weak for shortcuts, so they do need to keep an eye on making sure all 4 tyres are not off the track as Alien bolt the soft compound tyres and start their final stint a couple of laps later than the rest of the soft compound runners. That does mean there'll be cold tyres for them earlier on. They do come out ahead of Outplayed, but they'll have the cold tyres, but it means there'll be less warm towards the end of the race, so if they can stick with GT Spain 92, Kraken Stains and Outplayed, then they have a shot as well. But a side-by-side action, Outplayed with a half-second penalty, managing to get past Alien on those colder tyres. Move them is done before sequence and away from Alien, half a second now at the exit of turn 3. But all this is coming to a fantastic crescendo at the end of this race.
Yeah, and to your point, Finlay, it is coming that crescendo. We called it earlier. It looked like there was a little bit of a lull in the action as the cars were all fragmented across the track, but we did say this is going to come together. They're running their strategies, their fuel saving, their tire saving. They are sticking to their individual plans, and it's Vanquish Esports who seems to have executed best on their plan. There is no 2.5 second gain per lap. It isn't happening for GT Spain. They're coming in at around about a second of gain per lap. Vanquish have done an outstanding job. They've built the early gap. They've kept it nice and safe. A boring race in first position is a great race. We've heard many a racing driver say that, and that's exactly the strategy that Vanquish Esports have taken. They've been dominant from the start, and they're maintaining a 9-second gap. It's not going to be enough, it seems, without any form of drama, but GT Spain are 2.5 second gap to Kraken Stains, a 2.5 second to Outplayed Racing. That's looking like our podium seats for the moment, but anything can happen, anything can change. And once these soft tyres begin to fall off, once the fuel becomes a factor in the end, then obviously we may see Alien Motorsport with that late pit and the fresher softs come into play. They could make a play for OP Racing and Kraken Stains. Penalties can change the dynamic of this race. It isn't over yet. I'm very excited to see these last few laps, Finlay.
Absolutely not, but yes, Vanquish, we said early race, do they have the pace on those medium and soft compound tyres compared to the rest around them that ran on the harder compounds? We didn't know the answer. Yes, they pulled away, but we know if those gaps were quick enough, were long enough to be able to hold it towards the end of this race. Well, the answer for now, penalties and incidents pending obviously, is looking like a decisive yes for Vanquish Esports. They've led this race from start to finish apart from the pit stop sequences. They started from pole, they pulled away on the mediums when everyone else was on the hards, went onto the softs, gambled on the second stint, and they're really cashing in here with the race lead at the moment, and it's looking like GT Spain 92 at their current pace aren't going to catch them. Customs GT and Owls Esports both serving penalties, a full second penalty for Owls. They're in 7th at the moment, Customs in 6th, but that does give Alien a bit more of a breathing space, less pressure from Customs and Owls behind on those fresher tyres with more fuel to try and close the gap. The car is going to be slightly heavier with more fuel, but those tyres, they'll feel the benefit of them as Kraken Stains pick up a half-second penalty, and if that isn't motivation for Outplayed Racing to put in a hell of a lap here, I don't know what is, because half a second penalty isn't really a half-second penalty. It's half a second of slow down and then having to get back up to speed, and Outplayed are now only a second back off Kraken Stains. This fight for the final podium spot could be going right to the end.
Well, remember, Kraken Stains did their soft stint.
Keep their nose clean and avoid picking up any penalties. Meanwhile, go on.
So Kraken Stains did their soft stint in the middle. They're not on the same tyres. They're finishing on the medium tyres. OP Racing are on the softs. This is the perfect opportunity. I don't know that it's in Kraken's interest to really fight this too hard. They're looking at points. Maybe let OP Racing by. Maybe try and retain some of their slipstream, because the fight for them is going to be against Alien Motorsport. Or, with 2 laps remaining, do they just fight the bit out and try and fight tooth and nail for every single corner? I'm not sure exactly which plan they're going to adopt, but you can see already OP Racing are right on them. It should be an easy pass with half a second. There shouldn't be much contention of defence put up from Kraken Stains. into the penultimate corner of this race as OP Racing go up into P3. It'll be themselves in P3, GT Spain in P2, Vanquish in P1. Vanquish the hard runners, GT Spain, OP Racing, soft runners, followed by the medium runners in Krakensteins. P5, Alien Motorsport did the overcut, will have the fresher compound off softs. We'll have that for the final 2 laps, but is it too little too late? Have they left it too late? Was the overcut the option to take, given they're going to have traffic, given they're going to have defense and resistance from the medium runner in Krakensteins? That seems to me to be the battle to watch. Mediums and Krakensteins, fresh softs from Alien Motorsports as we go into our final 2 laps of this first final race of our Teams Championship in GT Pulpí 2025.
Absolutely, it's been a thrilling end to this race in the midfield here. Vanquish Esports look to be cantering towards victory in the first race of this event, take the maximum 15 points. It'll be Owls Esports by the looks of things who will take home the 2 bonus fastest lap points as the tyres begin to wear out and the likelihood of a fastest lap becomes lesser and lesser. But Vanquish Esports 7.5 seconds clear of GT Spain 92, but that battle for 4th is really the one of interest. Krakensteins a couple of seconds in hand on Alien, but Alien on the fresher softs, Kraken on the slightly more worn mediums. Outplayed, didn't have much issue getting by them. If Kraken keep picking up penalties, this could play right into the hands of Alien. And let's not forget Customs GT either. They're keeping quite close to Alien behind. You'll see them in the mini map there, saying that they're a couple of seconds back themselves. 1.5 seconds back is now the gap between Alien and Krakensteins. Krakensteins doing a commendable job. They're only 1.2 seconds back on Outplayed, and they're about half a second back at the start of this lap. So they have kept the gap as close as they can with the tyre disparity as we begin the final lap of racing here at the Red Bull Ring. It's gone by so quickly. Vanquish Esports look to have this one sewn up, but keep an eye on the midfield. That battle for 4th could come to a crescendo in the final lap of racing here at the Red Bull Ring.
Yeah, final lap. Thanks very much, Finlay. Vanquish Esports well in that final lap. GT Spain both have run their according strategies to plan, it appears. I'm sure GT Spain would have liked to have brought the fight a little closer to Vanquish Esports, banking on being able to close that delta down lap after lap, but it's Vanquish Esports who have maintained poise, who have been professional, who have been dominant from yesterday morning in qualifying, dominant all season, drivers of the highest caliber and quality, sharing their roles in the rig, and they're going to bring it home, it looks like, for the win with an 8-second gap. GT Spain themselves have had a fantastic race. They've managed the field very well. They were defensive when they needed to be, but how much of an impact did that midfield battle with OP Racing and Alien Motorsports playing into Vanquish Esports' hands? Could some of that remaining delta have been closed down if there was a little more compliance there? These questions, unfortunately, are absolutely irrelevant now, as it's Vanquish Esports who are going to bring it in to the penultimate corner. They're going to bring it round the final corner, and it's been from flag to flag, from start to finish, Vanquish Esports absolutely dominant. Get the win and take home the 15 points for our grand finals, followed closely by GT Spain. An excellent race from them. OP Racing are in the battle. They have maintained 3rd position, having moved up, and Alien Motorsports have displaced Krakensteins, but as have Customs GT. Krakensteins fallen down to 6th, rounding out our top 6. Owls Esports was 7th, and it's looking like ERS in 8th. Those are our point scores for this event. What a superb way to start our second day at GT Pulpí 2025. Congratulations to Vanquish. Outstanding racing. And we can see here, the teams are beginning to congratulate each other. And you can see that they are, who all played a part. We can see Constant, Mumu, Max Kroll, and Flores. They are our victors. What an outstanding team performance from those guys. What can you say, Finlay, about what you've just seen?
Absolutely textbook from Vanquish Esports. I mean, it's not quite the strategy we had in mind. They had a massive gamble out there to run the mediums and the softs as early as they did, take the hit on the hard compound tyres later on in the race, but it's paid dividends for the deserving victors of this race. We see Annexion coming across the line now and Jokers as well, but absolutely fantastic race from Vanquish. GT Spain 92 played the strategy really well as well. They didn't have the best first stint, but the last 2 stints, especially on those softer compounds, they played it really, really well. They avoided penalties, they kept their noses clean. There were some big dive bombs there from GT Spain 92. They did get their elbows out, they weren't afraid, and they took home the prize. They took home 2nd place, 12 points in standings for them, and 2nd overall as we head towards our final race at Le Mans at the end of the day. And Outplayed Racing rounding out your podium again, another deserved podium finish for them. GT and Alien Motorsport getting through as well. Krakenstein's GT falling back a bit on that last lap. They did end up getting passed by Customs GT as well. You see the leaderboard on your screen now. Owls Esports 7th place with the 2 bonus fastest lap points, so that'll prove handy for them heading to Le Mans. And Elite Racing Squad, the Polish side, rounding out the top 8.
Yeah, I think it leaves it all to play for. I was just bringing up to remind our viewers that as the dust has settled and the points are calculated, just to remind, we've called it as we saw it. However, everything goes to the adjudicators post-race to see if anything needs to be investigated or post-race penalties to be applied. But as it stands, those are your points scores. Those are your leaders in this championship. However, once we get to our second race, our grand final, not just to round out the team's championship, but to round out the entire event, we will be looking at a significant increase in points on offer. And that means it can be anyone's to take. So the points as they stand was first position, 15, second gets 12, third gets 10, fourth, 8, and down to 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, the 10th position. However, we're going into Circuit de la Sarthe. We're doing it in the Toyota Hybrid, the TS030. And what that means is, with custom weather, with wet with wet rain and 20 laps of Le Mans in changing conditions, anything can happen. And with 25 points up for grabs, it's really anyone's team at this stage, Finlay. It's not over yet. Now VQS have been dominant, but I wouldn't like to put all my chips in the middle just yet, given the race we have ahead.
No, absolutely not. I mean, all the variables that can take place at Le Mans, you talk about the weather, the fuel, these are hypercars, so there will be overtake on there as well. I believe that all these factors will take place at this race, and Vanquish do have the 15 points in their back pocket right now. They do have the advantage, and they have set their stall out very well looking ahead to Le Mans. But it's not over yet. I cannot emphasize that enough. There's so many unpredictable variables in this race. We don't know when the rain's going to come. Neither do the drivers. We have rough ideas thanks to the dynamic weather system in Gran Turismo, but no 2 races with the system are the same. They cannot put an exact time on it. They're going to have to play it as it lies, and that could open up the door for certain drivers and certain teams falling just behind Vanquish. If they make a mess of things, you better believe there are 3 or 4 teams behind who will happily take advantage of that and make this a tighter competition than it's been so far in this race. Vanquish have been the dominant force at the Red Bull Ring, but this competition is far from over, especially when taking into account the race winners get 25, maximum 25 points for winning the race. So even if Vanquish don't win, even if Vanquish finish 3rd or 4th, if Alien or Outplayed or GT Spain 92 were to win this last race, this title fight could go right down to the wire. So it's anyone's game.
Yeah, I think it's still wide open. I mean, some of the driving involved there, you can see these teams are not afraid to battle it out. But it did. We said it before. It played right into VQS hands right there. They were absolutely loving it. It was a consistent, dominant performance as they have been all season, as they have been in this event. They are the team to beat right now, and I do not feel that any of the other teams, the likes of a Krakenstein, the likes of an OP, the likes of an Alien, the likes of a GT Spain, these teams are not going to take that. They're not going to accept that this is a foregone conclusion. They're not going to accept. They're here to be counted for, and certainly those teams will want to ensure, certainly the 2 Spanish teams are going to want to put up the fight for the live Spanish audience at Pulpí this year. We got obviously the Italian team in OP and VQS to fight as an international team in this event. But really, we cannot understate or overstate enough just how much of an impact tonight's race could have. One crash, one spin, one wrong choice of a wet or dry line in any corner at any given time, and it could be curtains for any title aspirations for any team. We could see anything happen, and that's why it's important you stay tuned for our final race of GT Pulpí 2025 in the team's classification, because it's going to be absolutely phenomenal. If you watched yesterday's race at Fuji, it'll be that times 10 essentially. One of the best races I've ever watched occurred before our very eyes, and I think we're going to repeat it again, Finlay.
Absolutely, yes. That Fuji race was absolute carnage. And if you watch back the VOD from yesterday, you may or may not hear my voice going as the race progresses. It was very difficult to talk on for the duration. Absolute chaos as the race went on. Genuinely one of the best I've ever seen, and that just shows the level of driving and the level of drama we can expect at an event like GT Pulpí. So please do stay tuned for that final Le Mans race when it comes. But that's not what on the docket next, I should say, because we have back-to-back elite races coming after we take our intermission, whenever that may be. Back-to-back elite races coming up. We don't know the tracks. We have no idea. We can't tell you what tracks there are. We know that the drivers have a pool of 4. It's a random draw from those 4 tracks that remain. We did have 6 initially, but the 2 of those tracks, Fuji and Monza, were drawn out yesterday. So we await the final 2 tracks to be confirmed, and they'll only be confirmed a matter of minutes before the event starts. The drivers don't even know the tracks and the pools. They've had no time to practice. The only thing that they know is that they'll be driving the Super Formula SF23 car that they drove in Fuji and at Monza. But looking at the current standings just before we head to our intermission, it's currently OPB race with Valerio Gallo in pole position for the title on 22 points. But look at the standings behind. Manu Hernandez for Krakensteins on 21, but also is our race winner from race 1, Antonio Santos, also on 21 points. Jose Serrano, the reigning champion for Falcons, on 20 points. And then Dan Fenton and Konstantinos Konstantinou for Distinct and VQS, respectively. Don't discount them on 16 and 14 points each. They're both not out of it whatsoever, with the final race of the event, the final race of the elite event also being worth the 25 points as confirmed before. So race 3 will be worth 15 points for the race winner, but the main race that the drivers want to win is whatever the 4th race turns out to be from our pool of tracks. That final race will be 25 points for the race winner, 18 for second, and 15 for third. So that could make or break your championship run. But just look at the strength and depth in that field. I mean, we look back, even as low as 12th and 13th, we're seeing World Series drivers. Mew Mew with an absolute horror show yesterday. Same with Raul Jesus. But just looking at the strength and depth of this field, it's going to be an entertaining 2 races coming up, isn't it, Flash?
Yeah, I mean, it can't be understated. I think for anyone who was with us yesterday, you get the gist of this. It's very, very different to maybe what you're used to in watching Gran Turismo esports, where combinations are known beforehand. The team's competition is the only competition where drivers were aware, and I cannot again overstate just how serious the producers and the organizers take this discretion in terms of we were only made aware of the potential 6 combinations available on Friday evening. We weren't told anything. The drivers were presented with options literally minutes before the race started, for which out came off the hat Monza and Fuji. And today we've got another 4 options available, but we do not know which of the 2 races will form our semi-final and grand final of the Elite Championship, and neither will the drivers. All we do know is that it will be in the Super Formula car. So with that said, I think we are going to take a break. We're going to take an intermission for 30 minutes. We will be back at 2:45 to the hour. That's 2:45 GMT, 2:45 to 3, whatever way you want to say it. So take yourselves a break, get some lunch if you haven't had any, and come back for 2 elite races back to back, and we will crown our elite champion for 2025. We'll see you then. Take care. And welcome back, folks. We are back now from your intermission. Hopefully you had a nice little break to get yourselves refreshed, recharged, and ready for what is set to be two of the most thrilling and exciting races we have in this GT Pulpí event. Back to back, there will be no breaks, hopefully, with a little asterisk beside it. Hopefully, but we intend to have them back to back and crown our elite champion for 2025. You're with myself, Flash Dagger, joined by Finlay Williams, and we'll be building you up. We have, in the interim, had announced what our combinations are going to be for this grand final and semi-final of the elite competition. I'm pleased to tell you the first race will be at none other than Interlagos, and the second and grand final race, a track very close to my heart, is Watkins Glen in the Super Formula. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to build up both these races, do a little bit of a recap on what happened yesterday. I'll let Finlay Williams talk you through what happened yesterday, where the drivers are sitting right now, and then we'll look at these two individual tracks with what we know. Remember, we don't know strategy. The drivers don't know strategy. Neither of them have driven these tracks. They're making their way to the stage now for the little amount of preparation they can possibly have, but they will do their best with what they have at their availability. So I'll hand over to Finlay just to talk us through the points table leading into race 3, how the grid will be set, what happened in yesterday's races, and what to look for moving into these races going forward.
Thank you so much, Flash. Welcome back, everyone. And as we say, ready to get going at Interlagos in the interim. But for now, let's have a look at the all-important point standings heading to the penultimate race of the elite competition, and then the final race straight afterwards, all things being well. At the top of the tree, you see OPB racer Valerio Gallo, the Italian legend, with 22 points, having won the most recent race at Fuji, that absolute madcap race that finished off yesterday's elite action. He also took home, I believe, a 5th place finish at, a 6th place finish at Monza as well in the first race. But that race win puts him in the competition lead at the moment, right ahead of Manu Hernandez for Krakenstein's. A bit of a surprise coming through the online qualifiers. We told you yesterday that these online qualifiers aren't there to make up the numbers, they're there to genuinely contend for the title, and Manu has been testament to that, with 2nd place in race 1 at Monza, plus the fastest lap points, as well as picking up the fastest lap points at Fuji, and a decent result as well. And rounding out the top 3, we have our race winner tied with Manu for 21 points, actually. Our race winner at Monza, Antonio Santos for GT Spain 92, the Frenchman Gran Turismo World Series racer, with 15 points from race 1 for winning at Monza, and then a further 6 for his positioning at Fuji. We then have Jose Serrano, the reigning champion, in 4th position, driving for Falcons this year, having switched from Avalon Motorsport last year. The Spaniard's currently on 20 points with an even split of 10 and 10 apiece in the first 2 races. The model of consistency, but his championship is under threat from the 3 above. And also, you could perhaps say the 2 below him. Dan Fenton with a superb 2nd place finish at Fuji last time out. No one really gave him too much of a chance heading into this, but he does have that World Series caliber. He drove for AMG at the World Series last year. He had a fantastic run at the World Finals, but was unlucky to not come away with the result he wanted after a couple of incidents out of his control. And also Konstantinos Konstantinou, the Greek driver for Vanquish, on 14 points, also been remarkably consistent across the first 2 races as he makes his return to competitive Gran Turismo action, with a tilt at the World Series perhaps coming next year if this gives him the confidence to do so. We have just seen Konstantinou be part of the Vanquish esports team to take the win in the first race of the team's finals at Red Bull Ring just a moment ago. And we also saw Mikolaj Sedziak, the Polish Briton. He's currently in 12th position here in the elite competition, though only on 1 point, and that 1 point coming at Fuji. He had a horror race at Monza. Things did get better for him at Fuji with an 8th place finish. However, a post-race penalty applied means he dropped back to the field, and he currently only has 1 point for the moment, alongside fellow World Series driver João Jesus, the Portuguese driver currently driving for Ferrari in the World Series, as well as he makes his debut. I believe you also said yesterday, Flash, competing at the highest level, and also FIFA and Call of Duty esports, a jack of all trades, it seems. Looking at some of the other field, we have the 2 Italians, Francesco Cervi and Nicolas Fontana, 7th and 8th at the moment, both having scored very well with 4th and 5th place at Monza, but having picked up no points in a disastrous race for them at Fuji. Jay Murphy seems to be a crowd favourite amongst the Irish fans in here in the chat today. He's currently on 7 points. He took home 4th place on the track at Fuji yesterday evening, but again, a post-race penalty for him. We're not pointing any fingers at any drivers in particular. There was no cynicism involved, but there was a lot of lag in that Fuji race, which improved the carnage, certainly, but did lead to some incidents out of drivers' controls. However, the blame was adjudged with Deck for some of those incidents, and so he picked up penalties. And Jose Marti and Legadas in there on 6 points as well, and we still await the first point of the competition for Quedo. This race at Interlagos, like the other 2 races so far, will be worth 15 points for the winner, 12 for second, and 10 for third, with 2 bonus points coming for the driver that sets the fastest lap through the race, through the 19 laps of Interlagos. But the final race will be held at the final race will be held at Watkins Glen, and it will be worth 25 points for the race winner. So I'll hand you back over to Flash now to take you through what's coming up next.
Thanks very much, Finlay. So yes, as we can see, it's all to play for in this championship. Heading into these final 2 races with significantly more points in the second race. But our first race in the Super Formula car, you know it by now. We saw it all day yesterday. One of the fastest open wheelers on the track. We know that we do have some insane racing available to us. We do have the overtake boost button, and it's going to be taken to a track made for a car like this, made for an open wheeler, somewhere for Igor Fraga, the 2025 Super Formula driver, GT Sport and World Series champion, formerly across all competitions, has cut his teeth. It's Interlagos, and Interlagos will bring us some absolutely outstanding racing. We are looking very much forward to that. I know it can be very, very tricky, particularly in that second sector, coming through those S chicanes and the various different hairpin bends. But it's going to be the back straight. It's going to be the back straight where a lot of the moves will be made off that final corner, getting the drive. We will see both the overtake button be used as an attacking weapon, but also a defensive weapon as they bring it in to the center curves and center chicane. But we'll just have a little look to see the actual settings that are going to be applied to this race for Interlagos. It's going to be at sunset. It's 19 laps. There will be no rain, so it will be a dry race. ×7 on the tire wear, so at the higher end, ×5 on the fuel. Softs and mediums available, but no obligation as to how you use them. So if you want to do 2 medium stints, 3 medium stints, 2 soft stints, 3 medium, whatever you want to do, you can do it. You can make it work, and that will make this race incredibly interesting. We're talking about 3 litres a second, so a lot slower refueling. So the fuel saving does become a bigger factor in the elite competition versus the 5 litres a second for the teams. And you'll be happy to know that we will be using weak slipstream. We did see the difference that made on Monza using real slipstream versus Fuji using the weak slipstream. It allowed the guys to race close. It allowed them to race wheel to wheel and make those moves and get close to make those aggressive attacks without having to worry about the understeer or scrubbing the tires. So that is something very much to look forward to with Interlagos. That's going to set us up for our final race in the elite competition. It's going to be Watkins Glen, of all places. It wasn't one I was sure we would see the Super Formula at, but it's going to present its own set of challenges. We're going to have 18 laps. We're going to have no rain. It's going to be ×5 tire wear, ×4 fuel, softs and hards with no obligation. So softs and hards, no obligation. Again, 3 litres a second of fueling, and it's going to be on a weak setting. What we're going to be looking here for is off turn 1 and up through the S's onto the back straight. I mean, it's a slipstream track as it is, but with weak slipstream, with boost, and with 300 kilometers an hour of power beneath your seat, it's going to be anyone's game as they enter into the bus stop chicane in that open wheeler. It's a difficult enough set of corners to take in a Group 3 or Group 4, it's going to be incredibly difficult as they take the racing line and aggressively attack that inside curb. Remembering there's a concrete pillar on the inside. It's going to test bravery. It's going to test your mettle. It's going to make sure and keep everyone honest, but it will potentially claim lives. Get it wrong and it's curtains for you. You will have a track reset, possibly a penalty. Cut one of the corners, you're going to get a second penalty, maybe 1.5. You can end up cutting both the apexes on that bus stop chicane, and all of a sudden you've got 2 seconds of penalties to be taken on the next lap. Bringing it round into the outer loop, that fast right-hander, potentially in a car of this high downforce, can be taken at full speed, down into the chute and into the boot of the track, into Sector 2 and Sector 3, onto the toe. A move can be made on the inside or outside to give a better racing line, up through the boot onto the heel of the track, keeping that outside line, but a track limit penalty is to be wary. An aggressive move around the outside can set you up for the inside line, the preferred line to have on the inside as you enter the hairpin and bring it into the final sector. It'll be a race to the line from there for these drivers. It's going to be an absolutely outstanding race. Both these races yesterday delivered. Both these races today, I'm exceptionally confident, are going to deliver in spades. What are you looking forward to most, Finlay, in these races ahead of us?
Oh, 100%. We've got two fantastic races lined up for your viewing enjoyment in the next few moments. Back to back, as we say, of course, and that championship fight between particularly the four drivers at front really starting to heat up now. Interlagos is a fantastic track here coming up. I mean, there's all sorts of overtaking opportunities like there are at Monza and like there are at Fuji. Plenty of places to get a move done. And though that infield section with the faster turns is going to be very entertaining to see, especially in a car like the Super Formula as well. So I believe they're just getting the grid set up now and getting ready to go for our first race. But all I can say is we're going to have two fantastic races coming up. Interlagos, I think you summed up brilliantly, Flash, and the same with Watkins Glen. Two fantastic tracks for the purists, and we've seen that as being a common theme throughout the elite competition. All the tracks that have been picked have been the purest form of racing, I suppose, in terms of the tracks selected. They've really been tracks that have inspirational tracks in terms of legendary ones. You see Interlagos all the time in Brazilian touring car events and also in Formula One, so it's no stranger to open wheel racing. Watkins Glen, you do see less of it. It used to be on the IndyCar calendar. It's now been removed from there and is consistently a NASCAR track, so it'll be very interesting to see how the modern day Super Formula cars handle a track like Watkins Glen. Certainly in the pool of tracks we were given pre-event and the tracks that could have been selected, I think me and Flash both had Watkins Glen as kind of an outsider track that not many people would have thought the Super Formula car might have suited. However, a couple of drivers before the event that I know both myself and Flash spoke to highlighted the fact that Watkins Glen is one of their favourite tracks in the games. We were speaking to Jaime Marte before the event, and he was saying exactly that. Watkins Glen is one of his favourite tracks in the game, so I believe it'll be music to his ears that track's been selected in particular. So as a reminder, the starting grid for the third race, there is no qualifying for the third race of the elite competition. It's purely based off of the current standings in the Drivers' Championship, but there's still being a bit of deliberation as to that just now, so we'll update you when we can as to those driver standings and who will be starting on pole position, who will be leading the field to green at Interlagos. But all I can say, Flash, is we're ready for what's going to be a super exciting couple of hours of racing here to round off the elite competition.
Absolutely, and I think just to echo, if you weren't able to join us yesterday and are joining us today, we had 8 invitational drivers, 8 drivers who were invited based upon being either a current or former GT World Series driver. That was the parameters. We had 6 additional drivers who were able to make their way to the starting grid via a qualification process. And I'm just going to very quickly, just to recap, I'm going to move on to the Spanish broadcast because I've just been made aware that there was a slight change to the points. That is the current point standings as it stands. There was a slight amendment to what we have shown you prior, but that is the official standings after race 2 leading to this event. And P1, who we haven't given enough attention to, is Manuel Hernandez. We saw an outstanding drive, and as I was saying, he came through the qualification period live on site yesterday morning. There were 6 drivers who were able to qualify via the Toyota Gazoo Racing 86 at Goodwood, and he was one of them. The 17-year-old has been a qualifier at GT Pulpí from the very, very start, one of only a few drivers to do so, and he's actually leading this championship. Joint first place with Antonio Santos, who took the win at Monza, he did come under some challenges and some challenges towards the end of the race at Fuji, but he's retained a joint lead. B Racer with the win in the second race at Fuji. He's in P3 and Jose Serrano in P4. What can you say? You can never ever count that man out. He's done it. He's seen it all. He's been in these positions before. He will be fighting for everything, but it'll be points in the board and looking for it, but it'll be the big points in race 2 at Watkins Glen that can really sort the men from the boys and give that definitive point scoring with 25 points on offer in the second race and 15 in the first for the win. Fento making a return to form. He said before the race leading up to it, he would love to see an opportunity. He would love to see an opportunity just to get a podium in one of the races, and that would be enough for him, having had some time out of the game. And he delivered on that. He had a fantastic result yesterday. He came from nowhere in the rain. The rain favours this driver exceptionally well. We saw him perform exceptionally well in the rain last year in GT World Series and AMG before an unfortunate incident. And Consta making his return to competitive action. Great to see him back in the grid. He's been consistent, but he hasn't really had that hallmark performance that we expect. We know he's had time out, and I'm sure he is comfortable, but he will not be wanting to leave this championship without asserting some level of dominance to say, hey, I am back and I'm here and I'm ready to compete against the very best in the world. And one of the more surprising results, I think, again, a qualifier live at the event. Ghost Baby came through the qualification process, had a fantastic drive with Nicholas yesterday. The two Italians at Monza really got their strategy on point and made a charge to get some points on the board. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to follow that up in the second race with only a point scored. And then we have some other drivers, excellent drivers in their own right, and Jay Murphy, Jaime Marti, Legadas, Nicholas, and Mumu, and so on and so forth, to the point whereby they may find themselves, that they maybe perceive themselves as to not be in tension for this championship. Maybe they see themselves, this is the actual time to assert themselves on the championship and make a play for it. But it is all to play for, and nobody is counting themselves out as we get ourselves ready and set up to head into this race. Over to yourself, Benny Williams, to lead us out in this GT Pulpí Race 3.
Here we go then. The lights are coming on now. We've got Antonio Santos on the inside in second position. Manu Hernandez, the pole position and current championship leader, on the outside in first. There's 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights as we're about to go racing into Lagos. We're underway here for Pulpí Race 3 in the elite competition. Hernandez gets away well, as does Santos. They're coming around towards turn 1. Hernandez covers off. Serrano looking to go round. Gallo looking to go round as well. Hernandez with a fantastic start. They're all being well behaved through the first 2 corners. Antonio Santos fighting for his life as they head down the back straight for the first time. Jose Serrano and Valerio Gallo side by side for 3rd position. Serrano's going to be boxed out by Santos towards turn 4. Serrano holding around the outside.
It's a big moment.
Serrano and Gallo make contact. Serrano manages to keep it on the track. Gallo seats 3rd position for now. Constantino up into 4th position as well. Fenton up into 5th. Serrano's dropped down to 6th as well. So disaster start for Jose Serrano as you see Legadas tries to go up the inside of Jaime Marti into the infield section. Marti holding it in the inside. Legadas holding around the outside. Nicholas Fontana's being forced out to dry there as we see Nikolai Sedziak all fall into chaos happening at the back. They're 3 wide. They're 3 wide. Jay Murphy has the 1 second penalty already. The penalty line coming up here, but absolute chaos in the first lap at the back of the field. Legadas and Fontana side by side. Fontana going round the long way for 9th position. He manages to hold it round, and it's a drag race down the back front home straight now between the 2 drivers as Jay Murphy slows down. Legadas looks to be getting ahead. Remember, these cars do have overtake. Nikolai Sedziak for Vanquish, maybe using some of that overtake to his advantage. The slipstream's on as well. Heading down towards turn 1 though, it's Manu Hernandez who still leads this race from Antonio Santos, Valerio Gallo and Dan Fenton.
Dan Fenton making his move up to P4, but Consta, who we were just speaking about before the race started, in P5, sitting very, very comfortably on this track. And a move from Jose Serrano up the inside on Constantino. He is not going to be denied in this race. It's a track he knows very well at the back of his hand. He has raced here multiple times. He has scored heavily in GT World Series qualifiers in this race, and a slip and a slide on the turn number 3 in this race with Manu bringing us round, leading from Antonio Santos. We saw these two yesterday dominating the field in both races. Manuel Hernandez, P1 at the moment, unfortunately, tried the aggressive strategy yesterday, stayed out for an extra lap in the rain, made sure to come in on the pits, and unfortunately carried a bit too much speed, got that 3-second penalty. It affected his race. He could be dominating this championship by significantly more points, but there is a gap beginning to open. P1 Manuel Hernandez, Antonio Santos, Valerio Gallo and Dan Fenton P4, chasing closely by Jose Serrano and Jay Marty up past Consta as well into P7. It seems to me that they're all medium runners, mediums and softs available. No one has taken the soft option at this stage, but the gap is opening the pack as we enter into lap number 3 in this semi-final race of day 2 at GT Pulpí 2025.
Yes, and the pack does look to be separating slightly. Manuel Hernandez has held the race lead though, and that's perhaps the most important factor. Antonio Santos has just about held on to second. He had to fight tooth and nail with Jose Serrano to keep it. Serrano just about keeping it on the track through the exit of turn 5, but he ended up ceding positions to Valerio Gallo, and as you say, Dan Fenton sporting that fantastic Ferrari livery on his SF23, the Briton, up into fourth and all over the shop in the search for a move on Valerio Gallo through the infield section, and that might play into the hands of Jose Serrano in his battle for third at the moment, but there is a bit of breathing space for Manuel Hernandez. All the drivers having taken mediums, as you say, or all the front runners at least having taken mediums. There is the option for soft compound tyres later on in the race, and I imagine that will come to pass, but the top 5, top 6, Jaime Marti getting involved in there as well, but he's a bit further back, 6 tenths than he might have liked of Jose Serrano. So at the moment it looks like that top 6 all having the breakaway, but that slipstream looks really strong down the front stretch. Jose Serrano eyeing up a move on the Welshman Dan Fenton towards turn 1 as we start the 4th lap of this race. He'll choose to bide his time. I think no, he does go up the inside. Up the inside goes Jose Serrano and into 4th position. Easy as like. It wasn't really well defended by Dan Fenton. I don't think he put up too much of a fight because he might be thinking of a move down towards turn 3 as he does put the overtake on. Fenton on the inside towards turn 4 now. He will have the inside line. Serrano will use his overtake, but Fenton will reclaim that position up the inside into turn 4. Again, not fought too hard by Serrano, just amicable racing between the two of them. But all that racing for them has allowed Valerio Gallo to pull away slightly in 3rd position as we see Serrano up the inside. Bold move from the Spaniard, the former world champion and reigning elite champion, but there's a penalty up ahead for Antonio Santos, and in the speed that these cars have and in the long straight that the penalty line is, that could be proving crucial for Antonio Santos. I would expect to see a move in the penalty zone by Valerio Gallo later on when we start lap 5, but for now, Manuel Hernandez 8 tenths clear at the front, and that will become more than 8 tenths when Santos serves this penalty towards the front straight now.
Yeah, well, I think what we can see, Finlay, and we discussed this yesterday, and I'm certainly not criticising a man of Jose Serrano's calibre, but did he wait too long yesterday in his battle? Did he allow the gap to open up to Antonio Santos? We don't see that level of patience now today. We do not see him hanging around. He is there, he is making his moves, and he is asserting himself on this race. The battle with Dan Fenton so early on, he wants that track position. He knows if he wants to make this championship his own, sitting in 4th position, he has to get the points on the board now going into the final race. Again, he's making another move side by side. He's up in the 3rd place, taking over Antonio Santos on the penalty line, going up behind B Racer, the 2 world champions, the 2 first place last year for Jose Serrano, 3rd place for Valerio Gallo, but it's Manuel Hernandez, the young 17-year-old, too young to qualify for GT World Series, and unknown outside of EMEA circles and potentially the team's esports leagues, but he has been here every single race with the pace, barring the 3-second penalty. He would have been in a podium fighting position in all races so far, and it's him who is leading this race by almost a second from the chasing pack of 2 world champions in Valerio Gallo and Jose Serrano.
100%. We do talk about Manuel Hernandez, the only driver to, apart from Jose Serrano, to compete in every elite level competition at Pulpí. First started here when he was 13, he's been in the elite competition every year, and now he's leading and has a genuine chance of the title. As we head down the front straight for the 5th time, Fenton looks to be going side by side, but we look further back the field now, and we see Legalis currently holding on to 10th position from Nicholas Fontana. Here's Jay Murphy, the Irishman, currently sitting in 9th, new World Tour driver this year for McLaren. He's opted for the softs to start, so we see a slight disparity in strategy, perhaps from the runners at the back, but he's not maybe making the progress on that softer compound he would have wanted to those ahead on the mediums, as he uses some of his overtake down the front stretch, down the back stretch to defend from the likes of Lagares, but still a 1.3 second gap, so I don't really see the need for too much of that overtake there. But interesting strategy to go onto the softer compound tyre as we progress through this race. But action at the back of the field, action at the front, it's action everywhere you look, Flash. But Manu Hernandez is your current race leader, and we see a penalty for Nikolai Sedziak as his elite campaign continues to go from bad to worse for the Polish
Yeah, it's
Britain.
a real shame. I know he won't be happy, but what it's going to do is, if you don't know anything about Mumu, you know that he absolutely loves Watkins Glen. Mumu's always been an incredibly fast driver. He's always been at the upper end of pace, but it wasn't until 2023 when Watkins Glen came round and he got his hands on that Nissan GTR that he displayed absolute global dominance of pace in those daily races, and all of a sudden people were taking note, who is this guy? Look at the pace he's displaying. He's followed it up in esports. He went to Pulpy multiple times. He's now on the GT World Series stage as a podium in his first ever effort. So he will be going in to that grand final. He will not accept these poor run of form in these first 3 races, and he will be looking to at least leave with something in that final race at Watkins Glen. But again, it's Manuel Hernandez from Jose Serrano up into P2, making the pass. Again, I've mentioned it before, he is not hanging around this time. He had the race at Monza, he was too patient. The weak slipstream is enabling him to get these moves done. It's enabling him to get close to make his moves and take his lines. I think he was a little bit defeated and dejected by the real slipstream yesterday at Monza. Slipstream track in its own right, but he couldn't get the pace in the corners and exits to set up his moves. As we see Antonio Santos 1.5 off the back of the former world champion Valerio Gallo, and Jose Serrano is making a charge. He's getting a gap, 9/10, bringing in Manuel Hernandez to 1.2 and getting some of that slip. This is not going to be a tire strategy race in terms of choice, but potentially as Antonio Santos moves up into P3 past Valerio Gallo, is it about tire wear? Is it about an undercut? Is it about tire saving with Consta sitting back in P7, Deck closely following behind? Will it be a case of who saves their boost to the end of the race for that final straight to defend overtakes or make your own? It's all to play for as we're in lap 8, almost halfway through this third race in the Elite Championship of GT Pulpí 2025.
That slipstream seems to be particularly powerful down that front stretch, and the reason I say that is Antonio Santos has not used an inch of his boost yet. Remember, these SF23 cars do have overtake mode on them. However, we say overtake, it can be used to defend as well. Valerio Gallo's used over half of his, the Italian driver, living Gran Turismo legend, former world champion, and in the fight for more world championships even now. Antonio Santos doing remarkably well to keep in third without having used any of his overtake at all so far. So he'll be able to use that later on in the race to bridge the gap back to Jose Serrano. But Serrano is reining Manu Hernandez in here at a rate of knots, 1.2 seconds now. The gap, he's about halved it in that last lap. But Santos breaking away from Gallo as well. So all the same, Hernandez might start to be slipping back into the clutches of Serrano and Santos when Santos does catch up to Serrano using some of that spare overtake he has. Talking of overtake, Hernandez 1.2 seconds clear, no overtake whatsoever used. Fantastic news for him. Current fastest lap points sit with Jaime Marte, the Spanish driver who former Gran Turismo World Series exhibition season winner, 1 minute 16.110. He's currently sitting in 5th, well within a shout of this front 3 battle with Gallo and Antonio Santos and Constantinos, who's just made a move because Dan Fenton's off. Dan Fenton is off on turn 2. I saw Consta made the move on him in the mini-map. I did not see that Dan Fenton in such a good position in this race so far for some decent points. He's well within the championship fight, but the British driver has it all to do now for distinct. He's gone off at the exit of turn 2. Our TV directors over in Pulpy couldn't quite catch that for us, but he's now down to 12th. He has it all to do, and that could be potentially race ruining.
Yeah, it's a real shame for Dan Fenton. We'll get some word on that later on, but we have to focus on the task at hand, and the action as it stands right now is Manuel Hernandez is retaining that 1.2 to 1.4 delta to Jose Serrano as they're coming into what I believe we may be entering some form of a pit window. I don't know exactly, none of us know, the drivers don't know, they're playing it by ear as we are calling this race, but I would have to imagine the medium tire runners will be looking at somewhere maybe around 10, 11, 12 laps on the mediums. And there's the first one in. Manuel Hernandez is coming in. He's defending the undercut with the medium tires. I was just saying it as we spoke. Oh. Is that going to be an early stop? How are his soft tires going to hold up for 9 laps? He obviously believes he can do it. I'm not too sure. This really changes the dynamic of this race with Manuel Hernandez coming in with the early stop with the lead. but I was suggesting around about 12 on mediums, maybe 7 on softs would be an optimal strategy. But that has thrown it all up in the air. These guys have not run this race before. They do not know exactly what's going to happen. I don't even know if the softs can do 9 laps when we have ×7 tire wear. I'm not too sure. What are your thoughts on that, Finlay?
It's a complete guessing game for these guys, and Manu Hernandez with the bold strategy. Race leader coming in first is not something you often see, especially in an event like this with no prescribed strategy. But what I'm thinking is that could invite the rest of the medium runners to come in now to cut off the undercut that I believe Hernandez is trying to attempt here to try and gain more time on Serrano, because you're right, that gap was coming down a bit more. Hernandez did manage to hold it through the last lap, but Serrano looking particularly racy. Antonio Santos being passed by Jaime Marte there for third, but not using any of his boost at all. Still Santos really saving it for that soft stint towards the end of the race, as we see Jay Murphy way off at the back, 11 seconds. He must have been an early pitter as well as Manu Hernandez. So I think those two are the first drivers to try the pit stops onto the mediums compounds this early on as well. So Hernandez and Jay Murphy, the early stoppers, but I imagine we're going to see a whole host of other drivers in. Most of them actually staying out. Dan Fenton's opted to come in at the end of this lap after losing it, and so is Joao Jesus as well. So early lower back runners opting to stay out.
Well, just a reminder, Finlay, and we'll have to catch ourselves on, because sometimes we can forget there's no obligation to take the soft tire. You can do 2 stints in mediums, you can do 2 stints in softs, you can do mediums and softs, you can do as many as you want. There's no obligation here, so we don't quite know exactly what Manuel Hernandez's plan is. Maybe he had a plan to take a second set of mediums. Maybe his plan was to go softs. We don't know that everyone's going to follow the same strategy. It was looking like everyone started on the mediums for the most part, but what they do thereafter may dictate the nature of this race going forward. Is his plan to get himself an undercut, get out into clean air, and suggest to himself that maybe I can hold him off until the last couple of laps, but by the time we get to the last couple of laps, the chasing pack will start to fight with each other, and fighting with each other going through those technical sections is what's going to cost them tenths per corner. Half a second easily lost in a side-by-side. We bring in Josete, B-Racer, Valerio Gallo, Santos, and Consta. Consta's right there as well. Consta has very quietly moving himself up the pack and getting himself in amongst some of those faster drivers in the world, but he is certainly one of them as he makes his return to competitive racing.
100%, and we have seen some divergence in strategies already. Manu Hernandez opting for a second stint on the mediums. I do think it's safe to say the one stopper is the only way forward for this race, but we do see Jaime Marti behind him, I believe, pitted onto the soft compound tyres as Hernandez sets the fastest lap of the race of 1:16.0, and most of the drivers with upper echelons who just pitted also opting for softer compounds and under fueling as well. Maybe no need for a fuel stop, just the tyres, but Hernandez is on the mediums. All the other top runners, from everyone down, from Gallo down, are all on softs. This is really interesting to see here. Cuerdo staying out in 7th for a bit longer, but all of these drivers, Gallo, Marti, Santos, Serrano, Constantino, all on soft compound tyres. Hernandez is going to be chased down here, but the main question is, can those soft compound tyres last competitively for the 8 laps these runners need to, and bring in Hernandez at the rate that they need to, or is Hernandez going to run away with this one? Does the 2 medium stint prove to be an inspired choice? These are questions that all will be answered towards the end of this race, but a massive divergence in strategy, a massive risk for Manu Hernandez. He came in first, he fitted the medium compound tyres, the others stayed out for an extra couple of laps to bolt on the softs. So we'll see as we approach the end of this race, will Hernandez's gamble have paid off, or will the soft tyre runners prevail?
And just to confirm, we're talking about Valerio Gallo. He's on the softs as well, right?
I believe he is.
He is on the softs. He is on the softs. We just had that confirmed. Well, he is floating around the periphery of slipstream in this race to Manuel Hernandez on lap 13. Can the young Spaniard hold them off? We've used this word time and time again. We're going to beat it to death and beat it into the ground. You could play a drinking game with it. Compliance. Will these 4 drivers comply? Will they comply with each other, at least in the short term? And the answer is no. The answer is a definitive no from Jose Serrano as he makes the move on Jay Marti up and behind Valerio Gallo. The answer was a definitive no from the Spaniard, the world champion and Toyota Gazoo racing champion, as they make the chase on Manuel Hernandez. I thought they may work together to bring him into the pack. It appears that is not the case, but we haven't answered the question as, Will the medium tyre come back? 7 laps in softs at a time 7 tyre. That's substantial. And they may be faster now, but what about laps 16, 17, 18, 19? How does it look then? Is the medium tyre a better tyre to be on? And Manuel Hernandez keeping that gap at 1.5 seconds from Valerio Gallo and Jose Serrano following. Closely behind, we have Antonio Santos and Jay Marty leading off that pack. Following behind in the next chasing group, Constantino and Cuerdo, and Deck in 8th position. It's all building up to an incredible finale to race number 3 of this championship. Finley, what are you saying? How do you think this is going to unfold? Can the young man keep the gap to those world champions?
All this racing is absolutely helping Hernandez's cause, because yes, the soft compound tyres might be the optimal race tyres at this particular moment in time, but as you point out, Flash, such a high tyre multiplier at times 7, those softs are going to fall off the cliff quite rapidly, so we'll need to see the disparity between the softs and the mediums as Gallo, Serrano and Santos go line of stern through turn 4. We'll need to see if Hernandez can carry on and keep that gap forward. All this racing will be helping him, and I believe the medium tyres might start to come into their own in the final few laps of this race. So these 4 drivers, I'm really surprised they aren't working together, to be honest, because all of this racing is really helping Hernandez to pull away, and by the time the mediums come into their working window, it might be game over. These laps are now or never for the likes of Gallo, Serrano and Santos to mount their charge to Hernandez, otherwise Hernandez could well just run away with it. But we're yet to see how well the soft tyres run. Not many drivers, if any at all, opted to start on the soft, so this is the first running these drivers will have had with them. Completely random combinations, as we say. They have no idea that Interlagos was picked up until about 15 minutes before the race start. They've had minimal practice time whatsoever. They've not had any chance to see how the softs and mediums differ from each other in terms of the working window. So it's all going to come to head in the final few laps here. But one thing I can say for certain, Flash, this racing is absolutely not helping these drivers' cause. It's aiding Hernandez completely here as Gallo and Serrano go side by side, and Serrano filters into second place. Peloton racing here, but it's not helping cause
I think
whatsoever.
it's curtains. I think it's curtains for the young man. I mean, they're on him. It was something happened. He went from 1.4 to 0.7 seconds in an instant. Once he gets caught by this pack, I think he may just get gobbled up and fall into the pack. But that does not mean that his race is over. We talk about the tyre wear. Can he come back at them? Has he saved enough boost? Can he get enough pace back on the straights with having saved the boost for the latter part of the race? All that to be answered as we enter into our final few laps of this race. Manuel Hernandez is defending from the former world champion, and he's defending like a lion. He is, we said it before, he's got absolutely no fear of any driver in this track. He deserves to be there. He wasn't invited, and he earned his way through the qualifiers, and he is leading this race as we enter into the 16th lap. But it's looking like Jose Serrano is going to have the slip, Valerio Gallo is going to have the slip, and then it could be a 3 wide as we enter into turn 1. It is going to be a 3 wide as we enter into turn 1 on lap 16. 4 wide almost. Antonio Santos himself getting involved in the conversation. It's going to be Valerio Gallo P1, Manuel Hernandez retaining P2, and Antonio Santos up to P3. Jose Serrano shuffled down the pack into P4 with Giant Marty, his compatriot and countryman, in P5. This is retaining something very exciting and something very special is unfolding in front of us, Finley Williams.
This is insanity. I don't quite know what to say, but Gallo and Hernandez are pulling away from Santos and Serrano here. Santos using boost for the first time in this race. He's built up so much of it for the last 3 laps. He can pretty much hold the overtake button for the rest of this race and still have some to spare at the end of it. This is all working out for Antonio Santos. The strategy of saving the overtake might aid him, and he's lined up a move for Manuel Hernandez, and he will line up a move for him into the home stretch to start lap 17 as we approach that home stretch. But Valerio Gallo is your race leader. Jose Serrano's dropped down to 4th. Jaime Marti could start to get involved. You see him in the background in 5th. All this racing will help him as we go down the front stretch to start lap 17. All 4 of these cars in the battle for the race lead here. Manuel Hernandez on the mediums, the rest on the soft. Gallo has a bit of a gap up front. The 3 drivers, Hernandez, Santos, Serrano, going side by side. They're going to be 3 wide again. It's absolute carnage here at Interlagos. Hernandez is getting gobbled up. Serrano on the inside, they're in the grass. Santos going the longer round. Gallo manages to hold on. Serrano side by side. Fantastic move by Jose Serrano and by Antonio Santos. Manuel Hernandez down to 4th. We go on board with Hernandez and Gallo holds the race lead by 0.3 of a second. Serrano going side by side now with Hernandez. Hernandez trying to work it the long way round. Serrano holds onto the inside line just about. There's a wobble for Hernandez on the curb at the exit. Fantastic racing. I mean, Marte's now just 0.5 of a second behind Hernandez. He's getting involved in this racing as well. Is there going to be a move into the next turn here? No one is quite risky enough to do that just yet. But Gallo holding up Santos. Santos still with nearly a full overtake bar left to use. Jose Serrano in there as well. Manu Hernandez has quite a bit of the overtake button still to use as well. He needs to be pedaling that a lot more often, especially with the disparity he'll have on the medium tyres as we go through a lap here. It seems like the podium spots are changing hands every lap, but the top three look to be breaking away from Hernandez on the medium tyres. So it's Gallo, Santos, Serrano as we head up the hill to start lap 18. Is Hernandez going to be on the overtake button? Indeed he is, but I imagine quite a few of the drivers up front will be as well. There's an opportunity for the lead here for Antonio Santos. He has the outside line. Gallo has the inside. Is Serrano going to get involved as well here? 3 wide again, not quite, but Santos all the way around the outside. Gallo manages to hold it just about. Gallo holds the lead, but will that occur into turn 3? There's a wobble for Gallo. Absolute chaos. There's 3 wide. Serrano leads into Lagos. Santos up into second. A costly mistake from Gallo. Hernandez around the outside. There's contact. Gallo holds on to third. This is absolute chaos. I don't quite know where to begin here. Jose Serrano leading. It's a costly error into turn 1 from Valerio Gallo. It's the Spanish driver, the reigning elite champion, who's holding on to the race lead here as Gallo launches around the outside. That could invite Hernandez on the inside. He's wide. Gallo's wide. Hernandez all the way around. This is fantastic racing. Santos is wide as well. This is unbelievable. Santos goes relive. He can't quite find it. Gallo's going around. Hernandez is through into third. Gallo can't quite find the switchback. This is unbelievable racing. And as we start the final lap of this race, we'll go up the hill to start the final lap. Jose Serrano under all sorts of pressure from Antonio Santos, who'll be pedaling that overtake button like nothing. Gallo has none left. Gallo has no overtake left. He's done. He could only hold on to the slipstream. The other 3 cars ahead, all with substantial amounts of the overtake button left. As we start the final lap of this race, Santos going all the way around the outside. Serrano holding lead. Santos can't find the switchback as we start the final lap. There's a wiggle on the exit of 1 from Serrano. Santos holding the overtake button, heading down towards turn 3 as we go with Hernandez. It's side by side for the race lead with the overtake button. Serrano on the inside. Santos leads. Santos takes the lead into turn 3. This is unbelievable racing between the top 3. Gallo drifting back with no overtake left. Hernandez looking to join the party in the final lap here at Interlagos in the 3rd race of this elite competition. Santos holding the lead. Serrano might have 1 more overtaking opportunity left in the penultimate turn before the front stretch, but both will be harrowing. Serrano forcing a move. Serrano going all the way around the outside into this next turn here. Santos hard defending from the Frenchman, from the Gran Turismo Spain 92 car. What a move from Jose Serrano. He's worked his way up. Santos is wide. Hernandez is going to be up the inside into the penultimate turn. He's going up the inside. He's through. Santos is in the grass. Down the home stretch for the last time. Jose Serrano, Manu Hernandez, Antonio Santos. Who will win here at Interlagos? We don't know. None of the drivers have overtake left. And after a madcap 19 laps, Jose Serrano wins at Interlagos. Manu Hernandez takes second. Antonio Santos third. Valerio Gallo in fourth. Constantino 5th. Jaime Martin 6th. Lagadas will take home 7th. And Dan Fenton will take home 8th. It'll be Francesco Cervi with the fastest lap point at the end of that race. 1 minute 14.790. But Flash, what an unbelievable race. It's Jose Serrano with the win. But he just about held on at the end there from challenges from Hernandez and Santos.
Oh my word. Did we say that these races would deliver? I didn't have to say anything, and kudos to you, Finley Williams. You took that home like an absolute boss. I just sat enjoying watching the race. I don't think I've seen anything. 4 wide on consecutive laps. I can't even begin to summarize what we've just seen. I can't even begin to summarize the options, the bravery, the strategy from Manuel Hernandez to try something different. And what we did say became true. It came to fruition. He did come on strong in the later laps with the mediums. He lost the pace and he regained it again as the tyres began to wear out. Not enough, but enabled to make his way back from 4th place back up to 2nd. Absolutely outstanding stuff from all drivers concerned. an incredible race. I did not think that we would top yesterday's race at Fuji, but we may have just done it. This seemed to be getting better and better and better, and kudos again to the very own Nico Romero for putting these combinations together and making them as exciting, leveraging the full power of the game and showing what can be done when a little bit of time and a little bit of thought is put into these combinations to deliver a sub 25-minute race. That could easily be a daily race C on GT7, but it isn't. But that's a conversation for another day. That was a fantastic race for all concerned. Jose Serrano should be in contention now, moving up from 4th, probably towards the top of the leagues, and Manuel Hernandez should be retained. We'll get confirmation of points very, very soon. Obviously, there was a few incidents that will have to go to adjudication from the DAS Series team, who have been acting as officiators and moderators of all races. But as it stands right now, this is leading into potentially a 4 or 5 horse race for the grand final, with 25 points up for grabs for the winner at Watkins Glen. Finlay, recap. You've had some time to breathe. I don't think you breathed for about 3 laps there, but you've had some time. Just gather your thoughts a little moment and tell us, just recap what you've taken. Because I can't even remember what I've seen in all of that action. It was absolutely incredible.
I mean, could we tee it off any better for the final race here at Watkins Glen? A 4-way title fight from what I'm seeing here between Antonio Santos, Jose Serrano, Manuel Hernandez, and Valerio Gallo. Unbelievable racing from all 4 of those drivers. It was a little bit tame to start with. There was some good overtakes, but most of the drivers tried to play it nice. It all came to a head right at the end with some unbelievable racing. Lead changes aplenty. Gallo looked to have it sewn up in the end, but it all came down to boost management, and he had none of it left. He tailed back in the final 4 laps, and that paved the way for an unbelievable battle for the race win between the two Spanish drivers, Jose Serrano and Manuel Hernandez. Manuel Hernandez, who drove really, really well on those medium compound tyres. I think we forget that he had the mediums for the second stint, whereas all the drivers around him, Gallo, Serrano and Santos, all had soft boots fitted. So he was at an immediate disadvantage and drove spectacularly well to take home second. Antonio Santos playing the boost strategy perfectly, barely used any of it, relied heavily on the slipstream in the first few laps of that race, in the first 12, 13, 14 laps of this race, and then ended up launching a fantastic race win fight towards the end with the aid of the boost. He had saved more than any of the other drivers, and he had the lead for a brief period, but absolutely sensational overtakes from Jose Serrano to get through and get the race win right at the death. You're right, I did not breathe for the entirety of those 3 laps. I was in absolute astoundment throughout that race, the pure racing we have going on here at Pulpí. It was fantastic from a commentator's perspective. I imagine it was fantastic from a viewer's perspective, and even better from a driver's perspective, especially if your name is Jose Serrano. But a 4-way championship fight heading into a 25-point race at Watkins Glen. I mean, Flash, what more is there to ask from this elite championship?
I don't know. I just think it's delivered in spades. You know, it's I'm on a bit of a come down right now from pure adrenaline from watching that race. Yeah, you know, and you as well. It'd be hard to. I don't know. I say time and time again, like what could top yesterday's race at Fuji, and that was a dry race, you know. Just for a little bit of to relate to what you just saw. I mean, the Super Formula cars. To even get into a Super Formula car and try and race it all week. For 99% of drivers playing this game casually, you're probably not going to be able to make it round 2 or 3 corners without putting it into the wall. These guys, just for reference, have jumped into this car and instantly are able to deliver a race like that, instantly able to figure out a strategy on the fly. And we saw 2 different strategies finish within a matter of a tenth and a half, 2 tenths at the line. A world champion and a 17-year-old who isn't even old enough to qualify for GT World Series. There's going to be a lot of eyes on that young man whenever he comes of age and he is ready to set his stall out, put his head above the parapet and say, I'm ready to compete in the GT World Series qualifiers, because his name is in the headlights now. He's certainly not in the shadows anymore, and Manuel Hernandez, he's been competitive in every single race, we have to say, but Jose Serrano, I made the call at the start of the race. There was a real sense of urgency about how he went about his business today. He was not sitting back. He was not willing to be too patient and wait to the end of the race. He made the moves happen. He forced the issue. He wasn't afraid to make his moves when it counted and get into those positions with a confidence that he could be the driving force. He could be the driving force to rein in the young man and bring him back into that pack. And that's where it all unfolded in those last 3 laps. Sensational racing, absolute outstanding driving. And I have to say, for an open wheeler with that amount of power on a fresh track that they haven't even prepared, the cleanliness, the ability and the confidence, the compatriotism, the camaraderie between these drivers. They'll fight tooth and nail, they'll take it to each other, they'll stay in the pocket, but they're all friends offline and they've raced with the utmost respect, and that's what we love to see, is that level of racing, that level of aggression, but with the respect and space given. I can't even begin to imagine what we're about to see at Watkins Glen.
Absolutely, and to add some context to this, I've done, whilst you were speaking there very well, Flash, I've done some quick numbers in my head, and forgive me if these numbers are wrong, because this is just totting up the tallies off the top of my head, but if my maths is to be correct, I did get an A in my higher maths, not to brag, so I believe that might be true, but if they are to be believed, then from what I'm seeing, we have a two-way fight, we have a two-way lead in the Elite Championship between Jose Serrano and Manuel Hernandez on 35 points. Serrano picking up 15 points for the race win, takes him from 20 to 35. Hernandez picking up 12 for second, takes him from 23 to 35. So both of those drivers sitting pretty on 35 points at the top of the standings heading to the Glen. I believe we have 33 points, if my maths is correct, for Antonio Santos in second, so only 2 points back from that championship lead. And then Valerio Gallo, I say some way back, he's only on 30 points. So the top 4 drivers all split by 5 points. And on a race where there's 25 points for the race winner, 18 for second, 15 for third, akin to a Formula One podium, there is so many opportunities for these 4 drivers. If any of these 4 drivers win, they'll be right up there in the fight for the Drivers' Championship title. We have a 4-way fight. Jose Serrano looking to defend his title. Manuel Hernandez looking to come in as a relative unknown outside of the Spanish sim racing scene, to come in and pick up the Elite title, having been here every year in the Elite competition since the first ever GT Pulpí. He's only 17 years of age. He's been going to the Elite events, the creme de la creme of Pulpí, since he was 13, and this is the first time we have a proper championship fight from him going into the last race. And then Antonio Santos and Valerio Gallo, 2 seasoned Gran Turismo veterans, and it seems very crazy for me to say that Antonio Santos is a veteran of the Gran Turismo World Series scene already, given he's only done 1 season, but it certainly seems like that. He's very much become part of the furniture in competitive Gran Turismo in recent years. And what is there that we can't say about Valerio Gallo, one of the living legends of the Gran Turismo competitive scene for Outplayed? He's up there as well. He's only 5 points back. He'll be right up there searching for his first championship title. There are some other permutations and permissions for other drivers outside, but our main focus heading to Watkins Glen and that 25-point race for the battle for the Elite title will be between those 4 drivers. So it's a joint championship lead for Jose Serrano and Manuel Hernandez on 35 points. Antonio Santos only 2 points back on 33, and Valerio Gallo only 3 points further back on 30, heading into the last race of the Elite competition, which will be coming to you sooner rather than later from Watkins Glen.
And all that's incredibly good insight to have, that essentially there's 4 or 5 drivers, it's very, very close going into the final, and that's great. But let's put that in context. That becomes irrelevant because there's a 7-point disparity between first and second place in this race. It's 25 points for the win and 18 for second place, then descending in 2-point increments to 16, 14, 12 and 10. That means that someone, realistically, if there's a crash out with the top 2 drivers, or one of the 2 of them finishes in second place, anyone within 7 points of the leaders right now could make the jump and win, even with one of our leaders finishing in P2. So who, from your calculations, is within 7 points, who can come in here and do an absolute blinder and win this race and steal the entire championship in the final race, Finlay? Is that possible for something that we can even get a glance at right now?
I can't, if I'm honest with you, I'm so captivated from that fight. I believe it was Jaime Marti that picked up 5th place in that race, so he would take home 6 points, so that would put him on 14. So no, I believe from my very rough calculations, we've just had it confirmed in my ear that Manu and Serrano are tied on points, Antonio 2 back, and Gallo a further 4 back from the front 2. I believe those are going to be the 4 main protagonists in the final race, and as you say, with that disparity from 25 to 18 points for the win and second place. Basically, what it comes down to, what we've been told by the producers and what we've worked out here, counting with our fingers in the, from our homes, is that whoever wins this race out of the four, whoever finishes the highest up of the four, if they all finish higher up, if they were to finish 1, 2, 3, 4, the race winner would be crowned champion of the elite competition, and that presents a major boon of an opportunity for Jose Serrano to defend his title, but also for the likes of Santos, Hernandez, and Gallo to come through and pick up the elite competition for the first time.
I don't know about you, Finlay, or any of our viewers watching at home, but the thought right now of attacking Watkins Glen in a super formula car and having to go through that, which is essentially a death chicane in its own right, to bounce those tires across that entry-level curb, to be faced with the prospect of penalties on each and every, I mean, I think we have Watkins Glen this week, at least in its short form track. If you've had a go, I'm sure you've seen incidents occur in a Group 4 car that goes approximately sub 200 kilometers an hour. This is going to be 300 kilometers an hour in an open wheeler with boost, with weak slipstream, up an incredibly long straight into, I mean, if someone makes a move, that's a question, that's a pop quiz for chat. Do we believe that someone is going to have a side-by-side through the bus stop chicane in the super formulas at Watkins Glen? I don't believe I could even envisage such a thing, but it could happen. We had four wide going into turn 1 in Interlagos. Anything is possible with these drivers, and they have the skill to pull it off, more importantly.
100%. I've only just caught my breath back from the final 3 laps of that Interlagos race. I'm not sure how I'm going to cope if I need to shout that loud again for Watkins Glen, especially if they go side by side into the bus stop. That would be unbelievable. And you make a great point. I was doing some time trialing the other day with the group at Watkins Glen. Already feels like you're driving by the seat of your pants already, and that's just Group 4. These are some of the highest level, fastest cars in the game, open wheel, super formula cars. As a reminder, Watkins Glen isn't necessarily the host to any real open wheel racing nowadays. IndyCar was on IndyCar's schedule a while back, but it's since been removed, and now it only really runs NASCAR at the top level of American motorsport, which suggests to me that, I don't know about you, Flash, but the IndyCar level maybe got a bit too much for a track like Watkins Glen, which is a good omen for a good, entertaining and exciting race coming into the final here of the elite competition, with 4 of our main antagonists going wheel to wheel, heading here for the title and the £2,000 prize pot, €2,000 I should say.
Yeah, well, the point is, I think you're right. I think this would be a very good car to race at Watkins Glen with the removal of the bus stop chicane. The speed carried up into that outer loop would be exceptionally good to watch. However, that variant doesn't exist within Gran Turismo 7, so there has to be a bus stop chicane. I just don't know what I'm about to say. I can see dreams being shattered through that. I hope I am not speaking as a prophecy right now, but unfortunately, having driven this track, having taken it to the limits that I have in my capability, and having raced it for years, I just understand that there's some things that are just unpredictable, and sometimes those curbs, the way they behave, are just a little bit unpredictable. And the slightest inch left or right, the wrong bounce out of one of those curbs, making that high speed entry into the bus stop, you get the wrong bounce and it's curtains for your race. But if it's curtains for your race, it could be curtains for other people's races as well, because there is no ghosting available in this race. I'm excited to see. We're going to have a great start into the 90, turn 1, a slightly cambered turn 1, and a race up through the S's with weak slipstream onto the back straight and turbo. I don't know what we're about to witness. This may be more terrifying to me to enter the lap 1 bus stop chicane than the turn 1 chicane at Monza, and that is saying something, because correct me if I'm wrong, someone in chat, I don't believe we've ever had these cars on this track in a combo in any format of competition in Gran Turismo 7 as we've seen it, either a exhibition season, qualifying season, or live event or other. I cannot recall it. So this will be a first time for us all to see what happens, and ask the question, what happens when you put the fastest drivers in the world Tour level drivers, world champions, into a super formula car on weak slipstream on an almost 1 mile straight into a bus stop chicane on lap 1, and we're about to find that answer out very, very soon. And I'm not sure I'm going to like the answer. I'm sure our viewers at home who enjoy a little bit of chaos, carnage, may be fond of the macabre, but certainly the drivers will be fearing exactly what happens. Maybe that's a case of who blinks first. Maybe it's a case of chicken into that first bus stop chicane to see what exactly is going to happen. I have the unenviable task of having to call that. But we will see what happens, and I may end up speechless, Finley. I may need you to help me finish the lap, but we will see exactly what happens in only a matter of moments as the lobby is being set. And Antonio finishing off his interview, then we'll have some practice to give them some practice. Thank goodness they're getting a little bit of practice to work their way through to find out and figure out how they can take that corner. But that's not the only corner. That's just one of the second braking zone on the track. We got the outer loop. The outer loop, normally a late apex, normally getting onto the brakes a little bit, feathering them and cutting in and pushing out wide. There's a penalty on the exit, but can the Super Formula car take that outer loop, take that fast, long right-hander, descending gradient? Can it be done at full speed? I know for a fact in some of the Group 1 cars, particularly the Bugatti VGT, it can be done absolutely flat out. I know that the bus stop chicane can be taken flat out. Can the bus stop chicane be taken flat out in the Super Formula car? I'm not too sure. I'm sure the drivers weren't too sure until they got to practice this event. They're in the seats right now, doing their first set of laps, finding the pace. They've only got minutes to do so. And there could be a huge disparity in bravery, pace, and confidence entering and attacking some of these corners. This fast flowing track, as we said before, Mikolai said Jack Mumu, it's a favourite of his. Watkins Glen, it's a track that he has demonstrated the absolute elite of the elite pace on time and time again. He's fond of the open wheeler, but it just hasn't gone his way across the championship. But that's not to say that he is going to be discounted. He is certainly in this level of competition wanting to assert that his result in Berlin was by no means a fluke, and he can compete with the very, very best in this level of competition. And we know he can. It's been a run of bad luck, but he'll be wanting to leave on a high. So look for him to make an absolute ascent. In terms of the options available, slightly different than before, which does add a level of a bit more of interest in terms of Interlagos running on the softs and mediums with no obligation. No big disparity really in pace with these types of cars. Weak slipstream. The mediums and softs we saw with Manuel Hernandez able to hold on to the pack. Sure, there was a little bit of drop pace out of some of those corners, but what we're going to see now in Watkins Glen is the softs and the hard tyres. There will be a disparity in pace. I'm not sure that the slipstream on weak will be enough to keep a hard runner with the soft tyres, even with boost enabled. It's all beginning to hot up now. I know that Antonio Santos is now taking his seat in his rig to get a little bit of practice going. We're probably going to be hitting this race in the next lot of minutes. Let us know in chat, what do you think is going to happen? Do you think we will see a side-by-side going into that bus stop chicane? What are your expectations? And who do you think will reign and win the champion? Will it be the newcomer Manuel Hernandez? Will it be the first driver to win coming through the qualifying on site? Or will it be Jose Serrano defending his title? Or another driver entirely? Will it be Valerio Gallo, who last year came so close to clinching the 2024 title down to the final number of corners? He was winning the championship. He was winning the race. He crashed an unforced error, unforgivable for someone of his standard. He lost the title, finished off in 3 for the championship. But he's back this year. He's been consistent. He's delivered the results. A win here, 25 points, and anyone in that top 4 can make themselves a contender to take the title home. We've Antonio Santos been involved in every single race leading up to this, always in the thick of it, always in the thick of the action. And obviously, there's none other than Constantino. He will be looking to get himself right into the front of action. But 2 different tire strategies, no obligation again. Could you do a no-stop strategy on the hard tires? Is that viable? Is a hard stop, a hard run, 18 laps, fuel saving? Is that possible? We do not know. I don't know the answer to that. Even the drivers know the answer to that. Is it going to be a case of, because there's no obligation to pit, is it going to be 2 stints in softs, for example? Is that going to work out? We do not know the answer to that. The drivers will be figuring this out. We saw yesterday Consta had his calculator out. He was running the numbers to figure things out. They'll be running the lap at full pace. They'll be looking at their percentage depreciation on fuel. They'll be running some numbers. They'll be looking to short shift. They'll be doing it all in their head on the fly. Only moments to prepare for what is about to be our grand final of this Elite Championship. I am absolutely amped up. I'm sure you guys at home are excited for this. Finlay, final thoughts as we lead into this race. What are you looking for, and what do you expect to happen in this absolutely incredible Elite Championship finale?
Well, I mean, the one thing that we must not get ahead of ourselves with, I feel, is that we do, for this particular race, have a one-shot qualifying Super Pole-esque format to decide who will start at the top of the field. So this qualification could really be a make or break for someone's championship hopes. We saw it at Monza, actually, in the first race. Valerio Gallo had a horrible qualifying, started 13th out of 14 on the grid, only ahead of Dan Fenton, and that allowed him, whilst he did have the race pace, he managed to get his way up to 6th. He was carving his way up the field past all sorts of drivers and ended up with a respectable 6th place finish, given the circumstances. But the point I'm trying to make is that none of these 4 drivers can afford to have a qualification like Gallo did at Monza again. None of these 4 can afford to be any further away distanced from each other. None of these 4, they have to stick together. They have to be in that top 4 range. Whoever has pole position, whoever gets that top 2 spot, will be absolutely at an advantage heading into turn 1 and heading up the hill towards the bus stop for the first time to pull away and try and establish a lead in the battle for the championship. But it's anyone's game here between this top 4. The essential formula we've come up with help from our producers is whoever wins this race out of those 4 is your champion, irrespective of how the other 3 finish, with that 7-point deficit from 27 to 18 points per second, even if second place was to get the bonus points for fastest lap, unless second place was to be Serrano or Hernandez and first place was to be Gallo, then we would have a race going on count back, and I believe it would go to Gallo if Gallo was to win that race. The only way that would happen is if there was a fastest lap points for them as well, but that's the only way the race winner doesn't pick up the title here today. So it's essentially, barring an extraordinary set of circumstances, whoever wins this race wins the title. And you mentioned we have the 5-minute warning from Alejandro for that 1-lap Super Pole qualification to start here at Watkins Glen, that this is a complete unknown to these drivers. We were discussing Flash. We've had the document with the pool of tracks on with ourselves for a couple of days now. We've had some discussions leading up to the event, and we were both mentioning that Watkins Glen is a complete outlier compared to the other 5 tracks that had the potential to be selected for this event, and that means that this is a complete anomaly to these drivers. These drivers, you mentioned Miu Miu. I spoke to Jaime Marti before the event. He said Watkins Glen was one of his best tracks, and whilst Watkins Glen may well be some of the best tracks in the game for other drivers, they probably will not have had that experience on it in that Super Formula car, thanks to the fact it's not really been selected as a competitive combo in World Series, in daily races, and events like this, LAN events like Pulpí. It hasn't really come up, and it's for good reason. It's perhaps a more deadly combination than we're expecting. So all I'm expecting really, Flash, is some absolute carnage through this race. Hopefully we get some good, clean racing in there. Hopefully there's no last gasp crashes to decide the championship. We really do want the championship to be decided in the cleanest, fairest way possible. Everyone pulling through, everyone working together. I think the first 3 races of this event have really shown that this is the epitome of sportsmanship and camaraderie, as you mentioned after that Interlagos race. The epitome of camaraderie and sportsmanship between these drivers, raising each other up. There's no dirty driving whatsoever there. There'd be no major crashes amongst the top 4. There'd be no major slip-ups from any of them. And I really, really hope, as you say, Flash, as good as it would be for the viewers at home, that this championship isn't decided on the bus stop chicane at the last lap with a crash. Hopefully we get some nice clean racing all the way through to the end of this race, and hopefully we have a deserving champion. And whoever wins this race, whoever picks up the title out of all 4 of these drivers, will be the deserving champion. I'm confident of that. All 4 of these drivers have a case for picking up the title, and all 4 of these drivers deserve it.
Yeah, they're very, 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 I have to agree with everything you've just said there, Finlay. We can see they're setting it as 1 or 2 laps now. This is going to be same as yesterday. If you joined us yesterday, if you haven't joined us yesterday, you're watching for the first time. To Finlay's point, it is a super pole flying lap. So the grid on the last race was set by the standings leading in to day 2 from the first 2 races. But this can change everything We know that a driver who keeps it on the deck, who keeps it on the black stuff and sets a lap and doesn't push too hard can get himself in contention. We know that some of the fastest drivers in the world can make an unforced error, not cope with the pressure, take too much of the track limits, get themselves a penalty. There only is one goal. As we see, they're beginning to come out on track now. We'll go to the full screen and get a look to see exactly who is going to be out on track first. Who are the first? Cuerdo out in P1. I think we're going to have maybe some of the back runners coming out first, and then maybe our faster drivers will set the pace later on. Let's see who is out first. Cuerdo and João Jesus will be out second. Let's see how they're taking that. We can see that there is a bit of a lift there involved coming round. Certainly that's flat out through, almost through the curve, but he is setting his pace and getting these tires warmed up on his outlap now as it stands, bringing it down through the chute, and he'll be coming into the toe, looking for that wide line, looking for that late apex to bring it up the hill and retain that traction, pushing out as wide as possible. There's a threat of a penalty on that corner. He's getting the grips of things now. He's going to bring it into the heel, looking again to carry the speed. Got João Jesus out on track. He's going to be bringing his up, getting his pace up to speed as well, getting his tires nicely warmed up to get all the pace out of them that they can. Mumu on track now. He's going to want to do something special here. He's going to want to make up for some lost ground, some performances that he himself, his own high standards, won't have been happy with. Nicholas Fontana, again, an outstanding drive yesterday. The Italian driver had a great drive with the alternate strategy at Monza. He has displayed some pace and got us out in this first group. Again, I think we may have J. Marty on track and deck as well, with Fento retaining in the pits. But we're going to see our first runner. Yes, it is deck, J. Murphy out on track for that first group of drivers, but we want to see Cuerdo. He's going to approach his first lap. Here he is coming through the bus stop chicane. He is absolutely floored at that time. He did not make a lift there. There's a marginal lift, a little comfort lift. He attacked that with absolute aggression. Could there be potentially a track limit? It'll show itself now if there was. It's always the lane, and he's got away with it. He was super aggressive as he comes into the toe. Again, looking for that wide line to carry as much speed as possible and push the aggression out wide using the extra piece of track, pushing up 51.205, setting the precedent through sector 2, driving up through the hill, holding that wide line. Again, pushing out. He could be a little bit more. Oh, he's very wide there. Coming into the hairpin. How's he going to look for traction coming through here on the soft tires in the Super Formula 23 tire? He is pushing everything. He's cutting the grass. He's a gardener, but he's going to bring it into the last sector to set our first lap and set his stall out and put a benchmark as to what is possible. Almost full speed through the final corner to the line. What's it going to be? It's going to be a 1:23.690 for Cuerdo. The Krakenstein's driver has set the first lap. João Jesus is now coming through. We don't know what the sector 3 time is, but he is looking to be pretty on pace. He's got one of the nicest liveries in the Ferrari livery, and he's going to bring it through. He hasn't really shown exactly what he is capable of to his own high standards in this particular competition, but it's going to be a 1:23.7, exceptionally close, and it's going to be Mikolaj Sejak is going to bring it through, and he takes pole. He is showing what he's capable of. He does love the open wheelers, and it's going to be Nicholas Fontana a little bit off the pace to his own standards. He hasn't quite delivered, but we did say the outlier in this event, the man with nothing to lose, Mumu, Mikolaj Sejak, again delivering the pace we know he's capable at one of his favourite tracks in an open wheeler, and J. Marty carries over the line with a penalty. That's such a shame. He was on a good lap in his own right. We have Fede, Ghost Baby. He's going to be coming in now, looking for his lap, bringing it round into the final bend. What's he going to bring home? He's had some pace this weekend in various different fits and spurts. Oh, that's his outlap. So this is the second group now. This is the second group is going out. So we have brought home our first 7. It's Deck. Deck has taken pole. Deck has taken pole from Mumu. My goodness, that was something we did not expect. The young Irishman, the first driver from Ireland ever to qualify for GT World Series. He's showing some pace in fits and starts. He has shown a little bit of inconsistency, which comes along with experience. It is only his second time at a live LAN event, but he has put it on a provisional pole as it stands against the Polish driver in Mikolaj Sejak from Cuerdo in P3. Manuel Hernandez out, the danger man, one of our World Championship contenders, is now out on track. What's he going to do? Ghost Baby bringing it round. He's now at the toe. He'll be looking to finish off his lap strong with an incredibly impressive Sector 2 time. He is pretty much on target for somewhere in around the top 5, it looks at this stage, but it is not said and done. We have some of the big guns to go. We have Jose Serrano to go. We have Valerio Gallo to get out on track. We have obviously Manuel Hernandez and Antonio Santos. They are yet to go. These are your provisional leaderboards, but at the moment it's the Irishman as P8, Ghost Baby, Fede brings it round the final bend. He is going to bring it to the line. What's it going to be? Has he got something to do to shuffle up this board and assert himself on the final race in the ground? He does! It's P3! He has absolutely put it a pretty good line. We knew from Sector 2 it was strong, but it's constant into the final corner. What can he deliver? What can he do? What can the Greek man deliver? He's in P2! He's displaced his own teammate. Fento, unfortunately, with a penalty, will not contend this lap. But it is constant in P2. Gallo's purple. We said the big guns would come. And Josete comes across the line in P3. Well positioned as a championship contender. What can Valerio Gallo do? What's it going to be? P3! But Consta holds P2. Antonio Santos, one of the final contenders to go into the final bend. What's it going to be? The Frenchman from Le Mans. What can he bring home? Is it going to be something outstanding? It is! It's P1 for Antonio Santos. He's had speed here everywhere. And he's being displaced by Manuel Hernandez. The young Spaniard has taken it. We said he was a danger man. We said he's had pace here. On the final corner, has taken pole position from Antonio Santos. An outstanding drive for Jay Murphy, the Irish driver, in third position. Consta showing what he's capable of in P4. Valerio Gallo P5 and Josete in P6. This is anyone's race right now. What a qualifying session. Finley, help me out here. I'm out of breath.
Unbelievable. Manuel Hernandez at the very last. Pole position for the final race, the joint championship leader with the best seats in the house heading down towards turn 1 for the last time in the elite competition, and Antonio Santos directly alongside him as well. Remember, if he wins this race, irrespective of what happens to the rest of the field, he will be champion, and it's the same can be said for Hernandez, who will start on pole, Gallo, who will start 5th, and Serrano, who will start 6th. If any of those 4 drivers take the checkered flag first, they are your elite champions, but it's absolutely advantage to Hernandez and Santos at the front. I'm not sure if it was more of underwhelming laps for Gallo and Serrano, but more than absolutely ridiculous laps from Constantino. And hey, how about Jay Murphy? P4 on the grid for the Irishman in the final race here at Watkins Glen. We're seeing a lot of love from his DTR teammates in the chat. Delight for the Irishman. He's had a couple of great moments. He drove really well at Fuji to take home P4 on the road.
He's P3, just to confirm, P3.
Oh, P3, apologies. I thought it was
P3.
constant P3. Apologies. Great effort from Jay Murphy. He did have penalties in Fuji, which brought his track position down after he took home that spot in Fuji. But however, he's had the time now. He obviously likes Watkins Glen itself as a track, and he's done a fantastic effort. He's acclimatized to LAN events so quickly. The World Series event in Berlin was his first one of them. He acclimatized so quickly here in Pulpy, and he's now maybe not within a shout of the championship, but definitely he's driving for pride here now. He's driving for position to maybe get his way into that best of the rest spot in 5th. But it's a fantastic effort from the Irishman, and he's well set up for the race. But Manuel Hernandez, absolutely dream start to the final race here as he launches an assault. The 17-year-old phenom from Spain launches an assault on the elite title to take it home and bring it home for the 4th edition of GT Pulpí. Antonio Santos alongside him on the front row. We are all set up for an absolute extravaganza to start the final race here at Watkins Glen.
I have to regain my composure. I can't believe how many times did we see the lead change at the end. We knew that Manuel Hernandez was a danger man. We've been saying it all weekend. You have been saying it. He is the one to watch. You've said it. I think it was brought to our attention. I have to say, I think I have a pretty good grasp on what's going on in the GT esports world, but he wasn't quite on my radar to just have that level, to bring it to that level, to bring it to Jose Serrano, to bring it to Valerio Gallo under these conditions. We've seen it from Antonio Santos. We know he can do it, but Manuel Hernandez has arrived. Whatever happens, irrespective of the outcome of this event, Manuel Hernandez has arrived on the world stage, and here's a threat. And we're getting ready The grid is set. Manuel Hernandez P1, Antonio Santos P2, joining them on the first row of the grid, followed by Deck and Constant P4 as we get ready to enter the final race of this Elite Championship. The lights are getting red. 3, 4, and 5, and it's going to be... It's lights out and away they go. It seemed like a very slow start for Manuel Hernandez. We got a move on the outside from Constantinos. Constantinos is looking. Manuel Hernandez on the outside line. Costa, Antonio Santos is there with him. It's very, very wide for Costa. It could be a penalty for him. Josetti up to 4th position. But Manuel Hernandez is getting away clean. He's going to have no one around him. But what will that slipstream do? How quickly will they close down on him as we approach the bus stop chicane for the very first time in this grand final? They're side by side already. They're hitting the grass. What is going to happen here? Can we see anything? Can they get through clean? There's death already. There's people off on the right hand side, and B Racer is down to 12th position. There's someone off in the back as well. We thought it might happen. We thought hopes and dreams would be ruined through that first bus stop chicane, and unfortunately for Jay Marty, it appears he is in the back off the field as a result of that. But it is Consta who is up in P1 ahead of Manu. I do not know what is happening. He's on the soft tires, followed by the hard tire of Manuel Hernandez. Consta with the alternative strategy, the aggression, bringing it through. Antonio Santos in P3, followed by John Jesus in P4. Josetti in P5, following through into Sector 3 of this first lap. Things are beginning to look very interesting. The gap is opening up for Constantinos Constantino. What can he do with clean air? What can he do with no threat? What can he do by taking the racing line through that bus chicane? 18 laps off this race as we finish off round number 1. It's Constantinos Constantino on the soft tire, followed by the hard tire runners of Manu Hernandez, Antonio Santos, and the rest of the drivers with Mumu in P8. But my goodness, it looks like Deck is down to P10. Maybe he got caught up in that drama with Valerio Gallo. But what can they do with 18 laps to go? Finley Williams, tell us what you see.
Horrible start for Valerio Gallo, but he's done it at Monza. He's come from the back to a decent result as we see João Jesus, who's been nowhere the entire time. Contact between Santos and Hernandez heading into the bus stop chicane. Jesus right behind them to pick up the pieces as well. Santos manages to break away. He's on the grass. He manages to cut back in with the late apex and keep Hernandez at bay. But this is unbelievable. We said this particular combination could be deadly. It's turned out that way. Commiserations to Jaime Marti as well. We said it was one of his best tracks in the game. It's an absolute nightmare for start to him, clattering into the wall at the heel of the boot at the bottom end of the track where we're passing right now. So he's all the way at the back with all the work to do to come back for the rest of this race. But Constantino out of nowhere, unbelievable break. We said he's on the soft compound tyres. He does need to make hay while the sun shines with the other drivers on hards. He needs to gap as quickly as possible. We're not quite sure what the pit loss is, but we need to make sure that Constant has a gap to be able to come in, fit on the hard tyres and go to the end of the race with minimal pressure from those behind. But it's lying in stone for Santos, for Hernandez, for Jesus and for Jose Serrano. 3 of these cars in the championship fight right now, might I add. João Jesus playing the bottleneck right now. He's only racing for pride here. He's not racing for the championship at all. As Jesus goes into the grass, down the hill towards turn 1. We go up the hill now. Jesus right on the back of Hernandez, heading up the hill towards the S's. They're going flat out up the hill. Jesus right behind Hernandez in the slipstream, might be on the overtake button. Could he try and make a move before the bus stop chicane comes? Mumi on the move against Dan Fenton as well. Jesus works ways around. Santos out of the slipstream. Santos down to 4th. That just shows how important the slipstream is. He found his way out. He's down to 4th. Jesus up to 3rd, pressuring Hernandez all the way. And this is unbelievable racing from these 4 at the front. But Santos starting to fall back a bit more and potentially falling out of that slipstream range. He's had a great exit at the edge of that turn to keep in contact with Jesus and Hernandez.
Yeah, I think, I'm looking at the gap here. I'm looking at the delta. We expected a bigger differential in pace from the hard runners and the soft runner in Consta in P1. It's only 4 seconds at the moment. I'm quite surprised at that. I don't know. I would not question, would not challenge the abilities or pace of Constantinos Constantino in P1, but maybe he's tire saving. What does he have planned for this race? There has to be something, because he should be certainly gapping at a pace more than a 1.2 seconds a lap faster than the hard tire runners. But it's the hard tire runners What is their plan? We do not know what the strategy is. We've nothing to bring to it. As a move is being made by Valerio Gallo, he's got himself back up into P7. We saw it yesterday, down in P14 at Monza. It wasn't going to deter him. It wasn't going to deflate him. He was staying motivated. He stayed focused and made his way back up to P6. Could it be another exceptional drive from the Italian driver? The former world champion, the former Olympic Virtual Series champion, is back up into P7, chasing down Mumu in P6, and Deck in P9 has made his way back up in the chasing pack. They are coming back together. I mean, really, from P9 to P1, it's only a 7-second gap, and Deck is putting in some serious pace right now. He is pushing everything. We know he has the pace from qualifying. He's gapping Ghost Baby there as he chases up to the back of Dan Fenton in P8, who was also caught up in some of that trouble earlier on in the race.
Valerio Gallo absolutely has the pace on this track. It was just unfortunate, the incident in qualifying. Very unfortunate that he fell back the way he did. As you see Jaime Marti there, some tune back on Nicholas Fontana in 13 is going to take an absolute merit. I think he has made a pit stop actually. I think he has gone onto the soft compound tyres. I think he's maybe gone off the hards, trying an alternate strategy to try and get his way back into the race, because it's going to take an absolute miracle from here to see Marti back into the main group of contention. But as I was saying, we've seen Valerio Gallo so many times before in both the World Series and yesterday at Monza come back from difficult predicaments. As there's a penalty for, I think, Hernandez at the front. I think there's a shortcut penalty for Hernandez, and that no, it's Jesus. Apologies, Drow Jesus with the penalty, and it'll go up and serve it later on in the lap. Luckily, the penalty line isn't in the straight down towards the bus stop chicane. That would be just cruel, but luckily enough, so he has to wait until the end of that. Antonio Santos under pressure from Jose Serrano, holding off from that overtake button like we saw in the late at Interlagos as we head down towards the bus stop chicane. No one trying any moves. Gallo's through on Dan Fenton, and Deck's falling back as well, so Gallo up to 7th and really making the running now, the Italian driver. Back towards Miu in 6th. Miu Mikolaj Sezdiak, the Polish Briton, loves this track, favours it absolutely, and is right on the back of Jose Serrano as he's fighting for pride now, fighting for position, not necessarily for the championship, but he's trying to work his way up the field at one of his favourite tracks in the game as we go with the VQS driver in 6th position at the moment. 3/10 back from Serrano. Drow Jesus serving his penalty. He'll fall down. Santos has got him. Serrano will as well. There's a big move to be made up the inside from Sedzak. He's forced Serrano wide. And that's invited Valerio Gallo up into 5th place. Sedzak with a bold move. He's taken Serrano with him. Jay Murphy might be up the inside of the Briton now. He is. They're going to go side by side in the penultimate corner of this circuit. Sedzak's going to try and hang out the long way. Murphy's going to pitch him off. Sedzak will have the inside for this last turn. Fantastic racing. And Constantino in the pit lane already. But Gallo's up and through.
Yeah, we saw the pace. We saw the tires were fading drastically in this ×5 tire wear. I don't know what the strategy option is. Is it a hard soft? Is it going to be another set of stops? Is he planning on a 2-stopper strategy? Does he think that might work? I'm not sure, but the hard runners were reining him back in, even on lap 5. That was the nature of the crossover effect of the tires and pace. But the one word that we did use, certainly in previous races, was a level of compliance. We're going to use it again. It did appear to be that they were working together. I think they have the measure of Constantino. I think they know that now. But Manuel Hernandez is not given an inch. He is not giving anything up. He's led this hard tire runners for the last 6 laps as we come into the 7th lap. A move being made on the inside from Antonio Santos. John Jesus has actually come back from his penalty. He's back up into P3, and Valerio Gallo's back up into P4. P3. He's in P3. We told him he's the comeback king. He will not be afraid of making a comeback. He can make his way through the field given any situation. Do not doubt the prowess of the Italian driver in making his way back from a bad situation. As we enter into lap 7, it's Manuel Hernandez in P1, Antonio Santos P2, Valerio Gallo, caught up in that early action, is back up into P3. We did say if one of these 3 drivers, P1, P2 or P3, win this race outright, the points as they stand will determine the champion of the GT Pulpí League Championship, and they're going for moves into the bus stop. He's up into P1. Valerio Gallo P1 in the bus stop chicane. The bravery on the Italian driver as he makes his way forward through. Oh my goodness, through the outer loop. I can't keep up, Finlay. It's all change here now.
Absolutely fantastic driving from Valerio Gallo. We warned drivers before this race. Again, this moves into the bus stop chicane. I don't think Valerio is watching. I certainly hope he isn't. But he didn't take any heed to that whatsoever. Fantastic move on Antonio Santos and Manuel Hernandez up the back straight into the bus stop chicane, round the outside and through into the race lead. All four driving championship contenders for the elite in the top 5 right now. Joao Jesus kind of the outsider at the moment in 4th position. He's not got a fight for the championship at the moment. He's facing some issues with the tech right now. We'll try and get that to you as quickly as possible. And I think we're back now. But Dan Fenton, we're currently on with an 8th. Jay Murphy's up to 7th now as well. He was the other driver to get caught up in that early incident with Valerio Gallo. He might not have had quite the same impact in the comeback as Gallo, but he's done remarkably well. And he's back caught up with that lead group of favourites actually alongside Nikolai Sedziak. Dan Fenton a bit far behind. But that top 7 all within a shout with the lead. And you can see coming up the straight, fantastic camera angle there. All of them in with the shout with the lead here. And could there be more moves made into bus stop chicane? Hernandez going for the outside line. Joao Jesus there as well. Hernandez back up into the lead. Hernandez files through into the lead. Peloton racing here. And GT Pulpí Elite as Manuel Hernandez files back into the race lead. All these drivers still on the hard compound tyres as a reminder. As Joao Jesus looks for the outside and Antonio Santos. Santos covers off well, heading towards the boot section of the track to keep 3rd position. But Hernandez filing back into the lead. Gallo maintains 2nd and Santos maintains 3rd. As a reminder, if any of these top 3 win this race, or if Jose Serrano in 5th does as well, they take home the Elite Championship and they take home the biggest share of a €2,000 prize pot. Is Joao Jesus going to go for a move on Antonio Santos? No, he's going to bide his time, potentially looking for a move up the hill towards the bus stop on the start of the next lap. But fantastic racing here from these top 7 drivers, all within a shout of taking home the race win, as Jaime Marti's in the pits again, this time going for the hard compound tyres, and Constantino, the only other drivers who have pitted from the lead so far after he started on the soft compound tyres. But fantastic racing so far from all concerned.
I'm having a look just while you're commenting there, Finlay. I was having a look. Look at the fuel, 50% way through the race. Hard tires. This is looking very much to me like a no-stop strategy. A little bit of fuel saving and potential to bring this home without making any form of stop whatsoever. That's obviously called potentially curtains to Konstantinos's aspirations for a win at GT Pulpí 2025, but it is looking like the no-stop strategy. So we need to keep an eye on that fuel. You need to get through 9 laps. That would suggest to me that Manuel Hernandez is actually slightly under-fueled this stage. We're looking, he has to finish 9 laps on the fuel. Does he even want to be in this position at this stage? Does he want to filter back in and potentially save? And you can see Antonio Santos is right on the money at 50%. So this is the race I think we are looking at right now. We may see some aggressive fuel saving in these upcoming laps, because I can tell you these hards will make it. From the looks of things, they will make it, and it will not pay dividends to make any form of pit stop in this race. There's too much time to be lost when you can just nurse these hard tires.
Jose ran wide in that turn there. He's got back to 9th now. Dan Fenton's got ahead. Jose Serrano, one of the main title antagonists, winner of the last race at Interlagos. He's gone wide. I'm not sure if he's been punted or if he's outbroken.
Look at his fuel.
Going into that turn there.
Look at his fuel. He has the most substantial amount of fuel of any of the front runners. He has fuel saved significantly leading up to this. He is prepped. Look at John. Look at where the fuel is. He's got about 10, potentially 15% more fuel than some of these front runners. The pace is going to drop off later on in this race. Jose Serrano may be down, but he is not out. I believe he has fuel saved exceptionally well throughout the course of this race, in the first half, that he will be in some form of position to make a charge later on in the race. And that's what I'm keeping my eyes on right now.
100%, and that zero stop strategy, absolutely remarkable from these guys, making up these strategies on the fly, of course. And obviously some drivers may not have clocked onto it, especially Constantino. His calculator can only do so much work for him, it seems, as he made that pit stop in that earlier on, ran the softs, went onto the hards, didn't quite clock that the zero stop could work. And that's what happens with these strategies. They have no time to figure them out. They're told if and when, hey, we're racing on Watkins Glen, here's the strategies, here's the multipliers, and these guys have all clocked on to a no-stop strategy on the hards. Consta, unfortunately, not, and so his battle for the race win seems to be down and out, barring some form of miracle. But all that incident with Serrano has bumped everyone else up a position. Jay Murphy's now up into 6th, and that lead group seems to now be a group of 6. We see Cuerdo up into 7th as well, only driver in the championship heading into today with no points on the board, the driver for Krakensteins. It was a Krakenstein sandwich with Manu at the top and Cuerdo at the bottom, but Cuerdo, fantastic effort to get up into 7th and try and get some points on the board in the final race of this elite competition, but he is under some pressure from Jose Serrano in that battle for 7th. But at the moment, Manuel Hernandez with a half a second lead on Valerio Gallo in this final elite race, with Antonio Santos in 3rd. However, that gap will come down with the slipstream and perhaps with the aid of the overtake button down this back stretch. There's a battle for 10th between the two Italians, and there's a battle for 2nd between the Frenchman and Italian. Santos up the inside into the bus stop, Santos through into 2nd. It's the 2nd time in 3 laps that we've had a driver filtered by Valerio Gallo into 2nd, and it's Santos this time who goes through to try and launch a charge on Manuel Hernandez from the front.
I just want to keep an eye on Antonio Santos, but also on Mumu. They are the ones that have saved the fuel. As we move through the drivers, keep an eye on that fuel. Antonio Santos and Mumu. Mumu has positioned himself nicely in P5. He's sitting pretty. He's saving fuel. But also, the man on the move is Jose Serrano. He seems to have the best. Look at the differential between Manuel Hernandez and Antonio Santos. He's doing the hard work out front. And Antonio Santos, with extra experience, is letting him do it. He's going very close to the wall. But look at the fuel. I think there's an element of fuel saving, and with respect to Manuel Hernandez, he has not managed his fuel. He has led at the front. We thought he was being very, very aggressive. We did not know that the no-stop strategy was on at that stage, but it's looking to be very much a no-stop race where fuel, and Josete is almost, he is the best with fuel on the entire track right now. He's only 4 seconds off the pace. When these guys start fuel mapping, if they have to fuel map up the straight, it could be anything as much as 8, 9 tenths, a second of pace lost to the chasing former world champion Jose Serrano, the current points leader in the Nations Cup of 2025, and he's going to make a move now. It looks like he's going to be patient. He will take him at the penalty line, have clean air to work his way up through the pace as he has saved this fuel for the remaining third of this race. 6 laps to go in this elite championship final at GT Pulpí 2025.
Yeah, fantastic race here, and as you rightly pointed out, Jose Serrano, that incident could well have been a blessing in disguise, although it might not have seemed it at the time, because he will find some clean air once he eventually passes Cuerdo at the penalty line. We assume that pass will happen this time by next lap, but Hernandez all the way out front at the moment. Look at that field, you're absolutely right, and compare that to Antonio Santos, who we've just seen on our screens just now under some pressure from Nikolai Sedziak from VQS. He's got a significant amount more fuel on board as the Frenchman, and we saw it with the overtake button in the last race at Interlagos. He's remarkable at conserving his fuel, his overtake, his tyre right until the bitter end. As Sedziak falls back, I think there's an instant no drivers in the pit lane. Manuel Hernandez in the pits and Nikolai Sedziak in the pits, perhaps for a top-up, perhaps for a change of tyres. That could be that. I'm not sure if these drivers, the rest of these drivers at the front, I'm not sure if Gallo, Jesus, Santos or Serrano are going to go for a pit stop. I think maybe Hernandez has realised, oh no, I've underfueled greatly here. I'm not saved enough fuel. I have to come in for a pit stop, and that could be curtains to his championship fight. As Gallo's under pressure from João Jesus in the battle for the race, down towards the bus stop for the 13th time. No pressure there. I'm not sure Jesus would like to make such a move there. He is in the grass a bit, perhaps. That could invite Jesus through as we head down into the boot section of the track. But bold strategy, Cole Flash, from Manuel Hernandez, your race leader and your championship leader. What was the thinking there?
I really don't know, and I think I saw Mumu come in as well, which I don't understand. He was one of the leaders in fuel. I think he was sitting very well, unless, and I will hold my hands up and say I could have missed something, but I just don't know what the play was there, because he seemed to be sitting primed and ready for an attack in the closing third of this race. He seemed to have the fuel, and we're seeing here, the two VQS drivers together. Is there a plan to make some form of a comeback together? Are they both? I want to see one of these drivers if they're on the softs or the hard tires. I'm not too sure what they have chosen. Will the soft tires do a 7-lap stint? Will they be able to get back into the thick of it?
Oh, drivers coming in.
Drivers are coming in now, John D.
Yeah. It looked to be the soft tyres from Manuel going on, and I imagine it'll be the same across the board with only 4 laps left. Santos opting to stay out, as is Serrano. If they can make the no-stop work, they win this race. One of them wins this race. Same can be said for Dan Fenton as well, also staying out. But this could be the battle for the win here if Santos and Serrano have played their cards right, and this could also be, therefore, the battle for the championship as well. If they've played their cards right, if they've on the field, if they've saved, then this could be the battle for the championship title going on right here and now. Dan Fenton, the other driver to have stayed out, he's not in championship contention. As we see Drive Jesus come out the pit lane, Manuel Hernandez on the warmed-up tyres up the hill, pulls clear and into 4th position. But 2 differing strategies here. Are Santos and Serrano going to come in at the end of this lap? Are they going to come in at all? We'll find out in the next few laps.
I mean, I'm really beginning. Antonio Santos, our championship contender, has got himself a penalty. This could be very, very, very difficult. He's straight on to the boost to try and retain that slipstream. I think with boost enabled, it's really going to help him get back into the slipstream of Jose Serrano. We said Jose Serrano, we called it earlier on the race. He was down after the incident to 9th or 10th position. We had a quick look at the fuel and said, hold on a second, his fuel's looking very, very good right now. This is not it over for Jose Serrano. And we can see that he has taken the lead. P1 with 3 laps to go, or 4 laps to go, with a second gap to Antonio Santos and a fuel advantage. But Antonio Santos will be in slip up this long straight through the S's, onto the back straight, through the outer loop. In lap 15, he will have the opportunity to fuel save. Dan Fenton coming through. His left tire is hurting. It's in pain. Can he make it the remaining lap? 15, 16, 17, 18, 4 laps. That's going to be so tricky, so tough. Does anyone experience a puncture? We haven't seen one of these occur at the elite level of competition in quite some time, but they are going to be driving these tires down to the rims, it seems, certainly in that front left anyway, as they approach the final lap. The no-stop strategy cannot work out for Jose Serrano. Antonio Santos only a half second abreast. There is nothing between these two drivers at this stage of the race. Looking at the tires, they look pretty even. Looking at the fuel, it now looks pretty even, with Jose Serrano in first place, given the slip, given the ability to save some fuel to Antonio Santos. Is this where he wants to be at this stage? Does he want Antonio Santos to make the move? And we have a chasing pack 13 seconds abreast, led by Manu Hernandez, but I don't know that 13 seconds across the last 4 laps is going to be enough. It seems to be they're racing for the best of the rest at this stage. What are your thoughts leading into the final few laps, Finley Williams?
Well, I mean, I think you've hit the nail on the head there. 13 seconds does seem an excessive amount. However, we must remember Serrano and Santos on the worn hards, and the chasing pack led by Hernandez, and then Jesus, Sedziak and Gallo as well, all on new soft. So I'm not sure if they're going to, I don't think they'll be able to make up that time. However, I'd love to be proven wrong and given a last lap dash between 6 or 7 drivers for the title. That would be absolutely maniacal, and I think I'd love it. But coming down the back stretch here, lap 16 of 18, it certainly looks as though they have enough fuel on board to answer some questions in the chat. We've been informed by our producers that there is no mandatory stop whatsoever. There's no tyre restrictions as Gallo gets past Jesus up the way into the S's. At the start of lap 16, he'll pull out and try and get Hernandez as well down the hill towards the bus stop chicane, and he will go through. So Gallo takes over in 4th place. I say that they're going to go side by side. Jesus gets through as well, fantastic, and Hernandez has been left out to dry a bit here. That puts him under pressure from Nikolai Sedziak as well. So this is all happening now. The two drivers, Gallo and Jesus, pulling away from Hernandez and Sedziak. Fantastic opportunistic racing from the Portuguese driver, Ferrari driver in the Gran Turismo World Series. But for now up front, Serrano and Santos have enough fuel. Just about the tyres left. Look, but from Gallo, there's barely anything left as he tries to defend from Jesus as well. And Serrano and Santos line and stern as they begin to start the 17th and penultimate lap, and potentially the fight for the title as Santos goes into the grass.
Dan Fenton has closed that gap down quite considerably.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
yes,
quite considerably. I have to say, I don't know, I mean, what happens in these last 2 laps, lap 17, lap 18. He was certainly a points contender. He was certainly thereabouts. But I don't know if these two get into a game of cat and mouse, which it seems is likely to happen. It looks like they're not just racing for the race win. It looks like they're racing for the race championship. in this race, and it's Jose Serrano. He understands his fuel is red with less than a lap to go. Both of their fuel is red. They will certainly be on the fuel mapping now. They will be certainly looking to save some fuel, but Jose Serrano has substantially more fuel.
Oh my God.
Substantially more fuel. This is looking like Jose Serrano's is in the bag. I think at this stage Antonio Santos is looking just to stay with him if he can, but it looks like Antonio Santos is going to be under threat. But if this is how he is very much under threat. I think Jose Serrano has just given us both a tire saving but ultimately a fuel saving masterclass right before our very eyes. Overcoming adversity. He's going to be entering this final lap of the race as the leader of the race, having given slipstream for the last number of laps to Antonio Santos on the same amount of fuel and still being able to save more fuel. But he's in the red now. He's now hit the red as we enter into the final lap of this elite championship for GT Pulpí 2025. It's Jose Serrano leading from the Frenchman Antonio Santos. He's gone for the move in turn one. It's side by side. It's not going to be denied. Antonio Santos on the inside line, taking it before. I thought he would have waited until the straight to make the move, but no, he said, I'm going to take it now. I'm going to race you. They're going to go side by side for the back straight into the bus stop chicane. Jose Serrano retains the lead. He's going to go defensive and he's going to have another look. He's gone through. He has retained it. He's going to contain the lead through the outer loop of the race. But Antonio Santos is not going to be denied. They're going to go side by side almost through every single one of these corners. Coming down through the chute. Having a look on the inside. Antonio Santos pushing Jose Serrano out to the right hand side. He's going to take a defensive line through this corner. On the inside, Antonio Santos, the outside held for Jose Serrano, the World Championship leader. Jose Serrano bringing it through into the final sector for this elite championship. 2 tenths separate the drivers. They've got no fuel. They're driving on fumes at this stage. Off the race. It's going to come down to the final few corners. Who is going to be crowned our champion? Jose Serrano leads under 2 tenths now from Antonio. It's going to wobble. He's going to wobble. It's going to be 2 tenths leading into the final 2 corners of this championship. Antonio Santos, can he make a move on the final corner, or will Jose Serrano retain his title? It's Jose Serrano! Antonio Santos has run out of fuel. Jose Serrano, he is the reigning and now defending GT Pulpí Elite Champion of 2025. Antonio Santos second place and Dan Fenton in third. Manuel Hernandez in fourth, and John D with his own drive off the weekend. Mumu sixth, and B racer Valerio Gallo in seventh. Nicholas Fontana in eighth. Oh my goodness, what a race! Are you not entertained? That was spectacular.
Unbelievable, fantastic, and congratulations to Jose Serrano on being the first driver in the history of GT Pulpí in any competition to defend the title he won last year. Absolutely sensational from the Spanish driver for Falcons. An absolute fuel-saving masterclass. Antonio Santos did well, to be fair to him. He was significantly behind on fuel, and we see the celebrations there for the Spanish driver. Santos was significantly behind on fuel in the last few laps. He managed to claw it back. He went for the last-ditch attempt into turn one. It was lofty, to say the least, but he came out the worst. Serrano got back by on down the back straight towards the bus stop chicane, and he never looked back since. Santos running out of fuel on the line, and it's a well-deserved title for Jose Serrano as he wraps up his second Elite Championship in the history of GT Pulpí. He's now won half of the Elite Championships on offer in this competition. It's only been going for 4 years, but credit to Antonio Santos, credit to Manuel Hernandez, and credit to Valerio Gallo on delivering us a great championship fight right to the last race. Of course, these results aren't confirmed yet. However, I don't think there'll be any penalties coming Serrano's way, so I do believe it will be his championship. But all the credit in the world should go to the man from Spain, the former world champion, as he takes home the elite title for GT Pulpí 4 2025. He is the European champion, the best sim racer in Europe here in GT Pulpí.
I'm going to echo what you just said, Finlay, but I think we have to give the flowers where they're deserved. He's the best driver in the world and potentially of an entire generation. He's the 2023 world champion, the 2024 Tour de Gazoo racing champion, in 2025 for the Nations Cup, London winner, Berlin winner, 2024 GT Pulpí champion, 2025 reigning defending champion. He had everything to do from the first race, and he has asserted dominance on the entire competition and shown not just incredible pace, but persistence, being able to overcome with resilience, adversity, being held back, strategy, his ability to think and be able to strategize and work his way through the racecraft and navigate. Unbelievable. What an absolutely outstanding championship we've had. We can't say anything more about Antonio Santos. Again, he did not have the GT World Series qualifying he was hoping to have, but he has shown he is every bit one of the best drivers in the world. And what another result for Dan Fenton. Following up his podium finish, he hasn't been on the game too much. He said he'd be happy to get a podium. Well, he hasn't just got a podium, he's got 2 podiums in races 3 and 4. Really come into his own in these last couple of races. But the breakthrough star of this event, we knew Jose Serrano had the pace. We knew Antonio Santos had the pace. We know Dan Fenton's caliber and pedigree. But it's a 17-year-old Manuel Hernandez who has announced himself on the world stage as a real and legitimate threat. Spain's best kept secret has now announced himself to the world as an elite driver and a threat to be reckoned with entering into 2026. What are your thoughts, Finlay, on what we have just seen in an outstanding race, but an outstanding championship from start to finish?
100%, and you say Spain's best kept secret. I feel he's kind of been overshadowed in the last few years by San Marino before he got expelled from GTS 92 earlier this year. That's kind of allowed him to step into the spotlight and make his announcement to the world stage, as you say, and a phenomenal effort right to the last for the championship for the young 17-year-old. I mentioned earlier on he's one of 2 drivers in the history of this competition, in the history of GT Pulpí, to have driven every single elite race at this level, and that includes stretching back all the way to when he was 13, debuting at GT Pulpí in the first event, and he's qualified for every event, elite championship, each year since, alongside Jose Serrano. But this year it was Serrano's title. He defends his title from the previous year in the most dramatic of circumstances. A fantastic win at Interlagos, where I nearly lost my breath, and now a fantastic win at Watkins Glen, where Flash has nearly lost his breath. He's left us literally absolutely speechless throughout the entire weekend with some of his performances. He did the clean sweep today in the elite competition. He is our deserved champion, but as we say, absolute credit to Santos, to Hernandez and to Gallo for putting up a fantastic fight right to the end against what seemed to be an unstoppable force today in the Falcons driver. Dan Fenton putting in a fantastic account of himself as well. As you say, the Welshman, he drove for AMG, the Manufacturers Cup last year, put in a very good performance at the World Finals, was unlucky to come away with anything unsubstantial. So he has put a fantastic effort in today. 2 podium finishes, 1 at Fuji yesterday and then 1 at the Glen today. And Joao Jesus, also a driver who is currently on the World Series tour. We haven't really seen him turn up in this event so far. He didn't have the best World Series debut in Berlin for Ferrari in the Manufacturers Cup, but a top 5 finish, really showing the caliber of the driver that he is and really showing that he is a force to be reckoned with in the World Series finals when they go to Fukuoka in Japan at the end of the year. He will be a key part of the Ferrari team in the Manufacturers Cup, and he has a long and storied future in the Gran Turismo World Series. If he chooses to stay in this esports scene, we say that he is spoilt for choice playing FIFA and Call of Duty at the highest level as well. Overall, an absolutely fantastic championship fight. I said before this race started, all 4 drivers would be deserving winners, and that's turned out to be the case because Jose Serrano has been the absolute model of fuel saving, of tyre saving, of boost saving, of sportsmanship, camaraderie, and overall driving talent. You're right, Flash. He is one of the best drivers in the world. Arguably, he is the best driver in the world right now, and this race result and this championship result has only just been validation of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's thrown around like a meme, and the glaze is going to come out, but it's certainly a meme to say generational talent, but it's now over a period of sort of 3 years where there's been this dominance with Jose Serrano. He's leading the World Championship. He hasn't lost a race in the World Tour this year in the Nations Cup. He's won everything. Okay, we're going into, I think we have Los Angeles in a matter of weeks, followed by the finals. But who can beat this man? Who can beat this man right now? Tell me someone else who has a rightful claim to name themselves. And he wouldn't name himself, by the way. He wouldn't say this. We'll say it for him.
No.
He wouldn't say it about himself. He's a humble man who works hard and loves his sim racing. But who can you claim to be a better driver, a faster driver, a more complete all-round driver than Jose Serrano in 2025? There's enough worthy contenders, but I can't see one who can say, or who would be a good argument to be faster.
I mean, we've kind of run out of adjectives to describe this man at this point. You know, over the past few years, the level of dominance he's achieved in the Gran Turismo esports scene, he did take a bit of a step back last. I say he took a bit of a step back by his own lofty standards, perhaps it was, but honestly, an unbelievable weekend for him, a deserving championship title. And I don't want to say anything yet because I still want to think, I still hope, and I still believe that there is always room for improvement in people's driving. However, this genuinely could be the closest we've seen to a finished product in the world of Gran Turismo esports. Every single element of his racecraft, of his driving, he knows all the lines for all the tracks. He's just put on an absolute show, an absolute masterclass in fuel saving there. His racecraft is second to none. His driving skill is second to none. His awareness is second to none. To be able to come back from that shunt down in 8th place midway through the race and work his way back up the field. Yes, he was lucky enough to be one of only 3 drivers on the same strategy at him, which did turn out to be the dominant strategy at the end of the day with Fenton and Santos alongside. But there is no luck involved in such a fantastic driver as Jose Serrano. The skill he has shown over the weekend has really affirmed himself in the upper echelons, in kind of the Hall of Fame, if you will, of Gran Turismo esports. He really can stake a claim to being one of, if not the best of all time, alongside the likes of Igor Fraga, Takuma Miyazono, you name it. I mean, this year in particular, the form he has found in both the live events and here in Pulpí in the World Series, it's been absolutely phenomenal to watch. It's genuinely been an honour to commentate this event alongside you and to watch Jose Serrano in what could be argued to be his final form. However, I believe there's room for improvement in his racing. As much as it might not be evident, I think we can still see more from Jose Serrano in the next few years. I believe he'll be the next person, if there is one, to do the double from the Manufacturers and Nations Cup. Obviously, we can't have the triple anymore with the Toyota TGR Cup no longer existing, but I believe that this man can be a force to be reckoned with over the next few years, and I see a period of dominance lies ahead for Jose Serrano, and this is the beginnings of it.
Yeah. I don't know that anyone with, there's certainly arguments can be made for all drivers, but as it currently stands, but 2026 is a new year. Physics changes. You buck the trend and change how things happen, change how people adapt. We've got Spec 3 coming round the corner in December with a few new tracks. We've got these young drivers coming through. These drivers are hitting their peak of pace so much younger. We've got Manuel Hernandez, we've mentioned him before, Sam Moreno, underage, with certainly the ability to take on the world. Jack Balding is going to be showing his name on the world stage undeniably next year. I don't mean that with any pressure to the young man. He needs no pressure from any of us, but he's delivered the talent as an underage driver in these competitions already, and he's only getting better as he's displayed. The future's bright for Gran Turismo from a competitive nature, and if we're able to deliver, the combinations that we've had this week has made our jobs easier. All we've done is talk through what we see. It's hard to do that. It's hard to do that on 10 laps of hard tires times one. It's hard to get excited about that, but you can get excited about these combos. The game is excellent as it is, but the work that Nico Romero has done in creating these combinations has been something else, and I credit to him. I doff my cap to the work of Nico Romero, but to park that for a second, we thought everything that we've seen has been great, but what we have to finish off our weekend,
good.
They've saved the best to last. Would you agree?
100%. I'm barely off a high off of those last 2 elite races. I've barely caught my breath from the Interlagos race, having to call those last 3 laps, and then hearing the excitement from yourself in the Watkins Glen race and the championship fight that's come about. I think genuinely by the end of this race, Le Mans in the Toyota hypercar, I think we'll have both lost our voices. If we're unable to continue presenting at the end, I can only apologise in advance.
because I feel like there's going to be a lot of screaming, a lot of shouting, a lot of excitement over this race. And believe you me, when I say you're in for a treat, I mean it. This is going to be fantastic racing and a fantastic end to a fantastic event overall here in Pulpy this weekend.
Yeah, I'm just going to get a note from our producers as to when the next race starts, just to manage everyone's expectations, because like ourselves, you're probably going to need a little bit of a break from that. I'm not saying to go anywhere just now, but we need to understand when the next race is. But if you haven't and you're not aware of what we are looking at potentially in this team's race, the team's race is going to be Le Mans. And it's going to be in, if I can just turn off that for a moment, it's going to be in this monster, the Toyota TS030 Hybrid. And, well, it's going to be an absolutely spectacular race. But we're saying there... what time are we looking at? Team's final start time? Are we looking at a 5:15?
I believe so. 5:15 race start is the plan.
Okay. What I suggest in that case is we take 15 minutes, catch our breath, and come back in 15 minutes to compose ourselves and get ready for what can only be described as... Well, I'm going to lose my voice in this. I know you're leading columns in this race. You're going to lose your voice. I don't know how we're going to get through it, but we are certainly going to do our best efforts to take you through what is going to be an absolutely outstanding race. You're in for a treat. It's going to finish off your Sunday and lead in to your Sunday evenings just nice. We will see you in 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in 15 for the final race of GT Pulpy 2025. See you then. Bye-bye. And we are back with you live for the final session of this GT Pulpí 2025 championship. And it sounds a little bit cliched, but have they saved the best until last? Again, Flash Dagger joined by Finlay Williams, presentation and commentary duties. We started with the team's race yesterday. We started in the Ferrari Testarossa. We took it to the Croatian seaside of Dragon Trail Seaside. And from there, we went through their second repechage event into Trial Mountain in the back mono. Today, kicking off proceedings with our final 14 teams at the Red Bull Ring in the Mazda RX Vision. And now, it's come down to this. It's our grand final for our team's event to find out who will be crowned the best esports team in Europe. And my goodness, have they created one hell of a combination to test these drivers and teams to their absolute limits. I will do my very best to talk you through that now, just talk a little bit about the car and the track involved, in Finlay, with his expert research and analysis with these teams over the last number of weeks and months, will be able to give you some insight into what this might mean, who can be ones to look for, who favour this track, and so on and so forth. So, the car, the Toyota TS03 LMP1 car. It's a Le Mans legend and very fitting for our grand final race at a historic track. It's famed for its use of the KER system, the kinetic energy recovery system, and it's going to be using that regenerative braking device. It'll be charging that supercapacitor, which will drive a substantial amount of power to the rear wheels. We will see that in action and being deployed. We may see it being recharged with some overlay braking techniques into some of those chicanes and slow corners to try and build up as much as they exit, because it's all about speed on the track, the one and only Le Mans, or Circuit de la Sarthe. It's a racetrack steeped in history and tradition and part of the very fabric of motor racing. Its heritage opening back in 1923. Its current configuration, 13.6 kilometers or 8.5 miles long. It's famed for its very long straights, technical first and last sectors, featuring legendary Porsche curves that will test the bravery of many a driver as they navigate the directional changes at speed under varying conditions. And varying conditions will be the order of the day for this final race. The track limits are ever present. There are a number of penalties. There's 3 options for penalties in the first 2 corners alone at the chicane. Exiting onto the Mulsanne Straight, there are options for penalties in all corners and chicanes. This is something to keep in mind that can impact the race when you take on the challenge of Le Mans. There will be no ghosting in this race. So no ghosting, a high-speed LMP, weather present, and high-speed, heavy braking zones and many chicanes and options. I think it's fair to say you can expect incredibly high-speed wheel-to-wheel action, drama, excitement, and a fitting virtual tribute to round out the GT Pulpí 4 and the grand final of the team's championship. So I'm just going to have a little look here at our team's event, as they seem to be bringing everyone together. Just have a little look here. One second, I'll just hand over to Finlay to talk us through some of the teams involved in this final.
Sorry, I've been on mute the entire time. We're about to get on the way here at Le Mans. Cut to the screen share now if we can, with 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights, and we're about to go racing for the team's final here at Le Mans. It's lights out and we're racing at Le Mans. It's a good start from Vanquish as they head down towards the right-hander of turn 1. GT Spain 92 have the inside line, but Vanquish with the better slipstream start heading down towards turn 1. Vanquish have the inside line ahead of GT Spain 92. Vanquish hold the lead. There's contact at the back for one of the teams. Vanquish hold the lead at the exit. car going wide at the exit of turn 2 there, and Vanquish 1.2 seconds clear on the medium compound tyres. GT Spain 92 in second with a bit of pressure from Outplayed. Alien Motorsport off. There's a car wide, Avalon wide as we head towards the Mulsanne Straights for the first time in this race. It's a 1.4 second lead for Vanquish Esports as we head down the Mulsannes for the first time. GT Spain 92, 4/10 clear of Outplayed Racing in second. Alien Motorsport in third. Outplayed Racing in third, as I say. So top 4 all line of stone as they were as they head down towards that first sequence of Mulsanne corners for the first time. Outplayed in the slipstream. And what is happening here? Apologies for this, but Alejandro's quit out of the spectate mode for whatever reason. I'm not quite sure what's happening. I'll update you if and when we can, but I believe there's being a lobby reset. Reset, yes, that's the message from Alejandro. So, false alarm, everyone. False alarm, folks. We're getting back to normal. Race was not supposed to start so soon as the message from the producers, so we can take a bit of a breather there. Apologies for any technical hitches there. We were having issues with lobby resets and all of that. I think we weren't quite given clear communication as to what was happening when, so slightly disappointing in that regard, but you've not missed any of the action. There's been the metaphorical red flag, I suppose you could say, and we're about to restart this race as soon as possible. But no worries, you've not missed any action whatsoever. There was some action out on track, which I was calling over, but that has all been abandoned, and we will be starting afresh. We will be starting off on a clean slate once again here, so we can go back to normal. We can relax, we can unwind or relax as much as we can and talk about some of the teams.
Tech two. We'll let that one slide. That's no one's fault. It's just an unfortunate error in that instance. But they will reset everything. So false alarm. Back to you again. We'll give you some time, Finley, to come back and talk about some of the teams involved if you catch your break, or I can talk through the teams if you want to recompose yourself.
I am all good to talk about some of the teams. So as a reminder, we have our 14 teams, 4 qualified from yesterday evening's repechage, and then the top 10 seeds from the MAC 25 gaming rankings throughout the season, and they're being led by Vanquish Esports at the moment. The number 1 seeds for the event, race winners at the first team's finals event, all the way back at the start of the day. It seems so long ago. The Mazda RX Vision Group 3 cars were at the Red Bull Ring, and Vanquish Esports took that dominant race win on the preferred strategy ahead of GT Spain 92 by quite some way. And so the way this is going to look, there is no qualifying for this particular race to round up the final event of the Teams Championship and of GT Pulpí 4 as a whole. There is no qualification. The starting grid will be based on the race results from the Red Bull Ring race earlier on in the day in the Mazda RX Vision Group 3 cars. So it will be the number 1 seeds with 3 World Tour drivers and the individual finals champion from yesterday, Max Kroll. So they'll start from pole position with Vanquish Esports, and it'll be GT Spain 92 alongside them in second. Outplayed Racing, led by Valerio Gallo, who gave us a fantastic elite championship charge right to the end there at Watkins Glen. Outplayed Racing will start third, and Alien Motorsport will start fourth. And then we'll run through the rest of the grid as time goes on. But I believe we're about to get underway for take 2, as you say, Flash. Take 2 at a clean slate from the initial attempt earlier on. The final race of the team's event here at GT Pulpí 5 in the 24 Hours of Le Mans circuit, the Circuit de la Sarthe, in the Toyota TS031 LMP1 cars. We're about to go racing here for the final time in Pulpí. So watch the lights. It's Vanquish on the outside and GT Spain 92 on the inside. Where's 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights, and 5 red lights? It's lights out, and we are racing once again here at Le Mans. Equal start for Vanquish and GT Spain 92 as they head down towards turn 1. Vanquish will have the inside for the first main braking zone. Both cars appear to be pulling clear at the front. Vanquish with the inside line into the first couple of corners, couple chicane sequence here, and they do hold the lead. There's contact behind quite a few cars in the wars there. There might have been a car spun out towards the back. Customs GT are way down back. They've fallen outside of the top 8, so it might be an incident for them a bit further back, but the top 3 cars, Vanquish, GT Spain, and Outplayed, have all broken clear. Owls Motorsport have got past Alien, up into 4th in the interim. Elite Racing Squad up into 6th as well. There's a move for Joker Z team a bit further back. I think a Reds gaming car has just gone off as we head down the Mulsanne Straight as well. So quite a few incidents for a few cars there. I think Reds Gaming have been in the wars. Customs GT have fallen back quite a bit as well. So there might have been a coming to as in the first few corners there. But as we head down the Mulsanne straight, Vanquish on those medium compound tyres with a 1 second lead over GT Spain 92.
Yeah, and we can see that you just keep an eye on the green bar there. You can see how the battery is recharged in those heavy braking zones and completely deployed on the exit. It creates some very, very interesting racing. But Vanquish with a 1 second advantage already. It seems that most of these riders are on the medium tyres as they come down and enter into the second chicane. It's going to be the Michelin chicane, but it's Vanquish in P1, GT Spain and outplayed, and again, the larger amount of points are on offer. We have got Vanquish who have been very dominant this morning, dominant all season. But again, with the points on offer, 25 points for our winner. It's really anyone's to have in the top half of the field, as we can see GT Spain. And we've got a penalty for P4. The Isles team, in fact, have been unable to get through clean. We did say penalties would be a factor in this race. They will be a factor in this race. They will not be the only team to get punished with penalties, we can assure you that. But it's 19 laps of this 13.5 kilometre track entering and coming off the Mulsanne corner on this final race of the team's event in GT Pulpí 2025.
Customs GT, we said there might have been a fallback. They did start significantly further up than 10th, and they seem to fall off the top 8 on the leaderboard in a matter of minutes, so potential incidents for them. And you can see a few more of the teams further back. I think Team Monza Racing caught in the wars, and I definitely saw Reds Gaming going off of Tetra Rouge before the Mulsanne straight as well. So I think they're quite a bit further back compared to the rest of them. Coming up now for in this race, Owls Esports had a great start getting past Alien, but they've blown that advantage away. Half a second slowdown coming up now for them, and they'll be reeled back in by Alien towards Indianapolis for the first time in this race. But Vanquish on those medium compound tyres, there's no difference in tyres as Outplayed look to make a move into Indianapolis for the first time in this race, all the way around the outside, sweeping move, and they are up into P2, Outplayed ahead of GT Spain 92. I apologise, I'm not sure that was Indianapolis corner, I thought it was, but by any rate, Outplayed are into second place, and they can now set after Vanquish. But as I was saying, even there's no tyre disparity whatsoever, but Vanquish are already 2.3 seconds clear at the very front as we head into the curves and 4 chicanes for the first time in this race. 2.4 seconds clear as we come across the timing line for the end of our first lap. Vanquish lead.
Yeah, 2.5 second advantage on a slipstream track in Le Mans on even tyres. It would not surprise me, and whilst we do not know who is in the driving seat and cannot have that confirmed, it would not surprise me if that is Constantinou, the driver who favours Le Mans. He has said it's one of his favourite tracks, a world record holder there in recent months, in fact, and holding a gap of 2.5 to get that gap on a slipstream track against the calibre of drivers at OP Racing and GT Spain is simply, well, something that you just can't question it. They've opened the gap. They opened the gap as early as Sector 1. They made the move and defended heavily, and they've been able to open that gap right up through the kilometres and kilometres of straight road. I don't know how they've actually been able to do it, but they have done it, and they've got a 4.5 second gap to GT Spain in third and are pulling away. They're grabbing this race by the scruff of the neck and dominating again, but will they be able to hold that for the remainder of the race? Driver changes, of course, need to occur, and there will be weather. So whilst it does seem that on paper, maybe the most dominant team, maybe the most powerful powerhouse in esports racing in EMEA is Vanquish Esports, that does not matter when it comes to the rain, when it comes to penalties. Anything can happen, and we're only 2 laps into this 19-lap race of Le Mans Circuit de la Sarthe.
Absolutely, yes, and it seems the majority of front runners, at least that we can see, are opting for the medium tyres early on in this particular race. I'm not sure when they're predicting the weather to come down and how that will affect the tyre choice. Can they go on the mediums until the weather comes down, until they need to start running intermediates or perhaps even full wet compound tyres? All questions await the answer later on. As a reminder, all these teams have had these combinations for months. They've had tons and tons of time to test. They come up with what they think is the perfect formula for this race in terms of strategy. As we see Azteca hustling Avalon down towards the Mulsanne corner for the second time this race. No move being made there. Azteca are underwhelmed completely in this event. They're the number 4 seeds heading into Pulpí, and they are yet to break the top 8 in any of their races so far. It's been deeply, deeply disappointing for the number 4 seeds. As a reminder, the MAC 25 season in regular online racing has been superb. 31st up to 4th from last season. 31st last season, 4th this season, including a first ever major title in MAC 25 game for them. There's going to be a move coming up. We are heading into Indianapolis corner now. Azteca around the outside, they've got the move done ahead of Avalon all the way around. They are up into 8th position, and they can now set after Elite Racing Squad, the Polish team, just ahead of them. But it appears that Krakenstein's GT have managed to get past Alien Motorsport as well for 5th place, and they can now go after the car in front of them. But perhaps Alien Motorsport struggling a bit for pace. They've lost 2 positions since the start of the race, and the team in 4th, Owls, have managed to pull away. Even with that penalty at the start of this race, they've managed to pull away from Alien. But they've now dropped down to 6th as well. Avalon and Azteca continue this thrilling battle for 8th.
Yeah, I think the race is beginning to, in some form, they're all medium starters. It is looking like that's in the plan, that's in the strategy. We didn't get really the opportunity to talk through a little bit about the strategy, but just a little bit about the race specification while in the early stages where there's not going to be as much action, I don't think. Tires are at time 4, fuel is at time 5. Sports, in terms of racing, softs, mediums and hards tires are available. There is nothing mandatory, and obviously we expect rain. 19 laps off this race. Again, Vanquish Esports, a 5-second gap. It almost is nonsensical to have a 5-second gap after 3 laps against Outplayed Racing. It doesn't make sense to me, but they're doing the job, they're delivering, and someone is putting down pace on a fastest sector for the Vanquish driver. Someone has really put in the preparation. I would love to know who is in that seat. I do have my sneaking suspicions it's either Consta or Mumu in that seat, but we do not know at this stage. But the early gap has been made. We use the word dominance. We're going to say it again. This is dominant driving. I think the real strategy is the first probably 6 or 7 laps really for the medium tires are what we're going to see. But in terms of rain, we can maybe see some rain coming a little bit later on in the race to finish out the race. But we'll keep you up to speed with what some of those strategies might be. It might be more exciting for you to not maybe know when the rain can be expected, to not know when the rain will come, to keep an eye on the weather as it develops, as it materializes, as if it were a real race. And we will do that, I think, as we follow through and discuss the strategies as they open up, as they materialize and unfold in front of us. But at the moment, Vanquish Esports have an outstanding gap, having offered Slipstream, but there is a but, and that is, we cannot get away from it, the drying effect. How fast will a chasing pack be if the weather is treacherous later on? If they have 5 seconds, how much drier will that track be behind for these chasing pack? It could be as much as 1.5 to 2 seconds a lap, particularly if there's bump drafting involved. So what can that mean? But they are an absolute flyer at the moment, another purple sector for the Vanquish team, and they're extending that gap to 5.7 seconds. This is unbelievable, Finlay. We knew they were quick. I didn't know they were this quick.
I mean, you look at some of the teams on this list: Outplayed, GT Spain, Owls, Krakensteins, all fantastic, all some of the best teams in the world of Gran Turismo. Vanquish are making them look like a D-rated lobby here right now with the way they are performing right now. As Owls and GT Spain come to blows, Owls round the outside. Indianapolis has been a real hotbed of overtaking, as it usually is on this particular track, and Owls have worked their way up to third. GT Spain 92 perhaps falling back a bit, and I tell you who else are falling back quite alarmingly are Alien Motorsport, as Azteca and Avalon have now both got past them. So Alien have fallen out of the top 8 and are now at least into ninth position. We can't quite see where they are because of the restrictions of the leaderboard system in Gran Turismo 7, but they have fallen out of the top 8. They started this race in 4th or 5th position, and they're now way outside of the top 8, falling back really badly here. But GT Spain 92 heading into the Porsche curves, still hustling Owls, but Owls have pulled away in that section very well. 0.8 of a second already. They now seem to be much quicker. They now seem like they can set after Outplayed, who have managed to the two teams in front of them. So Vanquish still well ahead here, continuing to set purple sectors as the mediums come into their proper working window. Owls now just under a second clear of GT Spain 92, even in the short time after Indianapolis corner since that move was made. 2.2 seconds the gap in front of them, two outplayed racing. But you're absolutely right, Flash. I'd be desperate to see who's at the wheel of this Vanquish right now, because I have no idea who it is, but I'm sure they're very quick. I mean, you look at the strength and depth of that team, you could pretty much make an argument for any of them being at the wheel of that car right now. You say Costa and Sedziak favour this track, and I'm sure they do, but the strength and depth of their team that they have, Max Kroll as well, who's just won the individual title, and a whole host of other names, it could realistically be any of them at the wheel of that Vanquish car right now, and we wouldn't be surprised whatsoever.
No, like we said, it's the depth of talent in that team. You know, you have 3 World Tour drivers in Consta, in Flores, in Sedziak, and you have now an individual champion as of last night in Max Kroll, who will be crowned later on in our awards ceremony. So what a team to pick from. That's one of the drivers who made their way to Pulpy. The drivers that didn't even come are some of the fastest drivers across Europe in their own right. But whoever is in that P1 position right now, they have really just shown what is capable from this car. I cannot see a big differential in either fuel or tyre wear, so I can't explain it that way either. No matter what way you cut it, it's just pure pace, and they are bossing this race from the front. I'd be interested to see, as we can see, it's getting a little bit, I don't know about you, it's getting a little bit darker there. It seems to be a little bit of a cloud cover potentially coming in. Will they be keeping an eye on that, for example? It's certainly not as clear as it was at the beginning of the race. I think that may indicate a potential weather switch could be on the cards in the next few laps, and if I'm hinting at that a little bit too aggressively, I am sorry for my lack of subtlety, but let's see what happens.
Teams will desperately be looking at the weather radars in this game right now, trying to figure it out. They'll have ran these simulations hundreds and hundreds of times. Okay, maybe not hundreds, but you'll get the idea. There will be experts at this track, this combination with these weather settings, and now's the time where they have to put all the knowledge, all the learning they've done in the past few months into practice. As we see Azteca once again, I think Avalon have managed to get by, and you see Alien really struggling behind in ninth under significant pressure from Customs, who had an early race incident, as well as Red's GT. Red's also having an early incident as well, but Customs right on the back of Alien as they continue their fall back. But Azteca have fallen behind Avalon as well, so they'll set after Elite Racing Squad. But all that battling between Avalon, Azteca and Alien has given Elite Racing Squad a bit more of a breather, a bit more room to set after the likes of Kraken Stains as well. So all very much to play for here as day turns into night and as the clouds start to set in on the Circuit de la Sarthe here in Le Mans. It's anyone's game right now. Vanquish well clear in front, but who knows what could happen during the weather. Maybe their driver doesn't favour the wet, maybe they have an incident, maybe they read the situation wrong, the way the dynamic weather system works in Gran Turismo. Yes, we have a rough idea of when the weather might come, but no two races are the exact same. The rainfall, the strength of the rainfall is dependent, is completely randomised based on the settings you picked, as is the timing of the rainfall. So this will be a completely new race no matter what to all 14 of these teams, and it's a new challenge that they hold as they seek to find the champion of the team's event. But certainly at the moment in the dry conditions, Vanquish absolutely dominating, nearly 10 seconds ahead of Outplayed Racing. They're gaining 2 seconds a lap on the chasing pack. This is unbelievable driving. This is some of the best individual driving from a team we've seen in the entire event so far, and that's saying something.
Yeah, to your point, I was just looking at the exact same thing in that moment. I'm looking at their 25% fuel now. I'm wondering what that means, but it just seems unnatural to have a 2 seconds a lap gap. I mean, you made the point earlier, and it wasn't being facetious, I don't believe, to say it was like racing against B-rated drivers, but that's what you would expect from a very, very upper A+ level driver, to be about 2 seconds a lap faster, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. But you look at the fuel of OP Racing, they're in 25% fuel as well. So this is just absolute dominance from Vanquish Esports at this stage. An incredible stint, and they're looking to extend that gap to 10 seconds as they come on to the back of the Mulsanne Straight. 5 laps in, pitch black, clouds coming in. It's all going to change. I think Avalon have picked up a 1 second penalty. We said this is going to be somewhat of a penalty fest, and it's materialising to be that way, in fact. But what will that play in the bigger picture of the race. 19 laps, we're only 25% of the way through, as they have 25% fuel left, most of these drivers. It doesn't seem that there's been a substantial amount of fuel saving going on. At 5 litres a second, I think the time will be won and lost in these wet weather patches, should they come. I think they will.
I think they will as well. Avalon have picked up another half second there, so they're going to fall right back into the clutches of Azteca and that battle for 7th, which will be very intriguing, so we'll keep an eye on that. VQS Lewis Burton in the chat, hope you're keeping well. Good to see you here. He's suggesting to us it's actually Mikolaj Sedziak Miumi, the Polish Briton, who you said Le Mans is one of his favourite tracks in the entire game, and he's really flexing his French muscle, I suppose you could say, here today. What an absolutely fantastic performance from the Polish driver. And as you say, we're still yet to see, and I imagine he will come in this race, Konstantinos Konstantinou, another driver who loves Le Mans. This has all the hallmarks of absolute dominance from Vanquish. But looking at the field, 25%. Are they holding out to see if the weather will come? Do they think it will come in the next few laps, or is there going to be a first dry weather stop before the weather comes? Again, we have no, well, we do have an idea, but we don't want to say. It's all up in the air. It's all speculation as we go with Krakensteins as they look for a move on GT Spain 92, who started this race in second. They won't be able to get it done into the Indianapolis. They might try and force a move into Arnage before they slow down at the penalty line, which comes just under Arnage towards the Porsche curve, but they are unable to find the move, so they will probably fall behind the Elite Racing Squad in the run down to the Porsche curve, the new Maison Blanche. And indeed, Elite Racing Squad are going to go side by side as Avalon also serve their 1.5 second penalty. Elite Racing Squad, the Polish team, filter through into 5th place, and GT Spain 92 also filtering through up the inside into Porsche curve. Owls holding around the outside. Fantastic defensive effort from the team in blue and yellow. Fantastic effort from them. Owls remain in 3rd, but GT Spain 92 harrowing them very harshly here, and that's all allowing Elite Racing Squad into this battle, but also bringing Outplayed Racing out of it. And we have our first stops of this race. Vanquish into the pit lane from the lead at the end of lap 5, off with the medium tyres flash.
Yeah, this would be what we would be. Oh, that's a bit of a contact there entering the pit stop. They're all coming in at this stage. Fuel, Kraken stains. Am I saying that correctly? 20 versus 4. Okay, that's about 4 seconds of time that they have saved potentially. Maybe 3 or 4 seconds of time. The Kraken stains. They've definitely been fuel saving, but is it going to be enough? Are they counting on the drying effect? Outplayed Racing are staying out. Can they really get another lap out of these tyres? Are they really going to wait to see what these are going to do? Because it seems to me that the race is beginning to get a little bit wet, perhaps. Is that what they're looking? Are they looking at the weather radar? It would be great to see an onboard of someone. It would be great to see a weather radar if we could get a look at that, but I don't know if that's going to be available for us from the spectating mode within a lobby. But I imagine that some of these drivers are beginning to think about the weather, are beginning to think about their tyres, are beginning to think about their fuel and what that will mean for them later on in the race. It's a 19 lap race. If there's going to be a few pit stops across this race, if fuel is really only going to last around about 5 or 6 laps, certainly it's going to lend itself to a couple of stops. But how many seconds can you save across each pit stop with the fuel saving strategy? And how much time will you gain from the catch-up effect of a wet race? It's certainly looking a little bit slippery, or certainly a little bit I don't want to use the word I was thinking of there, but a little bit damp on the track right now. But it seems that they're all on the medium tires. I mean, they haven't yet opted. We know that it is going to be coming very soon, so this is quite surprising to me, that things haven't maybe necessarily gone to plan with the weather as we maybe were predicting from our weatherman earlier on in the week. What are your thoughts on that, Finlay?
Yeah, 3 teams staying out and going for the overcut. Reds Gaming had an issue in the first lap, horrible crash going into Tech Rouge, so they are staying out, but they are in the mid-pack at the moment amongst the teams that have already pitted. And then Outplayed and Alien up at the front, Outplayed about 8 seconds clear at the last counts of Alien. But what I'm thinking here is, if these 3 teams reckon the rain is coming in the next 3 to 4 laps, they might see if they can stay out for an extra lap bolt on the softs for a bit as there's contact. Elite Racing Squad have punted Owls. Horrible. Owls are off. Elite Racing Squad have sent them into the barrier at last chicane, and that is horrible news for Owls. There'll certainly be a stewards inquiry thanks to our live team at DAS, and we see Owls come back on the circuit behind Avalon. They'll be ahead comfortably of Annexion in 12th, but that's horrible for Owls, and there'll certainly be a stewards inquiry. We have our live team of stewards at DAS who are looking at the situation at the moment, and any penalties will be applied post-race. As a reminder, we don't quite have the same stewarding power as the Gran Turismo World Series, so we're only able to apply penalties post-race, so we'll update you as soon as possible. But outplayed looks to be coming in sooner rather than later, I'd imagine, for tyres. Same with Alien, same with Reds, and we'll perhaps see if they look to bolt on the softs rather than the mediums, having had the opportunity to stay out a lap later and make the most of those soft compound tyres before the weather kicks in at the end towards in the next few laps.
Yeah, well, I mean, Outplayed have kept it out for an additional lap, which is really interesting how they've been able to make that fuel work, and so have Alien. They're coming in. They've obviously done their preparation. They're coming in. They're coming in at 1%. So I mean, they've done their homework and they've done their calculations. And they've found out they can make the 6 laps to get a little bit of a fresher tire going into lap 7. But what was this going to mean for the remainder of the pack? Vanquish, our fastest team on the track with a 328.183, really setting the pace right now, really asserting that dominance across this entire competition. And will it continue to remain that way? Will they just run away with this entire competition from start to finish, or will someone be able to pose a threat? If they don't have the particular speed for second for second, 10th for 10th to be able to match in that manner, can they make a strategy work for them? Can they use strategy? Can they tire save, fuel save their cars? Can they leverage the wet track? Can they leverage the drying track and make the right decisions to outsmart the Vanquish team? And we see Outplayed Racing getting a little bit sideways there. I mean, it's certainly something suggests to me we don't see any moisture on the track at this stage. However, it doesn't mean to say that the change in temperatures doesn't impact the grip, and that's obviously, we got some dynamic time as well as weather coming into this particular race. But I'm just wondering, can someone make a move, make a strategy work to close that gap and bring the fight to Vanquish, who seem to be running away with it?
Well, Alien have opted to stay out for another lap. They have done absolutely remarkably with their fuel. I mentioned that they were falling back quite quickly into the clutches of Azteca and Avalon slightly further down. Under some pressure from Monza Racing and Customs as well, but it looks like it's all paying off for them, opting to stay out for yet another lap ahead of the other teams. Outplayed did bolt on softs, which perhaps suggests a good omen from later on, as Owls look to begin their recovery drive following their set 2 with the Elite Racing Squad as they pass Avalon down an Old Sands straight. But Alien opting to stay out for another lap, maybe trying to extend and make the use of those softs in the mid-range stint before the weather comes in, if it does come in. Maybe the idea is that the softs will be less worn by the time the rain comes in, and they'll be able to make hay while the sun shines. Maybe they're pulling clear of Vanquish. 27 seconds and a half-second penalty for Vanquish. I'm not quite sure off the top of my head what the pit loss is for a circuit like Le Mans. However, 27 seconds is a sizable gap for Alien, plus more when the penalty comes around, if there's enough time for them to serve their penalty here for Vanquish. But this is playing into the hands of Alien, perhaps, to mount a charge, and this feeling could pay dividends for them.
Yeah, well, whatever a pit stop is as standard at 5 litres per second, we're talking about 20 seconds to fill the entire tank. Do you want to fill the entire tank, depending on what strategy you're wanting to do? Are you wanting to get some track position and leverage the fuel that way? Are you wanting to fuel save? So a number of options, but certainly the numbers on the screen are only reflective of the stop itself, not the amount of time it's going to take to refuel. So we have to factor that in, as well as Outplayed Racing are coming through. They will be heading into Arnage, coming off and bringing it up into the Porsche curves. 9 seconds adrift. There has been a bit of a gain in terms of OP Racing and Vanquish Esports. We saw it up as much as 12.5, 13 seconds, but they have brought it down. You can see there, with the penalty being served on that straight from Vanquish, it's down to 8.3 seconds. This is interesting. This is developing into a change in pace, a change in dynamic. Something has potentially shifted amongst these two teams. Maybe it's the different drivers have added a different dynamic to the pace being displayed in this race on lap 7, as we see Alien Motorsport come in with 1% of fuel left. What tyre are they going to choose to go on to for the remainder of this race, or before their very next stint in any case? They're refueling, you can see that now. Vanquish have retaken the lead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd imagine they'll bolt on the soft compound tyres, and I'd imagine they won't fuel all the way up in case the weather does come in the next few laps like we might be expecting. And indeed, they cap the fueling at 66, and that's an absolutely inspired move from Alien as they join outplayed on the soft compound of tyres. They've worked their way from 9th position up to 3rd by extending for that extra lap, and yes, the tyres might be cold for the first few sectors, but in a track as long as Le Mans, it'll be comfortably less than a lap by the time the tyres go into their working window, and whilst they do have 5 seconds of time to make up to outplayed, they're now only 12 seconds behind Vanquish, and I say only 12 seconds, but they were significantly closer now than they were before the pit stops occurred. So fantastic strategic effort from Alien. Brackensteins up into 4th as well. So the Polish team, I imagine there might well be a post-race penalty for them following their altercation with Owls Racing as well. But for the meantime, the Polish team putting in a decent performance. We haven't seen too much of them this weekend, lighting the scoreboards up. So 4th position for them, not to be sniffed at. Alien are under some pressure now, however, from Elite Racing Squad down the Mulsanne straight. They'll use the slip. Alien are able to defend off for now, but are under some pressure. Krakenstein's behind with a big spin. That was Krakenstein's off at the Florandier chicane there. Awful for Krakenstein. They're dropping down the order rapidly. Customs, GT Spain and Azteca all passing them now, and all the good work Krakensteins had looked to be doing, getting their way up into 5th, getting their way close to that battle between Elite Racing Squad and Alien Motorsport for 3rd. All that work seems to have been undone at the moment because Owls also passed them, so bad news for Krakensteins, and we're yet to see what happened there, but it just looked like they lost it all on their own.
While you were very beautifully taking us through what you were saying there, I was keeping my eye on something else. I don't know if you noticed, but Outplayed have brought Vanquish down to 7 seconds. So the very same dominance we saw from whoever was driving, I believe it was Mumu, getting that initial gap. Whoever is sitting in the seat right now for Outplayed Racing, is it Valerio Gallo who is in that seat right now? Because they are absolutely carving out that delta to bring Vanquish Esports back in, bring themselves back into contention for this race. We see when the producers move to Vanquish Esports or Outplayed, we will get a look at GT Spain with a 2-second penalty, Customs GT with a half a second. It is Valerio Gallo. We've had it confirmed from our producers. I had to assume it was someone with absolutely outstanding pace that brought out the big guns early to close that gap. Valerio Gallo is the driver in P2 right now, and if we get a chance to look at that gap, we will see it coming down. I mean, it was certainly 8.5 seconds a lap ago. It was probably about 7.5 seconds when we saw it the last moment, but I wonder what that gap is down to now as we enter into. Is that some rain? That's some rain coming.
That's rain.
There is some rain coming. This is where it's gonna get very interesting. We assumed there might be some rain. We assume there might be some rain coming in these laps, but how long are they going to be able to stay out in the mediums? I mean, some of them have only just pitted a lap ago. Would it have been even better for them to skip a pit stop and maybe go in the intermediates? But no one has taken that charge right now. 4.8 seconds is our answer. That's 3 seconds gained alone in this single lap. This is something absolutely outstanding from Valerio Gallo. He's got the bit between his teeth. Maybe didn't perform as well as he would like to in the individual, and he is going to lay down and show exactly what he's capable of in this team's event, fighting and racing for his Outplayed teammates in this second stint and bringing that gap right down at this current trajectory. Racing on the medium tyres in a damp track, 30% moisture on the ground right now. He could be sitting right in Vanquish Esports slipstream, coming in on potentially an in-lap. This has turned into something very exciting. We were asking 2 laps ago, could someone bring it to Vanquish Esports? The answer is yes. Yes, they can, and Valerio Gallo was the man to do it.
Absolutely. Most of lap 9, the rain starts to fall here at Le Mans, and the majority of teams staying out for one more lap. One team that didn't was Owls. They had their race massively affected by a Cumberton 2 a couple of laps ago with the Elite Racing Squad. They've opted to pit in, I'd assume, for the intermediates early enough trying to gamble on their strategy and get their way back up into the field with a good outlap. But for the moment, all the other drivers staying out in a really increasingly wet condition. You'll see the weather meter down in the bottom left of your screen. We're currently into that second third now, and we saw this in Fuji as well, how bad things can go on slick tyres in wet conditions. This is currently judged to be intermediate conditions, as Customs GT have worked their way up to third as well. That's outstanding. Could there be a collision perhaps between Elite Racing Squad and Alien Motorsport, because Customs GT have come out of absolutely nowhere. They were nowhere near that battle between Elite Racing Squad and Alien, but they're up into third, so fantastic effort from them, as Tekka are also through, and that's why they're through, because GT Spain 92 are in the wall at the last chicane, and Krakensteins will also fill their way through. It's chaos at Le Mans, the wet track taking its toll on the dry tyres. Krakenstein just about managed to avoid GT Spain 92 when they were in the wall there, but two teams in the wall there, they're really slowing down now, trying to slow down through the corners, down to brake much earlier. They haven't lift off much earlier, but absolute carnage is ensuing here. Surely it's early stops at the end of this lap for intermediates, and all this chaos is playing into the hands of Al to the last lap. Intermediate, so they have a full lap of intermediate running ahead of the other teams. We'll keep you updated as Tekka have got past Alien as well and are significantly ahead of them, so you can only imagine Alien have had an incident as well. So absolute chaos here at Le Mans as the rain comes down, as Tekka, Elite Racing Squad and Customs GT all benefiting, and you really don't want to get on those curbs there in this kind of weather condition, as Tekka really playing it risky there, going on the curb, and Alien Motorsport under some pressure from GT Spain 92. As I say, we can only assume that both of these teams have had incidents. We saw GT Spain's coming too.
Just to make you aware, Finley, Outplayed Racing have taken the lead and have gapped Vanquish to 2.5 seconds. 2.5 seconds through Indianapolis, through Ornage. The Vanquish drivers are not coping on this type of condition. Our strategists have told us. Generally, we think about lap 9, they may come in for a pit as they're about to hit the Porsche curves. This is going to be testing exceptional bravery on the throttle of a hybrid car which can deploy hundreds of extra horsepower through its care system. It will, you can see the gap just hanging at 2.1 seconds, 2.1 seconds, and gaining again the Vanquish driver. Maybe this is some of the drying effect coming into effect. Back down to 1.8 seconds, and all of a sudden they're beginning to demonstrate some pace, but we're suggesting that they will begin to pit on lap 9. If you're brave, if you wish to stay out, and it seems that that's not going to be the case for our two leaders, but if you want to make an intermediate or wet tyre last that little bit longer for the drying effect, then you might want to extend an extra lap. And we can see there that Outplayed Racing were on the soft tyre. That's explaining now the big difference in pace. That's explaining exactly why they're able to carve out seconds. It wasn't a demonstration, certainly a fast driver, absolutely. But have they pulled a blinder? Have they pulled a blinder with going for the longer run on the medium tyres to allow that second stint to be on the softs, knowing they would have to pit somewhere around lap 9 and be able to regain that lead and take the lead and get a 2-second gap coming into the pits? They're all in the pits now. We can see Alien Motorsport also opting for that strategy. Also one of our runners to stay out that extra lap and fuel save and go for the soft tyres to regain some positions as they all come in on lap 9 and opt for the optimal strategy. It's intermediates it's looking like for Outplayed. I'm sure that Vanquish are most likely on the same.
Vanquish won the full wets. No, Vanquish won the full wets. So there's a disparity here. Disparity in tyre commands. Elite have opted for the wets as well, and Customs have opted for the intermediates. Owls are reaping the rewards here. What an absolutely inspired strategy decision to come in a lap early when the rain started falling, fit on the intermediates, and then up into third, despite having had that altercation with the Elite Racing Squad at the start of lap 7. Owls up into third. They pulled an absolutely strategic blinder against the odds as we start lap 10. Vanquish lead, but it's 1.1 seconds now. They've managed to gap Outplayed in the pit lane. They're now 1.1 seconds clear at the front, ahead of Outplayed. Owls are up into third. Customs GT fourth. Elite Racing Squad fifth. But I absolutely agree with you, Flash. I think outplayed Alien and Reds, all benefited by staying out for an extra lap in the first stint, being able to have that confidence to fit on the soft compound tyres, run a lap less on them, and then come in for the intermediates. They've reaped the rewards. They managed to get past Vanquish. Vanquish did repass them in the pit lane for certain, but Outplayed are absolutely now in the race fight. And Owls, what an absolutely commendable job on the strategy side. We talk a lot about Alfredo Alonso, known as Mr. Stats within the team. Good friend of us here in the commentary box. GT Pulpí's Louis Van Gaal, he's also been to. I'll come back to him in a because Outplayed going up the inside into the first chicane at the Mulsanne and back through into the lead ahead of Vanquish Esports. There's a wobble on exit, but no worries to them. 3/10 clear at the front now. Textbook overtake in the wet, in changing conditions, and Outplayed for all the work Vanquish did in the pit lane to get past them. It's all been undone now because Outplayed are back ahead, but Vanquish have the slipstream. Outplayed still pulling away just about. They're holding that gap at 4/10 of a second. We come towards Mulsanne corner, down to first gear, and Outplayed a wide, Vanquish back ahead. This is changing by the second. Unbelievable. Outplayed went way too deep into Mulsanne corner, and Vanquish now 2.2 seconds ahead. All that hard work that Outplayed did to get the move there done into low 4 on the A chicane, absolutely undone by one moment of madness.
It's just happened at the perfect moment for Vanquish and the worst moment for Outplayed Racing. We gained about 30 seconds or 30% of moisture on the track just as they were about to hit the end of Mulsanne curve, and with the intermediate tyres where they had the advantage through sector 1, through the chicanes on the Mulsanne straight. At the very end of the straight, they just carried too much speed. The wet tyres.
Owls dropping down rapidly. Sorry to interrupt you. Owls have dropped back rapidly. They were down as low as 7th at one point. Alfredo Alonso currently in the wheel of that Owls car. They had dropped down rapidly down into 7th. They managed to get their way back past GT Spain 92 and Azteca. But all that hard work again on the strategic side from the likes of Alonso and the team at Owls. While Customs and Elite Racing Squad have got back ahead of them. There must have been some form of incident, but a hotly contested race for third. Sorry to interrupt you there.
No, absolutely fine. There's action happening all over the place as we predicted in this final race of the GT Pulpí Teams Championship. But one thing worth remembering, we saw a wet race yesterday. We saw what happens with the wet runners. They will gain a lead. However, it's whenever the race begins to dry out. What does that mean for your pace? And as many seconds as they're able to gain now in this weather above the third bar, in the upper 33rd percentile off wetness on the track, they can lose it just as quick whenever the track begins to dry. And maybe that's the long play that Outplayed Racing are beginning to think about. It worked yesterday for them in the elite race at Fuji. Can they make it work again? Is that what their thoughts are? Is to run the intermediates on the drying track to regain that time and just allow Vanquish to go off into the distance as a wet runner?
I think Owls have made a massive incident here. Alfredo Alonso out the wheel at the moment, and now oh, big spin for Customs into turn 1, into the Dunlop curve. Unbelievable spin. They must have got onto the curb or something. It's not often you see it on that compound of tyres, on the intermediates, in the wet track. But look at that weather meter at the bottom right of the screen. We're getting more and more into full wet tyre territory, and Vanquish's decision to fit wet tyres rather than intermediates could prove to be inspired here, as Elite Racing Squad have a massive slide on the way through as well. This is certainly changing conditions. It looks like it's favouring the wet compound tyres now. Customs must have got onto the curbs heading towards the Dunlop, heading towards the chicane, because there's absolutely no way that hasn't the case. Massive spin, massive slide, and then now 7.5 seconds back from Elite Racing Squad, even with the moment that they had into Tetra Rouge.
Yeah, well, Elite Racing Squad, I think they were the second, certainly a wet runner, I believe. Can't quite recall, but it seems to have split the deck here. It doesn't seem to be predominant intermediate. There's some going for the wets and some going for intermediates. Is intermediate optimal with the drying track, but is substantially more dangerous? Are you risking losing 10, 12 seconds with a slide in favour of gaining those seconds back later on in the stint? Is the wet option the safer option, but maybe not quite as optimal over the course of this stint? We know that the fuel lasts around 6 laps from a full fuel tank. 6 or 7 laps we saw they were able to extend it to. We know that you're able to save more fuel in the wet going forward. Can they extend it maybe to 8 by example? But what will this mean for the race. It's still in and around the wet tire strategy, but certainly we can see that moisture meter on the left hand side, it has come down a little bit. The rain seems to be coming off a little bit, and seems to maybe be potentially, maybe the rain will finish. Who knows? Finley Williams, what do you think?
Well, the track is large and as expansive as Le Mans is, there are going to be wet and dry parts of the track the entire time.
Very good point.
Talked about so often, and you see it so often talked about in real life motorsport with tracks like the Nürburgring, Spa-Francorchamps, Le Mans. There's going to be, it might be wet at the Tech Rouge and it might be completely dry at the Mulsanne corner as the race progresses on. So it's something for the teams to take into consideration. That first sector leading through Dunlop Cove and into the chicane looked especially treacherous. You saw Customs have their massive slide there and lose third place out to Elite Racing Squad. But down towards the Mulsanne Straight, you're absolutely right, Flash, is looking slightly dry. But then we see here now towards Indianapolis and Arnage, the barometer pointing firmly in favour of the wet compound tyres, which will favour Vanquish. The outplayed on the intermediates will be much more comfortable in the slipstream and in the slightly dry areas of the track down the Mulsanne Straight and towards the L'Arche and the La Floriande chicanes.
Yeah, well, we were mentioning a moment ago about was it potentially drying out, or have Outplayed Racing just found a little bit of form there, because it was up to 2.5-3 seconds once they got past, but they're now able to hold it at around about 2 seconds. I don't know if the wet tyre is entirely dominant at this stage. I do believe we might see that intermediate come back into effect. Maybe it will get a little bit better as we enter into lap 11, bringing it through the chicane at the first, and you can see there it's a little bit dicey on the intermediate, still in sector 1, but I believe that Outplayed Racing will begin to pull back sometime on Vanquish Esports. But certainly from the first 3 or 4 laps we were thinking this was a foregone conclusion. Vanquish Esports had an 11 or 12 second gap. Who could challenge them? Well, it seems to be Outplayed Racing are bringing it in this final race at Le Mans. 11 laps through, 50% of the race, 19 lap race to crown the best team in Europe, the GT Pulpí Teams Champion.
100%, and you said before there's been split in the deck between the heavy wet and intermediate tyres, and I think that reflects the change in conditions on the track significantly, because there are certain parts of this track, like leading up to turn 1, Customs managing to negotiate that successfully, unlike last lap. They certainly favour the full wet tyres, but then the Mulsanne Straight certainly favouring the intermediate on that last lap. But I'm saying that the rain is continuing to fall here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, and the more that rain continues to fall, the more the heavy wet tyres will be in the ascendancy, and it'll be really interesting to see the barometer down the Mulsanne Straight to see if that rain's gotten any worse. And we are heading down now, and look, you can see again, it is slightly less rain than in other sections of the track, but still very much in the full wet section in terms of favourability for teams, and that's really good for the likes of Vanquish and Elite Racing Squad. And Vanquish pulling out now a bit more, 2.6 seconds the current gap now. They've gone up 0.6 of a second in the first sector of lap 12, and they're continuing to extend away from Outplayed, who are currently running the intermediate compound. There was a split. We did have questions as to whether the wets or the intermediates would be favoured, and for the moment it is certainly the heavy wets, but it's all dependent on how long the track dries for. If the track dries for longer than the rain is currently falling at the moment, then the intermediates will come into their own and come into the ascendancy towards the back end of the race, and we can expect Outplayed to mount a challenge. However, if this rain was to continue for another 3 or 4 laps, and then it was only to be the last 5 laps of a drying track, then it would be the full wet tyres that had the majority of the favourable running, and that would play into the hands of Vanquish and Elite Racing Squad. So at the moment, it is looking like a Vanquish lead quite comfortably, now 3.7 seconds. They've gained a second just down the Mulsanne Straight through those 2 chicanes. However, as the race progresses, do intermediate tyres start to become favoured as the track starts to dry up.
Yeah, certainly. Again, it seems to ebb and flow, this gap between Vanquish and Outplayed. You know, we're talking about a car of the power of this Toyota hybrid engine, which is kicking in that extra power into your rear wheels, exiting a corner. It might not be what you want to happen on an incredibly wet race, but that's what these guys have to navigate. That's what they have to tame, that beast in this weather. I'm looking to see if they're using traction control. They're not using traction control. I certainly wouldn't be driving in these conditions in this type of car without traction control, but that's the level of throttle control, the level of precision that they have at this level of racing. I don't know that many of us would be without traction control. We have one driver, Azteca, using traction control. He's a man after my heart. Certainly, I would be with him. But as Vanquish Esports are opening that gap to 4.2 seconds, again 4.3, as we head on to lap 12, we still have rain pelting down on the track. It's showing no signs of waning, and this is not again in the forecast that we had presented from the digital meteorologists.
No, and this is all playing into Vanquish Esports' hands. 4.8 seconds of gap now. They're continuing to pull away at the very top of this race lead. Outplayed, I must be saying, it's not necessarily that they're driving badly, because they're continuing to pull away from Elite Racing Squad as well, who are on the full wet compound of tyre. So a 12-second gap between the Italian and Polish teams, but this has been an absolutely inspired stint from Vanquish Esports at the moment. The decision to put on the full wet tyres for this stint looks like the right call as we cross the line with 7 laps left to go here to decide our team's champion, and at the moment it is advantage Vanquish, but the true story will be told when the track starts to dry up and the intermediate compound starts to come into its own. But at the moment, Vanquish comfortable in the lead, Outplayed comfortable in second, and then very much in no man's land at the moment for Elite Racing Squad. 12 seconds behind Outplayed, but 13 seconds clear of Customs. And then you can see on your mini-map in the top right-hand corner, the next selection of teams, Customs, Joker, Customs, GT Spain 92, and the rest all bunched up as Avalon Motorsport pick up a 2.5 second penalty and drop right the way back. They come down the Mulsanne Straight, which means the race leaders might encounter some traffic later on. They'll be hoping to encounter it down the Mulsanne Straight so the lap traffic can just pull away. In a track like on lap traffic, especially with the incidents that occurred. 2.5 second penalty for Avalon, and they are significantly behind the rest of the teams now, including Team Monza Racing, nearly 2 minutes behind their nearest competitors. So a horrible race for Avalon, and it continues to go from bad to worse for them as they look to mount a title charge for the team's championship, although I don't think they'll be on one anymore.
Yeah, it's a real shame for our current champions 2024 that they haven't been able to perform at the level, but obviously they are a stalwart of the scene at this event, and it's great to see them there. You know, the guys are a bunch of good guys, and they're doing their very, very best with what they have as they look to rebuild and maybe focus in 2026. But it's Outplayed Racing and Vanquish Esports who are really leading the charge and demonstrating the pace across 2 alternating strategies here. A 5.6 second gap for Vanquish Esports. I just want to pause for a moment and say that, you know, that aggressive start from Vanquish Esports to get that fastest lap down, if something were to happen to Vanquish Esports later on in this race, how important could that additional 2 points be for them? Because we might not have the conditions later on in the race that allow for someone to contend for the fastest lap, should there be a need for it in any deciding tiebreakers and points once the race commences.
No, 100%. It's definitely some insurance Vanquish that if something was to go wrong, and believe you me, things have been going wrong in this race, especially spur of the moment, that they do have that anchor, I suppose, that extra 2 points. They'll be thinking, well, they'll be wanting a race win. I think they'll be favourites for the win from this position, depending on how quickly the track dries up. But if they do manage to fall to the likes of Outplayed and the Elite Racing Squad, it's good they have those points in the back pocket. We'll keep an eye on the championship title at the end of the year. At the end of the day, I should say, we'll keep an eye on the championship title. We'll run all the numbers. We'll give you our provisional champions by the time the stream finishes tonight. And we hope you'll stay with us for the rest of this race, because it's been an absolute barnstormer so far, this event. I'm sure you'll agree, Flash. But absolutely fantastic racing all the way around. We're with GT Spain 92 at the moment. Finished the race at the Red Bull Ring in second, so started this race in second. They've had a bit of a fallback. They're on the intermediate compound at the moment, which might explain that, because the track very much favouring the wet compound. Saying that, this particular segment of the track, Indianapolis, Arnage, etc., looks to be drying quite quickly. If you're seeing the weather meter back there, very much intermediate territory, that particular section of the track, as Avalon will slow down for their 2.5 seconds and let the likes of Azteca and Alien through, and LZ Esports as well, as they are some way back now in 14, more than 2 minutes behind Team Monza Racing in 13, though they're without some of their key assets anymore. Jose Serrano, Alex Lopez Murillo, 2 Gran Turismo World Series veterans, they're without this season, and so it was always going to be difficult for them to retain their title, especially as the quality of driver continues to increase here at Mac 25 Gaming. But that's not the way they wanted to have their title defence going. It will be safe to say that we will not be seeing a title defence in the team's event this year. With Owls Esports at the moment, they've had a very eventful race, up to third thanks to an absolute blinder of a strategy, pitting a lap early for the intermediates and making hay whilst the sun shines. However, they've had a series of instances, brought them back down to 8th, and they're in a battle now with Krakensteins for 8th. Krakensteins, the number 2 seeds for the event. Big slide into the final sequence of corners, and Owls into the pits. So next pit stop's coming in now. Half-second penalty for Krakensteins, and Owls just going for a straight switch onto the intermediates. I think it might be, or could it just be a fuel top-up? Are they only going for fuel?
No. This is the time to bring this up. I didn't want to bring this up early on because this was a strategy that was exposed to us very early on by Alfredo Alfonso, Mr. Alf. They said to us, there is a strategy, it's a death or glory strategy, that someone who is far down the pack in some of the last positions, who wants to make up time and make a challenge, can pit on lap 13 for an early slicks and benefit from the drying effect and massive fuel saving. They could benefit from a major undercut, but it is a death or glory strategy. It seems that Oils are going for it. This is going to be either an incredible undercut, maybe not for race win contention, but certainly if they're able to pull it off, if they're able to make it work for them and they're able to get round in one piece, this could make a substantial change to the grid order, to the order of proceedings in this race. The optimum, I think, will be everyone coming in on lap 14, but let's keep an eye on where the team from Oils Racing end up as it all comes together as they exit the pits at the end of this next pit stint.
Absolutely fantastic there from Alfredo Alonso, our good friend over in Pulpí. He's been doing a lot of producing work for us this weekend, so we send him our massive thanks. He's been in charge of all the strategy elements for Owls across the weekend, and that is a bold call by the Spaniard, the man from Madrid, to come in now. I believe he was driving that last stint as well in the wets, but he's come in, he's gone onto the slicks, he's gambled. There is looking like a dry line forming, and you see on the weather meter, this could pay off because that track, that dry line is really drying quickly now. We're nearly into preferred dry tyre territory. So I'm not saying, like you said, Owls are going to be in contention for the race win. That looks to be a 2-horse race between Vanquished and Outplayed, as much as I don't want to jinx myself, but this could be a really smart move from Owls. They pulled a blinder with the strategy earlier on in this race by pitting a lap early for the intermediates. They're now pitting a lap early, at least I'd assume 2 to 3 laps more for the slicks. Can this banker pay off? Can they work their way up the field as Krakensteins continue to pick up penalties? 1.5 seconds this time, and here we see Owls on the medium compound tyres. They're keeping their nose clean. You can see the dry line forming down the Mulsanne straight. You can see the weather meter showing that the dry tyres might be the preferred compound. We're certainly in that crossover period between intermediate and dry tyre runners, and this will all favour Outplayed Racing at the front of the field as Vanquish in front of them and Elite Racing Squad behind them are on the full wet compound tyres. Can they feel the benefit of those intermediates as they approach the time for slick compound tyres? Our drivers coming in, indeed, Outplayed come in, so Outplayed are in and so are Vanquish. So this is the crossover period now, teams starting to go on to slicks, and just like they had done before, coming in a lap early for the intermediate compound tyres, Owls doing exactly the same thing and coming in a lap earlier for the dry compound tyres. This could pay off, Flash. This is exciting.
This is very exciting, and I think one of the things we have to consider, we saw with the second stint, remember, staying out a little bit later, you miss that undercut, but staying out that extra lap, what does it do? It gives you the opportunity to choose a soft compound of tyre over the medium, which means it can be anyone's race going into the final laps. This is all going to come together, I believe, and I'm very, very interested to see that Outplayed were unable to make up that gap with the drying track, which they maybe were banking on. It's going to be 3 seconds to Vanquish as they enter the final stint. Driver changes are happening, as we can see on the screen right now, but this is going to be it. Once all have pitted, it's going to be a race to the end. Owls Esports, 15 seconds. They've got a full tank of fuel. They've got medium tyres that are warmed up. The rest will be coming out on cold tyres, cold slicks into that sector 1. There still is moisture on the track, so just be very, very careful about that. It's down to 4/10. There's been time saved through fueling.
Soft compound tyres for Outplayed, massive strategy divergence here. Is this to the end of the race? Is this it? Is this the final 5 laps here? Is this the final pit stops? Outplayed are on the soft, Vanquish on the medium compounded tyres as we head down the Mulsanne straight. Is there going to be a race for the lead here at Le Mans? Down towards the last chicane for the 15th time. Outplayed in the slipstream, they're 4/10 back as we head towards that braking zone. We'll have to see how that comes about later on, but we'll keep an eye on that. Outplayed a bit far back for a move into the first chicane down the Mulsanne straight, but they'll tee up in the slipstream for a move down the Le Ferrandier, the second chicane down the Mulsanne straight, 4/10 of a second. Vanquish trying desperately to break the toe, and it is working. That gap isn't coming down significantly enough for Outplayed to launch a move into that next chicane. Saying that, it's coming down now at a rate of knots. 3/10, now down into the 2/10 mark. Can Outplayed find the move down the back straight? I think they're a bit far back for now, but they'll certainly look to tee up a move into the Mulsanne corner, and if not, perhaps into Indianapolis. But major strategy divergence, soft tyres for Outplayed, medium tyres for Vanquish. Could this pay off? How long are the softs going to run for? How long are the mediums going to run for? We'll find out towards the end.
Yeah, I think as we see these two battle, we see Outplayed keeping their tyres, or they're pulling off into the wet. They're trying to keep those tyres cool. That's exactly what's going on there. As we see the experience of knowing they got to manage these softs, get track position, get that gap, and keep the tyres as cool as possible to prevent as much wear. They're sitting currently in the slip. Are they just doing a little bit of tire saving? But I imagine they're going to want to get through Indianapolis first. I imagine they wanted to get through Arnage and into those Porsche curves to really assert the soft tire. You can see again pulling off the line. He's not looking to make the pass. He's not looking to sit in slipstream. He's keeping those tires warm. Does he think this is going to be essentially a last lap battle? Is he happy to sit in Vanquish Esports slipstream, let them do all the work, save the fuel until the last couple of laps, and make sure that they're in prime position? Again, pulling off the line, keeping those soft tires nice and cool as Vanquish drive themselves through and up into the Porsche curves. We can see it again, keeping those tires cool, using the wet line. This is excellent strategy what's going on right now. He's not looking to make the move at all. There's something of a longer play going on here, and I think that's something that's going to have some raised eyebrows and some concerns from the Vanquish team. Why is he not making the move? Why is he not coming for us? He's keeping the tires cool. He's looking to maintain the tires for an extra lap more than maybe we imagined they were available for, but this might be something they've ran in one of their scrimmages, ran in one of their trial sessions, again into the wet line to keep the tires cool. This is really hotting up to be something, Finley.
It absolutely is, yes. Fantastic strategy play from Outplayed Racing here to start lap 16. They're not wanting to make the move right now. They want the benefit of the slipstream, but they want to take, Vanquish are taking Outplayed with them. Outplayed keeping those tyres cool, keeping those tyres in as fresh and conservative a spot as possible to be able to launch a move on Vanquish in the dying moments of this race. That's the plan. It does seem to be a two-horse race for the win here between Vanquish and Outplayed. Elite Racing Squad, some 22 seconds back. It's going to take an absolutely monumental effort from the Polish team to get their way up into the battle here, but I think it will be a two-horse race. It's 5/10 of a second, 4/10 now. You see Outplayed pulling off the racing line once again, the Italian team doing similar as they have done before. Elite Racing Squad in third, however, I think a post-race penalty might be coming their way. Vanquish now pulling off into the wet down the straight to try and keep those tyres cooled down to make sure they don't overheat, and Outplayed really going as far off as they can without spinning off, because obviously if you go onto the wet line with dry tyres you do risk losing control, which is why you won't often see this happen through the corners. It'll be very dangerous to do so, but down the straights when you're not putting as much input in, it's safe enough to do so. And we see Elite Racing Squad once again in no man's land in their own race at the moment, but they look comfortable for third position as things stand if things go their way, depending on if any penalties are handed to them at the end of the race. GT Spain 92 in fourth position. It's been a solid comeback for them. The gaps are starting to spread out through this race, but there is a battle at the front, make no bones about it, between Vanquish Esports and Outplayed Racing as we look at Customs GT in fifth. It's been an eventful race for them, and also regrettably the pit a lap early strategy, the go big or go home strategy for Owls Esports. They have made positions up off of it. They're up into 8th now. They're into the top 8, but it maybe hasn't quite had the same effect that he thought it would with the larger gaps that have gone throughout this race. As Alien 6th and Azteca 7th, 1.3 seconds between the two of them. That's another potential battle. You see Avalon behind them. They are lap traffic. They're 14th and last. They are out of this race. And that's a big spin. Alien around, on the exit of the last chicane, and that allows Azteca through. If you get onto the wet line once during these corners, as there's a massive battle between Vanquish and Outplayed, getting on the wet line during these corners can be lethal whilst you're on the slick tyres. It's an incredibly difficult task to stay on the dry line through the turns, and Alien have come up short during that task.
This is where the big games begin to occur. Firstly, with Alien making the spin, we see. Oh, this is actually an attempt now. That's our first attempt. That's our first attempt for Outplayed, who are going to make the charge, and they've looked at their tyre wear and thought, this is the time. The time is now. They know they have a 20-second gap to ERS and P3. They have a time and an opportunity to fight this out. They protected the tyres to give themselves enough for the last 3 laps, 17, 18, and 19. They are hoping to gain enough of a gap, but remember, the edges, pushing out in the edges, as Alien just showed us, you can still lose it again. Outplayed made the move, but are going to just cool down the tyres again as they enter into the Porsche cars. We put all that stress on those front tyres, and that's what they want to maintain as they come through to finish off the Porsche curves on lap 16. But it is going to be a game of cat and mouse. They are going to be able to attack each other. They don't have a threat for P3, and as we had with the Elite race, I believe, if I'm understanding correctly, as the metrics work out, any of the top 4 teams on the board who wins the race, given the points disparity from P1 to P2, can take this title. So Outplayed Racing very much can win this if they win this race. I think it is winner takes all at this stage.
I believe, I've just done some numbers again, excuse me, my shoddy numbers. If Vanquish win this race, they'd absolutely won the title. However, by my strategies, Outplayed finished in 3rd during race 1. They took home 10 points, and then 25 for the race win would put them on 35. Vanquish, if they were to finish 2nd here, they picked up 15 points for the race win in race 1. They'd pick up 18 for 2nd place here, which would take them to 33. And at the moment, they're picking up the 2 points for the fastest lap, which would take them to 35. So by my calculations, if Outplayed win this race, we have a tie break at the top of the tree on 35 points. Again, I could be wrong. I apologise if I am. All will become clear at the end of this race once the penalties are applied and the standings are confirmed. But to my knowledge and to my shoddy math skills, if Outplayed win this race, they are tied at the top, and Avalon spin again. Really disappointing day for them. It's just not been their day at all. But Outplayed and Vanquish looking to go side by side, perhaps no Outplayed doing as they've done before, pulling out the slipstream to cool down their tyres. But that's what my shoddy maths is telling me, Flash. I believe if Outplayed win this race, it's 35 points apiece.
Well, we did say earlier on that fastest lap, that aggressive start and getting those 2 points on the board, I hate to say it, but it was mentioned. Would those 2 points become a factor? Could those 2 points of fastest lap become a deciding factor in this championship? And as you're saying, it very much could be. And that, I don't have the rules and regulations in front of me at this stage. There's so much going on. For a count back, I do have them available, but I want to watch this race. I'll leave that to someone else to do. I'm now more concerned for Outplayed. Have they left this a little too late? Is there too much tyre wear? Is there going to be hitting a crossover effect in terms of the mediums versus the softs? Was the time to get the move done earlier in the race? These guys know better than me. I'm just throwing out some options of what might be happening here, but I don't know whenever that crossover effect is going to kick in, when the mediums and the softs don't have the same disparity in pace, don't have the same disparity on the ability to break into corners, don't have the same disparity on their exits from corners to give the confidence for the Vanquish driver to fend off the Outplayed racer. And he's looking again into Indianapolis. He is going to make the move. He's going to go for it into Indianapolis. This is conviction in this move in this instance. He is up alongside him, going through. He will bring it into the Indianapolis corner. It's going to be side by side as they bring it through. Outplayed Racing, technically, he's overshot that corner. As old switcheroo from Vanquish Esports brings it back and retains first place. That's going to have been terrible to the tyre life of the Outplayed Racing driver. He will have locked up those tyres. He will have added some wear to them. And it's basically, with 2 laps remaining, coming into the 18th lap, I think it's going to be a case of now or never. It hasn't worked that time, and we did mention the crossover effect. Vanquish seemed to be coping quite well in those mediums. That the softs are getting very worn looking. What are your thoughts with 2 laps to go, Finlay?
As desperation starts to creep in, as the realization that this needs to be now or never for Outplayed Racing to get past Vanquish, take the race win, and I believe, having just looked at the regulations, they would win the title on countback if they were to win this race here in perhaps some of the most dramatic circumstances we've seen in Mach 25 gaming. This race, make no mistake about it, is for the title. Absolutely no bones about it. But as that desperation starts to seep in for Outplayed, they'll be looking to take more risks. But with that risk, whilst it does come reward, it does come with danger. Le Mans, a circuit notorious for chewing people up, spitting them back out. If there's one bad move made by Outplayed here, one mistake, one shoddy scent, it could ruin their race and could ruin their title hopes as they head up the hill through the chicane and towards the S's for the penultimate time in this race. But it's 1.8 seconds. Vanquish pulling away even more. And I mentioned that Le Mans is a track famous for chewing you up and spitting you out. Could that move from Outplayed, could that be costing them into Indianapolis? Because they're now 1.7 seconds back. They're out of slipstream range. They're in a world of trouble. If Vanquish continue to pull away at this rate, the title could be theirs.
Yeah, I think what we saw there, Finlay, is the locking up of the tires has just really overheated those tires and really impacted and affected them for the preceding corners through the Porsche curves. It just wasn't what you wanted. They're very, very sensitive. We saw the pulling off the line. We saw trying to keep those temperatures down whilst you don't have that telemetry data available to you yet. I say yet, maybe in Spec 3. There are applications available that let you see. So tire temperature is a very real thing in this game. The mechanics and physics do go to that level, and we can see that it had a real performance impact. But it's down to 1.4 seconds now. I mean, he's been able to use some of that residual water on the side of the track to cool the tires, and maybe has been able to get a little bit of pace back through the first chicane. Will he be able to get himself into a position with 1.4 seconds, 1.3 now, 1.2? It seems he's got those tire temperatures under control. Will he be able to put himself into a position to threaten for the lead again? Finlay, we've got a lap and a half to go. It's been absolutely outstanding, this 2-horse race. Vanquish Esports, Outplayed race. Again, he's cooling the tires. You can see he's taking the priority over cooling the tires over the slipstream at this stage. What are their thoughts? What are the plans? Where are they looking to make the move? Generally, on a race of this nature, a high-level driver who gets through Arnage first, who's able to hold it into the Porsche curves, irrespective of tire, should be able to bring it to the line. And maybe that's now what Outplayed Racing are thinking. They got one chance left. It'll not be this lap, but on lap 19, is that when we see the move? Is that where we see them take the opportunity and take the chance to really make a legitimate send on Vanquish Esports for the title?
Absolutely. Outplayed Racing, I think, prioritising keeping their tyres cool here for this lap, as you say, to launch an absolute behemoth of a title challenge and a race win challenge on the final lap of this race. We saw down the Mulsanne straight they were quicker. Perhaps there was a bit of a weaker toe as well. We saw during the chicanes they were quicker as well. Outplayed will be confident they have the pace, that it's all being set up at the moment for a last lap dash between these two titans of Mach 25 gaming and Gran Turismo esports in general. There's a battle for fourth between GT Spain 92 and Customs GT, but Customs picking up a penalty there won't do them any good whatsoever, as there's a big slide for Alien Motorsport as well. That might invite Krakensteins through as well. But what I'm saying here is these two teams at the front, two behemoths of Gran Turismo esports, Vanquish Esports, Outplayed Racing, each have their own legacies and their own rights. They both have a world-class roster of drivers. They've both gained and lost drivers through the years that can be described as world-class, world tour drivers in their own right. Vanquish have brought 3 here this weekend. They have the individual title in the bag. Can they bring home the team's title as well? As we start the final lap here at Circuit de la Saube, they pulled away by 1.9 seconds. They do have the better tyres and Outplayed as well, so fuel isn't an issue. It's full send right to the end for Vanquish Esports and Outplayed Racing in what is surely a 2-horse race for the race win, and with that, the title. We've worked out that whoever wins this race between these two teams will take home the elite title, the team's title, will take home the biggest share of the €2,300 prize pot that's on offer for this title this weekend. It's really the jewel in the crown. It's really the one they all want to win, but it's all falling apart for Outplayed Racing. 2 seconds, the gap now as we head down the Mulsanne straight for the final time in this event. It's all all looking in the hands of whoever's at the machine, the hand of the wheel of this vanquished machine at the moment. 2.1 seconds the gap as they roar their way down towards the last chicane. 300 kilometers an hour on the speedometer, and we go down into the braking zone, down to second gear, and then right back up into third on exit. Smooth as you like, throttling, using that gradual throttle down the back straight towards the Florent. This has been absolutely fantastically well judged by Vanquish Esports. They've done this race to absolute perfection. They've led from lights to flag. They won the first race of the day, lights to flag, at the Red Bull Ring as well, in the Mazda RX Vision Group 3 car. That gap is being maintained. 2 seconds clear of outplay as we head towards Le Florent. For the final time, 2.1 seconds, the gap's increasing. Outplayed look down and out. They're charging the curse system as much as they can. They're deploying down the back straight towards Mulsanne Kink and then Mulsanne Corner to finish off the first half of this lap. But it's looking for all certainty that Vanquish Esports will take home the title. They were the hot favourites heading into the weekend. Floris Zimmermann, Konstantinou, and Mikolaj Sedziak, 3 World Tour drivers amongst their ranks. They took home the individual title yesterday. Max Kroll, the German driver, taking home the first ever major title in Gran Turismo, taking home €800 worth of prize money. We'll be seeing him during the final ceremony this evening. They weren't able to take home the elite title. That honour's gone to Jose Serrano. It's been a fantastic weekend of racing throughout. All 2 days have been filled to the rafters with racing action across all forms of disciplines, all forms of track and car combinations, and it's all culminating in this, a battle for the victory. It's increasing again, 2.3 seconds for Vanquish Esports ahead of Outplayed Racing as they head through Indianapolis and up towards Arnage to begin the final quarter of the lap. It's 1 more minute. They'll be thinking, can they hold it for 1 more minute? They will have driven this track hundreds, if not thousands of times before. All the miles they have put in, but this is the most important. This is the most important one in this combination they will put in. They've been practicing for months. All the teams have as we head towards Porsche Curve now. But all this practice, all this effort, all this commitment on this game, on this track, in this car, it all comes down to now for Vanquish Esports. Outplayed, start to close the gap. It's 2 seconds. It's 1.9 as we head through to the final sequence of corners towards the Ford chicane. Can Vanquish Esports hold their own when they need it the most? The number 1 seeds, the race winner at the Red Bull Ring, through the final sequence of corners. Vanquish Esports are your race winners, Le Mans, and are your GT Pulpí team champions of 2025. They've swept the field, the maximum 40 points on offer for them. Outplayed Racing take a bow. They brought the gap down to 1.2 seconds. They did all they could, but it wasn't enough. What a fantastic final lap given the circumstances for Vanquish Esports. Elite Racing Squad, the Polish team, will take home third. There'll be a Struves inquiry after the race as to an incident, but they're 20 seconds clear of GT Spain 92. I don't see that gap being usurped by penalty. And as we look further down the field, it'll be GT Spain 92 themselves, 4th position at the moment, 3 seconds clear of Customs GT. They'll be fine. They'll come through the last 3 corners now, through the Ford chicane to take home a respectable 4th position, following up from their 2nd place finish at the Red Bull Ring earlier today in the first race of the team's final. Customs GT will be just behind them in 5th place. Absolutely madcap race for them and a well-deserved top 5 finish. Azteca have disappointed this weekend, but 6th place is a solid comeback given how they started this weekend and started this race. Owls Esports, they sent the kitchen sink at them, but 7.9 seconds back from 6th will have to do. 7th place, Alien Motorsport just behind them in 8th, and Kraken Stains just behind them in 9th. And then we go some way back to our 4 bottom teams: Annexion Racing Team, Jokers E-Team, Reds Gaming, Avalon, and the final team as well. But absolutely fantastic racing as Annexion come through the Porsche Curve, and it might not have been the weekend for them, but Annexion and Team Monza Racing stole the show during the repechage yesterday. 2 dominant performances from both teams, so they have all there is to be proud of. For the 11 repechage teams yesterday, their main goal was to qualify for the main event. They've done so, and so they can be very proud of their efforts through the weekend. They might not have got the results they wanted in the main event, but they proved their worth. They proved that they deserve to be here through the event, and they've done just that. So Annexion will come home to take a deserved 10th position and a deserved run into the finals. They were absolutely astounding across the weekend, especially in the repechage. Jokers E-Team, no one really gave them much of a chance. They've had a fantastic comeback mid-season. Their position at Pulpy was in doubt at the start of this year. They've only qualified through back-to-back top 10 finishes in the last 2 events. It won't be a top 10 finish for them in Pulpí, but they'll take home a deserved 11th place and a deserved spot in the finals. Good effort from all of them. Kaitela Swegi and Vicente Martinez can be very proud of the effort their team have put in across the weekend in that fantastic liveried Toyota car. Reds Gaming, pole position, but it's just been down, pole position in race 1, but downhill for them for the rest of the time. They'll come home in 12th. And Team Monza Racing, star-studded lineup with Giorgio Mangano and Marco Busnelli. They were favourites to make it to the main event. They've done exactly that, but they will come home a disappointing 13th. And what is there to say about Avalon Motorsport, our reigning champions, 14th position in the finals, desperately, desperately disappointing. Yes, they lost Jose Serrano. Yes, they've lost Alex Lopez Murillo. But it's deeply disappointing for them. They'll finish some way back in 14th. But your team's champions, let's not take it away from them at all. Sweeping the weekend in dramatic fashion. Your number 1 seeds, your number 1 favourites. Congratulations to Vanquish Esports on a deserved Tweens title at GT Pulpí 2025. Flash, I'm sorry for talking for so long. What were your thoughts on that fantastic final?
I think it was an absolutely outstanding competition from start to finish. I think Vanquish are the rightful winners. They were the most dominant team, not just this weekend, but across the entire year of races that led into this event. It would have been horrible luck or fortune to see them lose it on a mistake, a spin, but they haven't. They've remained poised. The opening scene, or the opening stint from Mumu was just outstanding. It set the precedent, set the tone for the race, and I get news that it ultimately it was none other than, whilst it's a team event, it was none other than Constantino, who's been an unofficial team lead for Vanquish for many years now. Many look up to him. We talked about himself as a bit of a role model for these drivers coming through, and it's one of his favourite tracks, and he showed just why, remaining that poise. I think Outplayed had a real opportunity there. I think they will be kicking themselves. The soft tire strategy could have worked. I think the move at the right time was the right time to get that move done. Maybe potentially a lap earlier to get that position, to get that track position, to be able to make that gap while they still had some life in the tires to contend, to can fight. But the overheating, the overshooting through Indianapolis on one of the last couple of laps, I think it was lap 17 perhaps, it just was too detrimental to their tire wear. It was too detrimental to the heat and temperatures running through the tires. That 2-second gap was opened up, and despite everything they were trying to do to recover, to cool the tires down, they just weren't able to get themselves back in the fight at the later end of the tire wear's life cycle on the last lap, on lap 19. And we have our victorious winners, Vanquish Esports. What an absolute resounding result. I'm going to go to the Spanish broadcast and see if, amongst his other talents of being a doctor, of being a medical professional, and being an outstanding sim racer, can he speak Spanish as well, or will he give us some English? No, he's going to give us Spanish because he's an absolute boss. We'll watch it anyway.
El segundo Steam, donde hice unos errores cuando empezó a llover, pero al final tuvimos perdón, las vueltas que necesitamos.
Sí.
Y salimos al último Steam primeros, y solo tenía que gestionar por 5 vueltas más.
Además, os habéis llevado también la victoria en la primera carrera en el día de hoy en Red Bull Ring. ¿Os veíais favoritos y estabais con confianza?
Mis compañeros lo han hecho grandísimo en la primera carrera. Yo no corrí en la primera, pero porque no me gusta Red Bull Ring nada. Mis compañeros son unos máquinas. Muchas gracias. A Floris, a Miu Miu, a Maso. Sois increíbles.
Sí, increíble. Maxo, que además se llevó la competición individual ayer, o sea que
Sí, sí.
debe estar súper contento.
Estamos felicísimos.
Sí, además, equipo británico, el viaje ha merecido la pena, la verdad, pero lo primero que has dicho ha sido ¡vamos!
Sí.
O sea que hay pequeño
España
guiño.
es mi segunda casa.
Claro, hombre, ya lo escucháis, lo bien que habla castellano. Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias, Costan. Enhorabuena por la carrera, por la gestión, por el título, por supuestísimo. Y nos vemos aquí el año que viene para intentar revalidarlo.
Muchas gracias, sí, sí.
Pues nada, chicos, ahí están las palabras de Constante. Jolín, ha tenido una papeleta bastante complicada enfrentarse al final de la carrera, viendo que había otros pilotos también cometiendo fallos, la pista secándose. Al final estas condiciones cambiantes creo que son complicadísimas. Yo sé que ellos entrenan mucho y que están preparados para adaptarse a tanto cambio, pero desde luego tiene muchísimo mérito. Así que nada, ¿qué más decir? O sea, yo es que de verdad lo veo súper complicado adaptarse así. Encima, lo que llevamos diciendo a lo largo de todo el fin de semana, que vienen aquí a un setup nuevo, a un aro nuevo, una base nueva, todo, y encima llegar a una carrera en todo un Le Mans, que encima no es un circuito precisamente fácil, y pista de repente empezará a llover tanto, todavía más lluvia después, empezar a secarse la pista rápido. Es realmente difícil y ya habéis visto pues que cualquier error te juega una muy mala pasada y si no, pues fijaos el equipo Avalon, que por cierto, muchísimo ánimo y un abrazo enorme, campeones el año pasado y que lo habéis visto también fenomenal en este GT Pulpí 4. Así que nada, creo que devolvemos la conexión con los casters, que no sé si estará allí Garnata o seguirá Marc, no lo sé, pero os dejo con ellos.
Hemos hecho cambio, María, estoy yo por aquí. Marc se ha ido ya al camerino para asegurarse de que se lleva bien el procedimiento de revisión de las
Okay, so we are back with you, and we've just learnt that aside from being a legitimate doctor who saves lives and one of the fastest Gran Turismo players in the world, Konstantinos Konstantinou, also speaks 5 languages, and that's not an exaggeration. I believe it is 5 for the Greek himself. Just outstanding and exemplary from pillar to post for Vanquish Esports as we recalibrate some of these results that have come through. I know that they will go, everything does go through to the adjudicators, to the DAS sim racing team who are operating as adjudicators, as commissioners for these races this weekend. I don't believe that it will affect our winner, but it may affect some results further down the field, which there is some money at stake, and therefore they will take their time, but we will be able to have a prize given shortly. Finlay, again, the dust has settled. We've had some time to witness that race. 19 laps of Circuit de la Sarthe with all manner of weather conditions. What are your takes now that you've had some time to compose yourself?
Well, the main take from that is that my voice is hurting like crazy. I've just spoken for 3 minutes and 30 seconds non-stop, so I apologise for that. But no, absolutely phenomenal race, and I think that's just... If we could summarise GT Pulpí 4 in one race, in one short, I say short, 1 hour and 15 minute capsule, it would be that. Like, all the way up and down the field, everywhere you look, there was action. There was a fantastic battle for the lead that went right to the very last one. Outplayed just didn't have enough left in the tank to conquer Vanquish. We had crashes, we had spins, we had wheel-to-wheel racing, we had action everywhere you looked. Every single corner on the Circuit de la Sarthe today featured some overtake and some action throughout the event. Oh, wow. Rarity.
And we were there battling with them. It was a very exciting race. I'm glad I was part of it, even if I did one mistake. I think that's the mistake that cost us in the end. But being a part of such an epic race, just reflecting even a few minutes after, it's been fantastic. And I have to thank everyone in the organization for making this possible.
Sí, dice que gracias a todo el mundo, que ellos realmente querían una carrera con caos, que es curioso que el equipo que ha ganado ha hecho una estrategia completamente diferente, que él en lo personal es uno de sus coches favoritos y que ha habido ahí algún error, pero que forma parte del caos de la carrera. Así que, ¿are you proud of this result? Are you happy?
I am extremely proud of the whole team, all of the guys, Jaynor, Valerio, and Mauri, and Albert, for carrying us for this event, because these are the 5 guys who competed in Mach 25, all of the Mach 25
Yeah.
gaming tournaments, and we rewarded them for it. Even if Jaynor and Alvar are 2 of the academy guys, we rewarded them with this travel, with this wonderful event, and they didn't disappoint. I think no one disappointed, and we are very proud of the whole race we did. Yeah, I want to thank all of our team at home in Italy who supports us, even if it's mentally tough sometimes on Gran Turismo. But I am just thankful right now for everything.
Sí, dice que está súper orgulloso de todo el equipo, de los pilotos de la academia, que esto es el trabajo de todo el año y que al final están muy contentos, que agradecen a la organización el poder haber participado en este evento y en definitiva que estáis felices, ¿no? Are you very happy to be here and I hope you to see next year, of course.
Hopefully. I hope this one goes on forever.
GT Pulpí 5.
GT Pulpí forever.
Forever. Pues ahí está, Garneta, las palabras de Conte, que están súper contentos y deben estarlo porque una segunda posición está increíble, amazing.
Yes. Thank you.
Well, there it is, our race winner and our runner-up interviews. Don't go anywhere. We do have our awards ceremony, and as we said earlier on today in the broadcast, there will be a prize to be handed out for one of you lucky viewers who's able to answer the question that will be asked: who is the fastest in the chat, to get the answer in the chat. So stick around and allow us to bring you the awards ceremonies. Let us know in chat, what was your favourite race of the weekend? We had 9 races. Did you manage to bring and get all in, or have you just joined us today? What was your favourite championship, the individual, the elite, the teams, and why? Would love to hear your feedback. Love to hear what you enjoyed the most from what you saw this weekend. What did you enjoy the most this weekend, Finney? What were your peak moments of the 2 days of racing we've just endured from front row seats?
Oh God, it's really tough to narrow it down. You know what I mean? Like, all 3 of the championships brought together some form of drama. The individual championship on a really difficult combo, an absolutely dominating performance from Max Kroll, winning Likes to Flag in the final in the 86 Gazoo Racing Masters of the Nürburgring car. Fantastic effort from him, and one of the drivers who will really look forward to seeing progress through the future, as I'm sure he will, as many of the individual championship winners already have gone on to bigger and better things. In the Elite Championship, we're just gone. What more can you ask for? I nearly lost my voice during the Interlagos race. We had a 4-way battle for the title going into Watkins Glen, and at the end of the day, Jose Serrano battling out for the title, won both races on the day to go from an outsider to a deserved champion, and phenomenal racing across the day from that competition, and kudos where it's deserved to Antonio Santos, Manuel Hernandez and Valerio Gallo for delivering us a sensational title fight right to the end. I mean, we had that fantastic race at the Glen. Fuji yesterday was absolutely magnificent viewing for all concerned. Probably my favourite individual race of the weekend in terms of the absolute chaos that went on there. Interlagos was also a particular highlight for me, a 3-way battle for the win right to the final few corners as the lead kept changing all the way through those last couple of laps. But the Elite Championship was absolutely fantastic all the way through the weekend, and then what a phenomenal way to culminate the team's event. I thought the repechage yesterday was especially entertaining. That combination, Trail Mountain and the BAC Mono, threw up some real surprises. We had real differing in strategy. Reds Gaming qualified through the back door thanks to that strategy, but overall the repechage was dominated by Team Monza Racing and by Annexion. And whilst they weren't able to deliver in the team's finals as well as they would have, I think we can all agree they were deserved to be qualified there alongside Joker's E-Team and Reds Gaming. And then the final day of the team's action, I mean, the Red Bull Ring in the Mazda RX Vision GT3 Vanquish Esports getting away with one there. They were being reeled back in right at the end, but it was an absolutely dominant victory at the end of the day for them, just about getting away from GT Spain 92. If it had been a few more laps, who knows, that result might have differed, but it was absolutely fantastic racing from them. And then they followed it up commandingly at Le Mans. They sailed away from the start and they never looked back. They were reeled in progressively through the wet track and into the drying stint by Outplayed Racing on the intermediate compound, whilst Vanquish went for the wet compounds. There was action everywhere you looked through that race. It was the epitome of Gran Turismo competitive racing, but at the end of the day, Vanquish came away with the win. It was a deserved title. It was complete dominance for them throughout the entire weekend. They take home the maximum 40 points. I say that 42 because they did bring home the fastest lap 2 points at Le Mans, and overall just a fantastic weekend of racing. But the thing that really sticks out for me from GT Pulpí is not the racing itself, it's the community spirit of the event, and I think that's something I'd really like to highlight as we do bring today's action to a close. Is you yourselves, you might not have realised it, but you've witnessed well over 100 individual drivers throughout the weekend racing for 21 teams, and alongside themselves in both the online qualifiers and at Goodwood, and also in the individual and elite events. You've witnessed 9 spectacular races, the majority of which all went down to the wire and with nail-biting finishes, and it's been an absolute privilege to commentate on. I'm sure you can agree with me here, Flash. It's been an absolute privilege to commentate on across the weekend, and I think this event, whilst it might not be an official Gran Turismo World Series event, I'd argue that it's these events in particular, the unofficial LAN events, that really showcase the best that Gran Turismo 7 and the general Gran Turismo esports community has to offer.
Yeah, I can only echo what you're saying there, Finlay. I think that the community aspect of what these guys do, everyone giving their time, everyone supporting, everyone pulling together, it's not been without its challenges. Let's not shy away from that, but it's all for the right reasons, and the right reasons is to support the drivers in this game. All of us have lives outside of this game. We've got work, we've got school, we've got studies, we've got bills to pay, we have arguments with our families and friends and relationships, and we've all found some solace in this game that we call Gran Turismo. Irrespective of age, irrespective of our talent or skill levels, all of us find some level of enjoyment, be it the racing on the track, be it the friends that you made, be it the teams that you've got yourselves involved in, the community spirit of being able to make friends who share a passion with you, who share a passion that you enjoy and you can relate to, whether that be the racing itself, whether that be making liveries, whether that be taking photos and skips. People do love to do that, using the photo mode, making those skips, be it car culture. We all have something in this game that we love, and the organisers behind this particular event have really embodied that and bringing people together. The event for us may be ending tonight, but the event for those live and in person doesn't end tonight. In fact, tomorrow it culminates by bringing them all to the racetrack for some go-kart racing, because that's the community spirit they embody. And you yourselves at home can also be a part of that and get yourselves involved. Get yourselves out to Pulpy next year and be part of the action, be part of the crowd, be part of the scenery, and enjoy the fun that has to be had when meeting people who share the same passion that you enjoy. So what a weekend of racing. Again, to echo your points in the community, we have new champions individual, Max Kroll, just showing that he belongs right at the top. Obviously, our league championship was top and tail, race to race, my goodness. But over the 4 races, it was Jose Serrano who was able to contend, able to maintain and keep himself on the podium in every race, I believe. And bringing it down to the final race, Antonio Santos brought it to him right to the lap. They chose the right strategy. They kept it for the no stop and were able to bring it to the line. Antonio Santos just running out of fuel but still holding on for P2, and then that team's final. So excellently delivered and telling us the story of that race, Finlay, to the very, very end, looking at all the various strategy options, looking at what the implications were for various different tyre options, for fuel saving, for undercuts, for overcuts, for the decisions that were being made that led to such a dynamic and interesting race over the course of an hour. Absolutely outstanding racing all weekend, and as you said, a pleasure to be part of this event and bringing it to a wider audience. It is small still, but we had an extra 1,500 people yesterday who watched the event who maybe haven't set eyes or even weren't aware that there was an esports event that was available to them outside of GT World Series, that offered cash prizes, that offered land racing in front of a live audience. And now those individuals, we've had personal messages about that, saying, how can I get involved? What are these leagues? Who do I speak to? And that means that this is working. It's spreading the word. And if you're new to this and you're watching for the first time, we'll hope you can join us, because it will all start again in 2026 as these teams look for new talent, develop new talent, and get back to racing in these leagues again.
100%. And I think there's something poetic about a 17-year-old and a 42-year-old delivering one of the biggest LAN events in Gran Turismo together to a wider audience. Is really showing that like Gran Turismo is a game that's enjoyed by all age groups. And like we talk about the more modern day simulators in terms of iRacing, Assetto Corsa perhaps, Gran Turismo really does embody that community spirit. People of all ages enjoy it. You see people online that are driving and winning daily races at like 80 years of age. I've seen that before as well. It's a fantastic game to be a part of. It's a fantastic community to be a part of. On a personal note for me, I have done some commentary in Gran Turismo before, but this does feel like a proper integration into the community for myself. And I'm super privileged to have had the opportunity to cover this event. And as I look to progress with my sports journalism and commentary career, hopefully into full-time once I leave school, this will definitely be an event I'll look back on and reflect on and take lessons from. And I'll always kind of feel indebted to the Gran Turismo community in that way. Because yes, we've had our challenges making this event. Obviously, we had the unforeseen weather circumstances on Friday, which meant the whole competition, online qualifiers, had to be delayed to Saturday morning. We've had plenty of set twos throughout in terms of research and production elements throughout the event, throughout the build-up. This event didn't start for us on Saturday. It started for us months ago. We only got announced as the commentators a couple of weeks ago, but we've been working on this behind the scenes since late July, early August to really try to bring together and piece together the best product possible for you guys, and we really hope we've been able to deliver for you. But I think this event, if anything, yes, we might not be out in Spain this weekend. We really hope to be next year if we can, but I think this whole event in general just embodies the community spirit of Gran Turismo full stop, and how this is able, and hopefully, as you say, more people who are watching, whether they be in the English stream or in the Spanish stream, feel inspired to pick up the wheel, start racing again, start racing maybe for the first time competitively, work their way up the ladder, start following these teams in the MAC 25 gaming online leagues a bit more intently. And maybe, who knows, if we end up going to Pulpy next year, we might get a few people come up to us and say, hey, we watched your stream last year, we thought it was really good. We want to come out this year and experience it properly for ourselves as a fan, or who knows, maybe even as a driver. So it's been an absolute thrill to bring to you this event. I believe we're just waiting on confirmation of when the award ceremonies will take place, so please stick about. We do also have a prize to give away as a reminder, so please make sure you're sticking about for that, as you're in with a chance of winning a very special prize indeed in the coming moments from either myself or Flash asking the question. The first person to answer it in the chat correctly will receive our prize. So please do stay in the chat for that. But for now, we're kind of buying our own time before the award ceremony start. The prize giving takes place, and hopefully we'll be able to bring that to you as soon as possible.
Yeah. Again, as we wind down this event, certainly I want to give full credit to all the drivers who have competed, who've contended, whose families have supported them in bringing them to this event. We have to address now, we've done our best to steer clear of it, but no pun intended, there were some very, very difficult circumstances that almost brought this entire event into question, whether it would actually go ahead at all. There were some very uncomfortable conversations being had throughout Thursday as the weather descended on the Pulpy region, impacting the local airport, impacting people's flights. We had drivers flying from other countries being flown to Ibiza, being flown to other airports in Spain, being deployed, having to get planes, trains and automobiles just to make their way to the event. It's a story in itself. The decision was made late Thursday night to change the schedule, which included, obviously everything would be set up, everyone would get themselves settled down, get checked in, and they would be ready to go to the arena and do the qualifying TT for the individual elite championships, which led to our TT qualifiers. However, because of the delays, that wasn't able to happen. So they had to condense that entire evening's event and everything else with it and all the late arrivals into the Saturday morning, which obviously caused some issues. Just to be fully transparent and candid with yourselves, caused some issues, but health and safety was put first and foremost. The safety of the drivers, the safety of the individuals in attendance, the safety of those employees who are running the event. And I have to say that Granada has done an outstanding job under his guidance of being able to ensure this event was able to go ahead and being able to juggle and amend things to enable us to bring this racing to you, because it was very close that we may not be able to do so. But if there were a few delays, if there were a few production challenges, I do apologise, but we've done the very best we could do under the circumstances with an ever-changing schedule to ensure that we can bring you the best of the race, and that's what we were here for. I'm just seeing now some notes about what's going to occur next, but yeah, it was some tricky conversations to be had, Finlay, over the weekend. I think you'd agree. We weren't even sure if we'd be doing the races on Saturday, but we did. We got there with a bit of a delay, and I think once the racing kick-started at Dragon Trail Seaside, it set a tone for exactly what would unfold with the further 8 races. 9 races we've called together. Essentially about 12 to 13 hours of broadcast. It's been tiring, but it's been certainly an experience worth having, I think.
Incredibly rewarding, and not just from our perspective, but I think from the guys out in Spain, the commentators, the drivers, the setup team, you guys at home, for everyone involved with the event. Whilst there were absolutely some doubts cast over whether this event would go ahead, would it be perhaps a shorter event with less races? Would all the action be condensed into one on a Sunday, which was another conversation we had? All these conversations took place, but I think we can comfortably say we've all been delighted with the end product, delighted with the way the event has gone, delighted with how GT Pulpí has sort of reinvigorated itself this year, and with some of the teams and drivers on show this weekend. And yeah, it's been an absolutely fantastic weekend. It seems so long ago that the Ferrari Testarossas took to Dragon Trail Seaside to start our weekend with the team's repechage, and in such a short space of time we've come all this way. We have 3 champions crowned, so congratulations once again to Max Kroll, to Jose Serrano, and from Vanquish Esports to Max Kroll once again, to Floris Zimmerman, to Konstantinos Konstantinou, and to Mikolaj Sedziak for a fantastic weekend. And of course all the VQS drivers at home who've competed in MAC 25 gaming events throughout the season. It's not just the 4-man team, the likes of Lewis Burton and a few others as well, who have been absolutely crucial to securing the qualification for the event in general, but also B, for helping with strategies and helping ensure that the team have put their best foot forward this weekend. And Vanquish certainly delivered, as did Jose Serrano, with that thrilling 4-way title fight between himself, Manu Hunance, who no one really gave a chance coming into the weekend, came through the online qualifiers and led the championship to the final race, but was unable to pull it off, sadly, in what was a madcap last race at Watkins Glen. Valerio Gallo as well, who comes up just short, the bridesmaid once again in this event for both the elite and the team's competition. His team outplayed Racing, unable to see it through in the end, just finishing behind Vanquish. And then also Antonio Santos, the Frenchman, who won the first race of the weekend for the elite event at Monza in the Super Formula car, and that kind of set the tone for the rest of the weekend. He had plenty of other opportunities to win. If it had gone his way, he would have won at Interlagos. He'd have won at Watkins Glen if he never ran out of fuel on the line as well. It was a dramatic weekend for all concerned, but I think we can agree Jose Serrano was that deserving title victor. And then the individual event, Max Kroll, genuinely one of the, if not the strongest individual field I think we've ever seen at Pulpí. Coque Lopez, one of the greatest Gran Turismo World Series drivers of all time, former world champion, part of the Spanish commentary team for this weekend, thought he'd give the time trial a go for a laugh. And then came through and qualified for the individual event. Floris Zimmerman, another World Tour driver to qualify for the event. But Max Kroll was able to hold out his own. He had challenges from Zimmerman. He had challenges from Lopez, he had challenges from the Owls duo of Jorge Carrillo and Jaime Caballero as well. But he withstood all of them and led a lights to flag victory at Blue Moon Bay and took a deserved race victory and deserved title. He'll definitely be one to watch going forward as a bit of a German phenom, I should say, maybe replacing the likes of Miroslav Kravchenko at the very top of German Gran Turismo racing. They have been looking for another role model for a while. I'm confident Max Kroll is the one to watch for German esports going forward.
Yeah, I have to say I was exceptionally happy for Max Kroll. You guys have known him for a few years as Iceman or Maxo. He had a real bump in pace, you know, about 24 months ago. A real jump. I saw something similar happen about 4 years ago with Mohamed Boudaima, where once it was a split 4, split 3 driver, and all of a sudden he was winning top split FIA races in GT Sport and GT7, and the similar thing happened with Max Kroll. For some of these guys, it just, and yourselves at home, you'll hit a moment where you'll just have a turn in pace, something, the penny drops, there's an epiphany, there's an understanding occurs where you just gain pace, and it happened with Max Kroll. It happened with him a couple of years ago. We saw that change in pace. We saw that change in what he had to offer, and all of a sudden he was delivering world record pace at Road Atlanta in the BMW. He took to the BMW like a fish to water, so to speak, and he hasn't stopped. Like it was said before, he didn't make it easy for himself, but that's the character of the man. He's not there to make it easy for himself. He did want to go up against the best in the world, and there's no better driver to take it to and test yourself against than Thomas Laboudelle. We've said it once, we'll say it again, and it isn't without its merit. He's one of the best sim racers in the world, not just one of the best Gran Turismo drivers, one of the best sim racers, and he brought it to him. And I'm sure again next year he's not going to back down. He will bring the fight to that leaderboard in the manufacturers, but with that installed confidence now that he's able to go toe-to-toe, that he was able to hold off the threat from a world champion of Coque Lopez over the course of, 20 laps at Blue Moon Bay in the road car. He might be thinking to himself, you know what, maybe I'm not just a BMW Group 3 specialist. I have actually got skill. I can adapt very quickly to these road-going cars, these track cars. Maybe he puts a focus on Nations Cup. Maybe he thinks, you know what, I can adapt and drive all sorts of cars. Maybe that'll be my focus next year. Who knows the answer? The bottom line is that there was some fantastic racing, and we're going to just round off now and hand over to our stage, I believe, for a little video and then a presentation. So we're just going to go to the Spanish broadcast now and see what they have to say.
Bueno, pues ya está todo aquí preparado en el escenario principal para el acto ya de clausura y, por supuesto, de entrega de trofeos, que al final es para lo que todos estaban aquí, para conseguir llevarse uno de estos trofeos. Sabéis que hay 3 categorías, así que nada, vamos a empezar por la primera, que es la competición individual. Garnata siempre vuelve, por favor. Vamos a empezar con el tercer clasificado, que no sé si está por aquí, Coque López. Sí.
Que creo que Coque tenía una cita porque estaba aquí con su pareja, yo creo, y tenían algo.
Jacuzzi.
Y yo creo que se han ido ya al jacuzzi.
al
Yo creo que se han
jacuzzi.
salido al jacuzzi, puede ser, es muy,
No
muy
pasa
probable.
nada. Vamos con el siguiente clasificado, que es J. Carrillo. Un aplauso para él. Que
Grande
sí que está.
Carrillo, grande Carrillo.
Ahí está ese trofeo para J. Carrillo, segundo clasificado de la competición individual. Y si quieres, quédate aquí, a mi lado, si quieres. Muy bien. Y el flamante ganador de Winner, Maxo.
Muy bien, Maso, enhorabuena.
Ahí está Maxo, que además también se ha llevado otro trofeo, el de equipos, que luego lo veremos. Pero se va a casa cargadito, ¿eh? Se vuelve a Reino Unido.
Se le nota la mirada, María. Está
Sí,
contento,
sí,
está
sí.
orgulloso. Ha ganado el de la
Se le
individual
ve.
y la de equipo, sí.
Un aplauso para él también. Así que puedes quedarte aquí si
Thank you
quieres.
so much,
Maxo,
Maso.
you can stay here if you want, yeah. Ya, Garnata, por favor, suelte usted el micrófono, luego vuelve, sí, luego vuelve, sí, luego vuelvo a llamarle. Vamos ya con la competición élite y para eso voy a pedir que venga al escenario Nerea Gallardo, la concejala de Juventud de Pulpí. Nerea, bienvenida. Y reiteramos nuestro agradecimiento al Ayuntamiento de Pulpí por todo lo que nos habéis ayudado y por supuesto que sin vosotros este evento, pues ya lo hemos repetido en infinidad de ocasiones, no sería posible. Así que vamos con el tercer clasificado de élite, que es Manu. Manu de Kraken, que ahí tiene su trofeo. Y que yo creo que se ha quedado con ganas de más, pero estoy segura de que el año que viene volverá para dar mucha guerra. Manu, puedes quedarte por aquí. El segundo clasificado desde Francia, Antonio. Un aplauso para Antonio. Muchísimas gracias, Antonio. El año que viene más y mejor, segurísimo. Y vamos ya con el flamante ganador que lo acapara todo, porque es que lo acapara todo. José Serrano, Josete. Que ya no le caben más trofeos. No tiene hueco para más. Sí, quédate aquí. Y ahora luego haremos una foto. Y luego, para el último premio, mi querido David Ibáñez, de Mac Gaming, distribuidor de PlayStation, que va a dar los premios a la categoría, a la competición de equipos. Vamos con el tercer clasificado, que aquí he de decir que ha habido revisión de comisarios hasta el final, pero ya está claro todo. Tercer clasificado, GT Spain. Dios mío, no caben todos. Pues ahí están. Ahí está el tiburón. Bueno, chicos, podéis quedaros por aquí si queréis. Ya nos estamos quedando sin espacio, ¿eh? O sea, ya estamos casi completos. Pues si quieres, pues que se quede 1-2 si queréis. Ahora, quedaros por aquí. Segundos clasificados. Outplayer. Outplayed, bien pronunciado, perdón. Ahí está el equipazo, todos unidos hasta el final. Un aplauso para ellos. Enorme, Conte, emocionado que le veo. You can stay 1 or 2 of you here with the trophy, please. Okay, here. Yeah. Valerio, you can stay here too. You want? Y en primera posición, desde Reino Unido, un fuerte aplauso para Banquis. Por equipos, you can stay here too. I go here. Ahora sí, por última vez, Garnata siempre vuelve. Garnata ha vuelto.
Yo creo que se va, me da la sensación que se va, ya se va Nerea por allí, le iba a decir que se hiciera una foto con todos los equipos, yo creo que se pueden venir por aquí.
Sí.
Guys, can hear all around me, all around me. Floris, I will give you your trophy of the individual competition later, all right? Anyway, with Nerea from Ayuntamiento de Pulpí, also with David, con David, con Nerea para poner el broche. Por favor, si podéis pasando para allá, para la foto. Por allí, vale, please. Here to have a family picture to finish. Poner el broche ya de oro a esta espectacular competición, esta competición que ha sido completamente increíble. Muchas gracias a todos por estar aquí, muchas gracias a todos por venir. Creo que lo he dicho antes, creo que lo tendría que decir 1000 veces para que, y aún así serían pocas. Gracias, 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 gracias por estar en casa, gracias por venir aquí, gracias por hacer esto posible, gracias por disfrutarlo. No sería absolutamente nada sin vosotros. Para mí este evento es muy especial. Espero que el año que viene podamos estar de vuelta, estar atentos a todo lo que vayamos haciendo en Match 25 Gaming, pero sobre todo, fuerte el aplauso para todos los que están en la grada, todos los que están en casa, todos los que están aquí alrededor, todos los que están en el escenario y sobre todo, si no importa, muy fuerte, muy fuerte, muy fuerte para todos los que están ahí detrás trabajando, para todos los compañeros que lo han dado absolutamente todo. Creo que lo habéis visto, que no han parado absolutamente en ningún minuto, todos los días aquí, desde el comienzo de la jornada, horas antes, llegando los primeros, saliendo los últimos. Es un fin de semana muy intenso para todos nosotros, con muchas emociones. Yo simplemente les puedo dar las gracias también, porque para mí esto sería imposible sin el equipo con el que lo hacemos, David y yo, y me encantaría que estuviera aquí, así que yo creo que podríamos terminar el directo coreando el nombre de David, a ver si de esta manera sale, ¿no? David, 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 aunque sea decir hola, ¿no? Es difícil, es duro, ¿eh?
Si ya no tienes que cambiar más de plano. No, dice que está con labores de realización.
Está con la realización, bueno.
¡Eva!
¿Qué?
Buenas noches. Hay 14 simuladores que recoger y tenemos poco tiempo. O sea que con todo lo que somos salimos a poquito tiempo. No, en serio, muchas gracias a todos y gracias por el apoyo que nos dais. Gracias.
Y ahora quien terminaba el directo, nada, muchísimas gracias. Chao, chao. Disfrutad de la vida como si la fueran a prohibir. Hasta la próxima.
And we are back with yourselves just to round out the event. We did say there would be a prize available. We're just going to do that for our viewers off the English stream who have supported us throughout. And it will be for this, another set of beautiful Thrustmaster headphones. I believe there's a question, so get your phones out. Fastest finger first. The first person with the right answer will get the prize. Am I right in saying that, Finlay? Is that the rules? Have I got that right?
That is absolutely correct, Flash, and I will take you through this competition now. But before I do, a final word to our sponsors for the event, who we couldn't run GT Pulpí for without. So we want to send a massive shout out to Pulpí City Council, Almeria Provincial Council, TM Real Estate Group, Playseat, Thrustmaster, Peregrine, and of course PlayStation for their generous support. Without you guys, none of this would be possible. And courtesy of Thrustmaster, we also have a prize to give away to one lucky viewer. Here we go then. So the question for you guys in the chat, be ready. As soon as I say it, the first person to type in chat the answer, we'll get your details from @25 Game on Instagram or X, and we'll get your prize sent out. These Thrustmaster Ferrari Edition headphones, super exciting prize for you. And the question is this: can you name us the two drivers that won the elite races at Monza and Fuji yesterday? First person to do that in the chat, we're keeping an eye, me and Flash on there now. If you can name in the chat the first two drivers to win elite races yesterday at Monza and Fuji, you'll take home the Ferrari Edition Thrustmaster headphones to keep forever. They're yours if you can just name me in the chat the two drivers from the elite competition that won races at Monza and Fuji yesterday. The tension, it's killing me, Flash. We're still waiting on the first person here. Can I type in the chat? Am I allowed to type in on my own personal account? Can we allow that at all? I don't think we can. We're still waiting. This is the most tense competition of the entire weekend, you would think, by the looks of things. We're still waiting on a respondent. The first two drivers to win elite races this weekend at Monza and at Fuji. Could anyone get this answer correctly? There are many people still in the chat, and the first person to do so will take home these Ferrari Edition headphones. So please do, if you know the answer, stick it in the chat. There's no catch. First person in will get the prize. They'll get to keep it. Antonio and Vale, that is correct. So congratulations. So it's another competition win for Vanquish this weekend.
Vanquish asserting dominance. even in the competitions.
Congratulations, the headphones are going to you. Congratulations, Lewis. We'll be in contact with you soon to pass along those headphones. So that's 3 competition wins for Vanquish this weekend. Max Kroll took home the individual title. VQS took home the team's title. And now Lewis Burton took home the most coveted title of them all, the headphones title. That name might need to be reworked. Congratulations to Lewis.
So, Finlay, we've had 2 days of amazing racing. Just sum up your thoughts and closing comments for the stream and for the event.
Absolutely, Flash. And to put this briefly, it's been an absolutely phenomenal event. We've had a new individual champion in Max Kroll, a new team's champion in Vanquish Esports, but so not everything changes. Some things stay the same, and Jose Serrano continued his dominance of the elite competition. He now moved on from Avalon to Falcons. They retained his title in a dramatic 4-way fight. We might not be out in Pulpy ourselves, but as I say, there's something poetic about a 17 and 42-year-old bringing you commentary on such a live global event and such a wide scale. You've seen the pictures from the Spanish broadcast throughout the weekend. This really embodies the community element of Gran Turismo, and that's above all the most important point I would like to make, that this is a community event. More than anything, it's been a superb privilege to commentate this weekend, and thank you so much to yourself, Flash. I couldn't have asked for a better co-commentator across the weekend. Thank you so much, Alejandro Garnata, for running this event, Alfredo Alonso from not from Maniacs Revolution, from Owls, for keeping us right on production the entire weekend, David Marpe for helping out with the graphics, all the drivers, over 100 throughout the weekend, but more importantly, you guys at home and the guys out in Pulpí watching, you guys have been the heartbeat of this event, and we wouldn't have been able to do it without you. It's been an absolute privilege throughout the past weekend to bring you this racing for you guys at home. I've loved every second of it, and I can't wait to do this again next year, given the chance. Thank you so much, guys. Take care.
Yeah, Finlay, just to echo everything you've said there, it's been an absolutely fantastic event. Congratulations to all of our winners, but also to everyone who took part, who made the effort, who gave it their all, either as a competitor or as a supporter live at the Pulpí in the auditorium, creating a thrilling atmosphere and environment for these drivers to display their skill in front of us all. None of this was possible without months of endless work behind the scenes. You know, yourself have been part of it. There's been ups and downs and dramas and high moments. But what brought it all together, the team making this event possible, they've worked tirelessly and overcame many challenges, including last-minute schedule changes due to the adverse weather. To all of our sponsors, to my co-commentator Finlay Williams, you did absolutely fantastic. You're a credit to yourself. Thank you so much for your support over the months in this particular endeavour. And lastly, but by no means least, to you, the viewers who have supported this event from the start, and all of the drivers year after year. It was an absolute pleasure to be a part of something special, and who knows, maybe next year we'll see you live and in person. For myself and all of you at the GT Pulpí team, thank you so much, and take care of yourselves. Good night.
Night, guys.